order. Good morning. We'll start with the daily routine. We will begin with presenting and reading petitions. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a pair of annual reports for the Nova Scotia Crop and Livestock Insurance Commission for 2021-22 and 2022-23.
The report is tabled. Any further tabling reports, regulations, and other papers? I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, during question period, the opposition asked a couple of questions. I said I would table the answers for that, so I'll table these answers for their benefit and for the benefit of the House. Thank you.
The paper is tabled. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. Introduction of bills. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Fisheries on government notice of motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following congratulatory resolution. Whereas the Taste of Nova Scotia Awards are presented annually to recognize and celebrate Nova Scotia's culinary leaders, and whereas aficionado fishmongers of Halifax received the 2023 Taste of Nova Scotia Product of the Year Award on October 26th for their smoked salmon. And whereas this achievement speaks to the hard work done by the company and its suppliers and highlights the quality of our Nova Scotia seafood, therefore be it resolved that all members of this House join me in congratulating everyone involved with aficionado fishmongers on this award and making it a priority to enjoy some delicious Nova Scotia seafood very soon. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education on a government notice of motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I read my notice of motion, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Madam Speaker, in your gallery we have some individuals from Nova Scotia Community College's Construction Fundamentals program, which introduces students to a variety of skilled trades, careers, and apprenticeship, while also allowing students to give back to their community. Joining us today, we have Adam Bartlett, NSCC Academic Chair, Trades and Transportation, Hercule Campus. We have Josh Bolton, NSCC Construction Fundamentals Program faculty member, and Ryan Rodenizer, a graduate of the program. Madam Speaker, what makes this program truly special is that it gives back to the community. This summer, students in this program developed their trade skills by building an accessibility ramp at the home of a veteran who now lives with Huntington's disease. On that note, Madam Speaker, I also want to introduce this veteran so that this House can thank him for his service to our country. Brad Carmichael was a reservist in the Combat Engineer Regiment, 36 CER from 2010 to 2018. He is joined here today by his mother Peggy Carmichael Maston and his aunt Nancy Bartow. I ask that all members of the legislature rise and applaud Brad Carmichael for his years of service.
Welcome to the House. Such an honor to have you here to join us. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
And with that, Madam Speaker, I'll move on to read the notice of motion. I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Nova Scotia Community College's Construction Fundamentals program is introducing students to a variety of skilled trades careers while also allowing students to give back to the community. And whereas this summer, students enrolled in this program at the Akerley campus spent 4 days building an accessibility ramp at the home of Brad Carmichael, a reservist who now lives with Huntington's disease. And whereas this free 8-week program not only taught students skills in construction, but how to put them to good use to support a Nova Scotian neighbor in the truest Blue Noser fashion. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this legislature join in applauding these students along with the partnership between Nova Scotia Community College, Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency, and the Construction Association of Nova Scotia, who put this program together. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction before I read my resolution.
Please do.
That was the motion. Madam Speaker, in the gallery, joining us today from the Crop and Livestock Insurance Commission, welcome guests John Visser, the chair, all the way from the big city of Stewiacke, joining us this morning. Alicia Lushington-Parsons, a longtime employee of the board. Nick Bell, director, and Jen Thompson, executive director for the Department of Agriculture, Risk Management and Lending. I asked you to stand and accept the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following congratulatory resolution. Whereas the Crop Insurance Act, now known as the Crop and Livestock Insurance Act, began supporting farmers 55 years ago in 1968. And whereas the Act is administered by the Nova Scotia Crop and Livestock Insurance Commission, whose board and staff have worked to bring reliable peace of mind to farmers throughout the province for decades. And whereas the Commission provides broad coverage with 18 plans of insurance for 57 types of crop and livestock and continues to ensure necessary coverage when small businesses need it the most with an insurance value of more than $260 million. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House join me in congratulating the board and staff of the Nova Scotia Crop and Livestock Insurance Commission on their 55th year supporting the agriculture sector here in Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for African Nova Scotia Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the Canadian International Black Women of Excellence organization based in Ontario supports and celebrates Black women and the achievements they have made in Canada and beyond by nominating Black women as one of Canada's top 100 Black women to watch each year. And whereas Ms. Tia Upshaw, the CEO of Black Women Excellence in Nova Scotia, has been awarded the Top 100 Black Woman in Canada Award for her exceptional work, empowering and uplifting many female entrepreneurs in and beyond our community. And whereas Ms. Wendolyn Brown has received the prestigious Top 100 Black Women in Canada Award for her dedication as the CEO of Empowerment for Hope and providing crucial resources and support, helping families thrive and putting an end to the cycle of violence and silence that has affected so many people. Therefore, be it resolved that members of the House of Assembly join me in expressing heartfelt gratitude and extending our warmest congratulations to these two extraordinary women, Ms. Upshaw and Ms. Brown, for their well-deserved Top 100 Black Women in Canada Awards, and thank them for their commitment to engaging and empowering women in Nova Scotia Scotia, which greatly enriches our communities. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following congratulatory resolution. Whereas yesterday, Denhan Greenhouses was recognized for their excellent local produce and leadership in agri-food innovation, receiving the 2023 Taste of Nova Scotia Producer of the Year Award. And whereas this family-run business in the Annapolis Valley has grown through 3 generations, become a team of 50 employees, and is committed to excellence in quality, food safety, and protecting the environment, while also supporting the community by contributing generously to Feed Nova Scotia. And whereas their fresh cucumbers can be enjoyed year-round now thanks to their innovative decision to install LED lights in their greenhouses, giving Nova Scotians continuous access to fresh, locally grown produce. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House join in congratulating the Taste of Nova Scotia Producer of the Year, Denhan Greenhouses, for their 60 years as an outstanding agricultural business in this province. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. We'll now move on to introduction of bills. I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Eliminate Parking Fees at Hospitals.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Annapolis begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Eliminate Parking Fees at Hospitals.
Bill 397, an act to eliminate parking fees at hospitals.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 380 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Public Utilities Act, respecting executive compensation at Nova Scotia Power Incorporated.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 380 of the Revised Statutes of 1989, the Public Utilities Act, respecting executive compensation at Nova Scotia Power Incorporated.
Bill 398, an act to amend Chapter 380 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Public Utilities Act, respecting executive compensation at Nova Scotia Power Incorporated.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide for a Fair Review of Nova Scotia Workers' Compensation System.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer, begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide for a Fair Review of Nova Scotia's Workers' Compensation System.
Bill 399, an act to provide for a fair review of Nova Scotia's Workers' Compensation System.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. We will now move on to notices of motion. I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the Speaker and Deputy Speakers of this House are nonpartisan positions, and those occupying these positions must act in their roles with fairness, independence, and in full knowledge of and compliance with the long-established rules of this House, whereas both actual partisan activity and perceived partisan activity of our speakers and deputy speakers must be curtailed in order to preserve the legitimacy of representative democracy, and there is a precedent in this House by the current government of attempts to interfere in the independence of the Speaker, whereas the MLA for Shelburne has appeared in partisan advertisements that have launched during a time that he occupies the chair. The MLA for Shelburne has, through measurable metrics that I will table, reprimanded and demanded retractions from members of the opposition, demonstrably more than members of the government. Therefore, be it resolved that this House reaffirms and reasserts the importance of the independence of the elected Speaker and deputy speakers of the House, and the necessity of such members to refrain from engaging in partisan political activity that can impugn their credibility as independent, nonpartisan arbiters of this House. I would ask for a waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? No. There are several nays. There's defeated. Okay. It has been tabled. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to table my own notice of motion. Whereas the independence of the chairs and speakers and deputy speakers of this House is paramount to the functioning of the House. Whereas members should ask themselves, where would this House be without somebody like a speaker or a deputy speaker or a chair to preside over proceedings in a fair and reasonable manner? Whereas earlier this week, the Leader of the Opposition was found to have been challenging the speakers and chairs of this House unnecessarily and made to apologize to the members of this House for his unparliamentary action. Whereas the Leader of the Opposition continues to challenge the independence of the chairs. I ask for all members of this.
Order. The Honourable Premier has the floor.
Therefore, thank you, Madam Speaker. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House recognize the importance of the responsibilities of the chairs, deputy speakers, and speakers of this House, and agree to cease challenging them on every single ruling that they make. I ask for a waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It has been tabled. We'll move on to statements by members. I recognize the Honourable Member for Richmond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I would like to acknowledge the community of Lordways and the Holy Guardian Angels Parish. On September 3rd, a celebration took place celebrating the 200th anniversary of the parish. Holy Guardian Angels Parish became the 9th parish within the Diocese of Antigonish, with records dating back to 1823. Thanks to dedicated community members over the years, the church has been well maintained and is considered a focal point in the community. I would like to especially acknowledge Ramon Burke. Ramon was Richmond County's Volunteer of the Month for January this year. She is the chair of the Lordways Parish Council and was a member of the 200th Anniversary Planning Committee. Ramon is a loyal and dedicated volunteer in her community and is always willing to go above and beyond. Please join me in celebrating Ramon Burke and the anniversary of the Holy Guardian Angels Parish in the beautiful community of Lordways. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the cold weather begins, it reminds us all of the difficult choices that many Nova Scotians must face as they turn up the heat in their homes. I would like to take this opportunity to speak about a group of people in Pictou County who have been helping those with an urgent need for more than 20 years. Starting in just a few weeks, the Pictou County Fuel Fund will begin their work over the next 6 months to help families heat their homes. Last year, the fund helped 374 families, more than a 40% increase from the previous season. Their motto is, no one should go cold in Pictou County, and the group, funded entirely by community donations, works hard to ensure their neighbors have a warm home each and every night. Madam Speaker, as the many Nova Scotians face tough decisions when paying the bills, particularly with higher rates to their power, I ask that all members join me in thanking organizations like the Pictou County Fuel Fund that help their fellow Nova Scotians get through the winter.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Girls Leading Girls tennis program. My girls have been involved in a number of sports, but none is like the Girls Leading Girls tennis program. Girls Leading Girls program provides an environment for girls to develop a passion for tennis and a pathway to foster strong leadership skills. This program is led by Girls Leading Girls youth mentors and local certified coaches. It's a girl-created program hosted in a positive environment that is designed to encourage young girls to both play and stay in the sport of tennis. The program is led by Girls Leading Girls mentors, which in turn is exactly what their mission is, Girls Leading Girls. I'd like all members to join me in congratulating the Girls Leading Girls program for their success, and I thank them for inspiring young girls to become tennis phenoms like Venus and Serena and teaching them to be leaders in their community.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a life of service to others should be celebrated. I rise today to honour retired Halifax Regional Police Constable Jeff Brown. Madam Speaker, Jeff has been a dedicated HRP officer for 20 years. Prior to joining, he served with the Royal Canadian Navy. The majority of his policing career has been spent serving the residents of Dartmouth. Since 2017, Jeff has been our community response officer, developing strong relationships with community members. Now that Constable Brown has retired, the community of Dartmouth East welcomes Constable Cody Schultz to the position. Congratulations on your retirement, Jeff. On behalf of the province of Nova Scotia and the residents of Dartmouth, thank you for your outstanding service and dedication to helping others. Christine, the children, and I are very grateful for your friendship and wish you all the best on the many new adventures that await you. All the best, my friend. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It takes a village to run a smooth sport team. I stand today to recognize and thank the Hockey Village anchors from the Cole Harbour Minor Hockey Association. The coaches, the unsung heroes of a well-run hockey team. They are the first ones to arrive and the last ones to leave after a game or practice. The manager handling everything off the ice, the players, the reason parents get up at 6 a.m. in the winter before work, the parents who are the glue that holds the team together, whether revolving, carpools, early morning coffee runs, bringing the team post-game snacks. The parents are truly the oil that helps the machine running. The officials, referees, scorekeepers, and the Zamboni driver, the next time you want to argue a call, just think about how much they contribute to your child's sports experience. And the fans, the Cole Harbour Minor hockey parents, are the biggest fans, cheering on their team whenever they hit the ice. Thank you to all who continue to help and nurture the Cole Harbour Minor Hockey Association, and all the best this hockey season. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South, or Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, Dartmouth North resident Dr. Mariah Cooper is a scholar of medieval gender and sexuality who focuses on medieval English sexual violence laws and trials. Her research will focuses on the history of rape myths and victim blaming. In 2021, Mariah was featured on a CBC Radio Ideas episode about rape and romance in medieval England. In that interview, she told the CBC that we are living in the past when it comes to our current day sexual assault laws us and how society treats survivors. As a PhD student, Mariah found that sexual assault trials in the 1200s and 1300s had a conviction rate of about 10%. According to the CBC, in Canada between 2009 and 14, around 12% of reported sexual assault complaints resulted in convictions. Those numbers are much too close, Madam Speaker. I ask the House to join me in thanking Dr. Cooper for her in-depth research into how the justice system treated and still treats survivors of sexual violence. In doing so, she's shown us how far we haven't come when it comes to sexual assault convictions and victim blaming, and has given us an opportunity to reflect and to do better. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Preston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize and congratulate Ms. Viola Kane, who resides in the community of North Preston. Ms. Bola, as she has been affectionately known, has been a foster mother to more than 150 children for nearly 50 years, while officially adopting 3 of the children. Ms. Kane has received 3 Foster Mother of the Year awards, and in January of 2023, she received the Queen Elizabeth II Platinum Jubilee Medal. Many of the children still call her mom and visit her to this day. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to please join me to thank and congratulate Ms. Kane for her many years of being a foster mother. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West, who is joining us virtually.
Madam Speaker, I recently had the pleasure to connect with the local Filipino community at their summer community picnic held at Fort Needham Memorial Park in the north end of Halifax, organized by the Filipino Association of Nova Scotia, known as FANS. It was wonderful to meet members and leaders of the Filipino community, including Consul Connie Lassen and President Helen Espino-Burchell, who has been serving in this capacity since earlier this year. FANS has a long and rich history of serving our cities and provinces' Filipino diaspora since their humble beginning in the early 1960s. Thank you to FAN for allowing me and Liberal leader, the member for Yarmouth, to join you at all your community events. We both look forward to connecting again soon. I ask the House to join me in thanking FANS for all they do in the community and to support the growing Filipino community in Clayton Park West. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. The House of Assembly congratulates Stephen Kimber on his upcoming induction to the Order of Nova Scotia. The author of 2 novels and 11 nonfiction works, Stephen Kimber is one of the most distinguished writers and journalists and educators in our province. His work has appeared in most major Canadian publications, including Canadian Geographic, Maclean's, the Globe and Mail, and the Toronto Star. His Sailors, Slackers, and Blind Pigs, Halifax at War, is a seminal and engaging treatment of those defining years. His Alexa, Changing the Face of Canadian Politics, is an outstanding illustration of the political biographer's art. A professor of journalism for more than 30 years at the University of King's College, Stephen Kimber has served 3 separate terms as director of the King's School of Journalism and co-founded King's Master of Fine Arts in Creative Nonfiction degree program. The Order of Nova Scotia, the highest honour of the province of Nova Scotia, recognizes excellence, outstanding contributions, and achievements. Stephen Kimber is a fitting recipient of the order. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Hold on to your hat, because I'm here to talk about the U15 Tier 1 girls baseball team in Oxford. The Oxford Wildcats girls, as you recall, a few years ago I had a few of these girls in the Legislative Assembly for a visit. Well, Madam Speaker, that was their first provincial title. They're here to celebrate their 3rd in a row. This team is dedicated and hardworking, and it paid off once again. Their coaches Jason Dickey, Lucas Porter, and Sam Porter led the team to victory again this year. Team members include Lily Dickey, Grace Weatherby, Emma Reed, Bella Porter, Julia Sharp, Danica Hibbert, Alora Adams, Kayla McNally, Rhea McDonald, Alex Chitty, and Candace Smith. Please join me in congratulating this Dynasty baseball team on one more provincial championship. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And November is a very important month in our lives as we remember veterans who have passed and who have fought for Canada. And I just want to wish the 4 Legions in my district a great remembrance season, and I look forward to sharing those ceremonies with you. So to Branch 8 Sydney Mines, Branch 19 North Sydney, Branch 83 in Florence, and Branch 126 in Westmount, I hope you have a very successful poppy season and a great November, and we will remember them. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, when a family finds out that their child needs to receive specialist medical treatment, there will immediately be new worries, including how to afford the new unwelcome expenses like trips to the hospital and at-home medical supplies. The IWK Rheumatology Clinic has started a new initiative to alleviate some of this burden. IWK staff and families who run the Blue Nose Marathon often do so in support of Cassie and Friends, a charity dedicated to supporting kids with rheumatic diseases and their families. The Rheumatology Clinic, with the help of Cassie and Friends, has stocked a resource cupboard with supplies like splints, numbing cream, dressings, and stretch bands. These items are free to whomever needs them, and they help keep the IWK's comfort promise to families that IWK Health will do everything possible to prevent and treat pain. Madam Speaker, I ask that my colleagues in the House recognize the staff of the IWK Rheumatology Clinic, as well as Cassie and Friends, for their work in ensuring no patient or family goes without medical supplies they need.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize the Cochrane Family Farm in Upper Stewiacke. Frank not only wanted to grow vegetables for himself, but also for the community, and he also sells seeds so that other people can grow their own. Each day, Frank, his wife Lisa, and their children all work together to help grow that farm. If knocked down with tough times, and he has many, especially with damaging weather lately, Frank and his family get back up and they operate with what is left. For instance, Frank's daughter Julie sells baked goods, and I can attest that they are absolutely fantastic. Madam Speaker, I'm so pleased to say that on October the 23rd, 2023, the Cochrane Family Farm was awarded the Agriculture Enterprise of the Year Award from the Truro and Colchester Chamber of Commerce. I wish to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the very deserving Cochrane family. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In Bangor, we are proud to have the only operational water-powered sawmill in Nova Scotia. Unfortunately, in early 2022, the museum's dam was damaged. 1 year later, Laura Maya played a significant role in sparking interest in the future of the Moulin de Bangor. She began with a fundraising campaign and later organized a community meeting that drew widespread participation. Since then, the Commission de Développement de Bangor, the sawmill's owners, have elected a new board, effectively entrusting the site's care to a new generation. Their first fundraiser was a remarkable success, providing the necessary funds for dam repairs, and they are now considering reopening the sawmill next year. I invite all members to join me in applauding the Commission de Développement de Bangor and the Bangor community for their renewed commitment to preserving the Moulin de Bangor. Merci.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On Monday, August 7th, the St. Philip's African Orthodox Church's Caribbean Festival was held. Every year, the festival is extremely successful. People from all over the CBRM turn out for the chicken and rice dinner, fish cakes, Jamaican patties, sugar cakes, as well as the Whitney Pier's famous hot sauce. This always drives the crowd to come. Everyone was well fed and entertained by the games of chants and music, and I want to thank all the organizers, volunteers, and those that prepared all the food. I want to thank them, and I want to tell them how much they make this community so very special. And I thank them all so much. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to commend and recognize the hard work ethic of Shivani Demisha of Shivani's Kitchen, established in 2014. When Shivani recognized a gap in supply of home-cooked Indian-style food in our community, she set out to change that. What began as home delivery evolved into cooking classes, and now you can find her products on shelves in the stores throughout Atlantic Canada and the United States. Most impressive is Shivani's unwavering commitment to her dream. When COVID closed down her takeout restaurant at Seaport Market, that's when she came up with the big plan to make food production her priority, and she opened a food production facility at the Station Food Hub in Newport Station, my former elementary school. Madam Speaker, not only has Shivani been successful in growing her own brand, but she also prioritizes helping other entrepreneurs, proving that she is a true leader, role model, and an incredible asset to our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Madam Speaker, we are fortunate in Annapolis to have so many dedicated, compassionate volunteers who work tirelessly to make their community an even better place to work, live, and play. Each year, a number of these amazing folks are celebrated at the Annapolis County Volunteer Event. One of these very deserving 2023 honorees was Debbie Hannum. Debbie is a longtime community volunteer and has generously given her time and talent to several groups, including the Senator Lee Hall, Bridgetown Band Parents Association, Girl Guides, Gordon Providence United Church, Annapolis County Learning Disabilities Association, and the Annapolis Kings Palliative Care Group. She also recently received the Unsung Heroes Award from Nova Scotia Health, an award that celebrates exceptional individuals who quietly make a difference every day through their work with Nova Scotia Health. Madam Speaker, I invite all members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Debbie Hannum on being recognized at the 2023 Annapolis County Volunteer Event. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate and thank many volunteers who each summer dedicate their time to the Amherst Little League organization. Amherst Little League has been providing free baseball to children ages 4 to 12 since 1955. Over those 68 years, thousands of children have had the opportunity to experience good sportsmanship and friendship, with those friendships lasting long after Little League. Thanks to generous corporate sponsors and hundreds of thousands of volunteer hours, Amherst Little League continues to set a great example in our community. The league is fortunate to operate 3 baseball diamonds and a new clubhouse, all located on the same grounds in the center of Amherst. This past summer's executive included President Mike LeBlanc, Vice President Steve Wells, Treasurer Mike King, Secretary John Murray, as well as a long list of committee chairs, all of whom are totally committed to ensuring children learn the game of baseball. Madam Speaker, please join me in thanking the volunteers with Amherst Little League for their dedication to youth of our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On October 14th, I was pleased to attend an open reception for Nocturne 2023, hosted at National Public Relations Office. We went on an hour-long tour to view a few key exhibits within that event. I have to say, Nocturne at Night is something everyone should experience. Nocturne is an independent free contemporary art festival in Halifax presented by the Nocturne Art at Night Society. The festival brings out art and energy to our streets of our beautiful city, showcasing and celebrating the visual art scene in Mi'kma'ki. Nocturne believes that reconciliation is a responsibility of all Canadians, and as an organization, they're always looking for and finding ways to bring reconciliation into their practice and planning. Some of the Art at Night highlights included Future Fragments. It was outside of the Central Library, and they showcased a participatory installation that empowered Millbrook youth and community members to express their dreams for their future through mixed media art. I'd like all members of this House to join me in congratulating Nocturne 2023 in a successful event this year.
I recognize the honourable member for Queens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge quiz master Greg Tuddy of Liverpool and his contribution to the ongoing fundraising efforts for the Liverpool Curling Club.
A self-employed graphic designer, Greg is well known in Queens for hosting trivia nights at various venues. Last June, he began the tradition of quiz night at the Curling Club on the first Friday of each month, and it has quickly grown to become a popular night of entertainment for both locals and visitors. Every month, folks scramble to reserve one of the 18 available team tables and a chance to win one of the 4 delectable homemade desserts that have been donated as prizes. Madam Speaker, it is my pleasure to recognize Greg's efforts and to thank him for his support and the significant funds he has helped raise on behalf of this very important organization in Queens. Thank you, Greg, and thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise my place to recognize that we're coming on the Diwali celebrations that are going to be happening in City very soon, and I look forward to participating in the celebrations with everyone at home. We have a very large, as I've said before in the legislature, we have thousands of international students now attending Cape Breton University, and with that comes a lot of really great celebrations around cultures, not only Diwali, but cultures all over the world. So I rise in my place to recognize all of the students at CBU again, and I look forward to celebrating Diwali with everyone when I get home. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, it is hard to know what else to say to bring the urgency and fear that people are feeling around housing into this chamber. While drafting this statement, my constituency office received 2 calls, 1 email, and 1 drop-in from people who had already lost or were at immediate risk of losing their housing. A single mother of 5, a woman in her 50s, a man in his 60s, a 78-year-old. The day before we met with the constituent who is about to be unhoused for the 8th time in his life. We recently supported a 70-year-old man who was released from prison onto a park bench and then from hospital right back onto that same park bench. My office fills out many priority access applications for families and seniors who need emergency public housing, but the average wait is 1.6 years. The bridge is full and all the shelters are full too. Winter weather is here and hundreds of people are living outside. Madam Speaker, housing is healthcare and the government needs to act accordingly to do more faster to ensure everyone has a safe and affordable place to live.
I recognize the honourable member for Digby Annapolis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the incredible Annapolis Basin Outdoor Adventure Society. The Annapolis Basin Outdoor Adventure Society is a volunteer group that works together to create safe and inclusive trails in Annapolis County. These trails are maintained by the Society throughout the year so that people of all ages can walk, run, bike, cross-country ski, you name it. In June, I joined more than 130 trail enthusiasts to celebrate the official opening of the Upper Clements Trails. Madam Speaker, everyone knows and loved Upper Clements Park, the Wildlife Park, and the Adventure Park. Now their memory will live on through these trails. Members of the Society put lots of love and care into all the details of the trails, from the colors of the park benches and marking the remains of the Wildlife Park for everyone to see. The Outdoor Adventure Society has already committed over 2,000 hours of volunteer time to build more trails, and they're not done yet. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the hardworking volunteers of the Annapolis Basin Outdoor Adventure Society, and I can't wait to get back on the trails. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Another summer has come and gone, and beautiful weather, warm beaches, and the Spryfield Farmers Outdoor Market. I want to thank all the vendors and volunteers who make this market such a success. This season was amazing. Each year it grows and grows. What started as a dream and plans from university students has become one of the largest farmers market. With the cold weather, it has now moved inside to St. Paul's Community Hall. Thank you to all involved, and I look forward to continuing to support local. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, the Afterwards Literary Festival is on this weekend. It was founded in 2019 by Ryan Turner and Stephanie Domet. The festival calls upon everyone to help us build an equitable society where citizens are equipped with the tools and passion to read, write, and tell stories, are empowered to consider other points of view, and where the work of artists is respected as a necessary pillar of democracy. What a great vision statement. There's lots on this weekend, including a Kids' Day at the Central Library. Madam Speaker, let's all wish best wishes to the festival organizers and goers this weekend.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to bring recognition to the exemplary efforts of the Northfield District Fire Department during July's massive flood event, which devastated much of my constituency. In the early hours of July 22nd, members of the department arrived on scene at Trunk 10 near Feeners Corner Road to find fast-moving water flowing over the highway and beginning to engulf a nearby home. Worried for the home's residents, amidst the rising water, the decision was made to evacuate, and a call placed to Jackie Turner of Turner & Turner Lumber, who quickly arrived with a large front-end loader. Using the loader bucket, Mr. Turner rescued the homeowner, Ted Broom, and his partner, Ethel, who uses a walker, and delivered them safely to the highway. This was the first of 2 rescues that day, and long hours spent pumping basements and managing roadblocks. Madam Speaker, I ask that members of this House please join me in commending these community heroes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize and thank the staff and residents at Northwood in my riding of Bedford South. In May, the centre was evacuated twice during the wildfires in Tantallon, upending the lives and routines of the over 200 residents who live there. Residents were evacuated to other Northwood locations for several days, supported by their dedicated staff. Less than 2 months later, the centre was again struck by a natural disaster with the July floods. The first floor of the centre suffered severe flood damage, and residents on that floor were forced to relocate for the 3rd time in 2 months. Despite these serious challenges, the staff and residents, under the leadership of CEO Janet Sim, remain resilient and cheerful. I ask all members of the House to join me in wishing everyone at Northwood Bedford a return to normalcy and thank them for their courage as they have faced a most difficult year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On June 10th, I had the privilege to join dozens of community members on the ALS walk held in New Waterford. I want to recognize the efforts of Nancy Poirier and all the volunteers that made the ALS walk a success. This year, the Cape Breton ALS walk raised $22,830. Please join me in thanking Nancy, the CB Walk volunteers, and the community for raising $22,830 for the ALS.
I recognize the honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the hard work that went into creating the Hawks Dream Field. Everyone gets to play. These are the words of the late Walter McNeil, a baseball fan, player, coach from Dominion. His belief was that everyone deserves to play regardless of their ability or disability. That was the driving force behind the Hawks Dreamfield Society, and the result is a field unlike any other. The fully accessible recreational complex features a bocce ball courts, washrooms and large changing tables, an accessible canteen, a splash pad, a walking trail, and many more specialized features designed to ensure inclusivity. It is my extreme honor today to recognize Walter's family, Tony, Lisa, and Carrie, as well as the rest of the committee, on the success of the amazing community project. I would also like to recognize the larger community, particularly the Hawks Club, Branch 78 Legion, and together you put the unity in community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to recognize and congratulate the 27th captain of the Boston Bruins, Hammonds Plains native, Brad Marchand. He was chosen to in the 2006 draft, made his debut with the Bruins in 2009. He's won a Stanley Cup. He's won and performed well at a number of different international competitions. He's done extremely well with the Boston Bruins organization. Recently, Bruins CEO Charlie Jacobs said in a release that he's proud of the hockey player Brad has become. Brad has been a Bruin for over 15 years and had the opportunity to learn from great leaders like Zdeno Chara and Patrice Bergeron. He's ready for the opportunity, and our whole team will learn from his competitive nature and tenacity. Jacobs feels like Brad will lead with heart and grit. No question he plays with heart and grit. He's a great guy, and I want to wish Brad and the whole Marchand family congratulations.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Madam Speaker, I have to stand today and just be a proud mom. I want to share the good news. This week I went to CBU, and my husband and I shared in the graduation ceremony for our daughter Sharon, who graduated from CBU as a registered nurse. So proud of her. I want to share our son Matthew is graduating from St. X as a math and physics high school teacher on December the 1st. Joel is then off to, he's at basic training right now and heading to Vancouver to be trained for a naval warship officer. And Thomas, our oldest, and his partner Christina just gave us our first grandson, Beau Taylor James McCrossin. And as a mom, I say, once you become a mother, your heart is never your own. And I just want to stand today and say, I love you to all four of my children and how proud I am of them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Arnold Hagan and Doug Doucette on the grand unveiling of Truro's rebranded mall, the Hub Shopping Centre. It's only fitting as Truro is known as the Hub of Nova Scotia. Arnold and Doug's commitment to revitalizing this retail destination is truly commendable. The transformation not only benefits shoppers, but also invigorates the local economy, providing new opportunities for businesses and employment. It's inspiring to witness such dedication to community growth and development. Here's to a vibrant future of shopping, entertainment, and community engagement at the newly rebranded Hub Shopping Centre. Thank you to Arnold and Doug for their hard work on this project, and cheers to your success. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before we continue on here, I just want to acknowledge there are a number of people in and out of the chamber here that have not entered or exited with acknowledging the person that is speaking or myself in the chair. And I think I've allowed this to continue for quite a long time now. But this is my last warning. I will start naming individuals and calling them out as it's actually happening, because it's very disrespectful to your colleagues that are speaking, and to the clerks, and to myself. Continue on. The member from Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to wish a very special happy birthday to one of our colleagues here, the member for Fairview Clayton Park. Someone who's become a dear friend of ours. She's been elected since 2013. She's been dedicated to the Liberal Party for years before that. She was a competent and compassionate Minister of the Crown, a page in this House, and she continues to serve the Crown and the House as Deputy House Leader. And she's, I think we can all agree, one of the individuals in this chamber that knows the most about the rules, knows the most about everything that goes on here. And I just want to say how impressed I am with her and how proud I am of her for always rising to the occasion and stepping up to serve her community, her party, and the people of the province. Happy birthday.
I recognize the honourable member for Antigonish.
Madam Speaker, at the 49th Provincial Volunteer Awards held recently, Mike Hinchy was recognized for his volunteer work. Mike, aka Mr. Pickleball, has been instrumental in the success of the Pickleball Antigonish Society. What started with a few players now has more than 250 members of all ages. Mike has strategically built the Pickleball Antigonish membership by identifying the 4 pillars: community partnerships, leadership, access to education and training, and facility access. Mike has worked with Antigonish Town Recreation to have the existing tennis courts renovated to multi-use courts with both tennis lines and pickleball lines. Pickleball Antigonish ensures that everyone is welcome to join, offering beginner instruction courses and a variety of tournaments. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the House to thank Mike and all Nova Scotians who volunteer their time and skills for the betterment of our province. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Each year, a number of amazing volunteers are celebrated at the Annapolis County Volunteer Event. One of the very deserving 2023 honorees was 13-year-old Harrison Murphy. Harrison is very active and a dedicated volunteer at his school and in the broader community. He is sound and lights operator with the school drama club and has also taken on the role of Swoops as the school mascot. He helps out with a variety of community celebrations and parades, is involved with the Bridgetown and Area Chamber of Commerce, the Bridgetown and Area Development Association, and a variety of environmental initiatives. Madam Speaker, I invite all members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Harrison Murphy on being recognized at the 2023 Annapolis County Volunteer Event. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Shelburne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Coastal Grove Farm located in Port Latour. It's 100% certified organic farm, including a greenhouse heated and cooled by geothermal energy. This farm is carbon neutral with a goal of net negative and is aiming for less than 0 GHG emissions. The farm grows premium quality hand-harvested organic produce, including saffron, herbs, spices, and vegetables. Because they use no chemicals and only the best sustainable farming practices with their farm. When their farm is done, the earth will be healthier than it was before. Although Coastal Grove sustained a deal of damage during Hurricane Lee, they remain committed and are currently in the process of adding another geothermally heated greenhouse. Madam Speaker, I respectfully ask all members join me in thanking the owners, Matt and Cynthia, for their commitment to producing healthy food and a healthy environment for all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Guysborough-Tracadie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the constituents from Guysborough-Tracadie who recently received the Provincial Volunteer Awards. Brian Long from Giants Lake has been a lifetime community volunteer with various groups. When his children were in school, he volunteered for many extracurricular activities. In his retirement, continues to volunteer and give back as it gives him a sense of pride and purpose. This summer, Michael Porter from Sherbrooke won the Municipality of the District of St. Mary's Volunteer of the Year Award. Michael, a carpenter at Sherbrooke Village, is a dedicated volunteer and over the last few years has raised thousands of dollars for the local food bank with his musical talents at the Sherbrooke Market Days. Lastly, the Mulgrave Volunteer Fire Department has been a constant support for community events, fundraisers, and give back to other nonprofit organizations. Their commitment to their own training to keep the community safe is certainly a comfort to the residents of Mulgrave. I ask members of the House to join me in congratulating these volunteers and all those who give their time to help their neighbours and communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. Order, please. The time allotted for oral questions put by members to ministers will now begin. It is 10 o'clock and we will finish at 10:50. I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Alberta's Conservative Premier is threatening Nova Scotians' pensions by aiming to withdraw from the Canada Pension Plan, taking a huge chunk of funding out of that plan with her. When asked about this yesterday by the media, the Premier said that'll be between them and the federal government. We don't have any influence on that one. Madam Speaker, this could impact the pension for every single senior in Nova Scotia. Why won't the Premier step up and lobby his counterpart to stand down so that we can protect the pension of seniors in this province?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, look, we're always concerned about any impact at the federal level, at the national level that would have on Nova Scotians. Of course we are. We hope Alberta stays in the national plan. I believe in the federation. I believe in this country. I know it's stronger when it's together. We hope they stay in the CPP. The finance ministers are meeting today. I know our own finance minister will be leading a lot of that discussion. I'm meeting with premiers over the next few days. This will no doubt be a topic of discussion. Of course, we want Alberta to stay in the national plan. We're always concerned. I believe in the federation.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, when the Premier chairs the Council of the Federation. He has say over the agenda. When asked if this issue of critical importance to every single pensioner in our province was going to be on the agenda, he couldn't say if it would make the cut for the discussion. Will the Premier please commit today to ensure that he and all other premiers stand up against his cousin Conservative, the Premier of Alberta, and stop her from damaging seniors' pensions from one end of the country to the other?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am very proud to be the chair of the Council of the Federation. We will be meeting this week. We'll meet. We speak frequently. The agenda is set by, of course, everyone. Every premier has some input into that, and their teams as well, of course. And Madam Speaker, I just want to remind the member that when there are times to stand up for Nova Scotia, this government stands up. That's why we stood up to the carbon tax when the opposition stayed silent. And guess what, Madam Speaker? Last week, the federal government said, you're right, we will give some reprieve to Nova Scotians. They need to go further, and there's an opportunity for that member to talk to his cousin in Ottawa and say,
Leader of the Official Opposition on his final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, and herein lies the problem. The Premier points to the opposition party that's in a minority and says, you do something, you lobby, you get something from Ottawa, when he can't do it himself. We've got an issue here, by the way, that's going to impact our seniors way more than the carbon tax is, and the Premier won't stand up for pensioners in this province and stand up for seniors and even get this issue on the agenda of the Council of the Federation. Will he please commit to this chamber that he'll make sure this conversation is front and center with all premiers in this province?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I just want to assure all Nova Scotians that I would never point to the member opposite and ask him to do something, because I sat here for 8 years. Well, he did nothing, Madam Speaker. As Minister of Health, as Minister of Municipal Affairs, as Minister of Education, I know what that member is capable of. But I will say this, Madam Speaker, there are times when it's time to put partisan politics to the side and stand up for Nova Scotians. And when those times arise, and the first thing that government did when they were in was nothing, but when we put our energy plan forward, they went to the media and said, it's terrible, it's terrible, it's terrible. Guess what, Madam Speaker? 2 weeks ago, the national government said, we support that plan. They've had chances to stand up. They've had many chances to stand up for Nova Scotians. I'm just waiting for the first time that they do.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, the Premier talked about the national attention that our province is getting on health care. And since he wants to talk about the news, I'll table a few national and international stories about the ER crisis that has worsened since he's been elected. From the New York Post, Mom Allison Holtoff dies after waiting 7 hours in Nova Scotia ER, and I'll table that. A CTV Vancouver about Cape Breton Regional. From the UK Independent, woman who died after waiting 7 hours in ER told husband she thought she was dying. The situation in our emergency rooms is worse now than when these were written. When is the government going to admit that there is a serious issue to deal with in our emergency rooms?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And those are obviously incredibly tragic outcomes that just devastate all Nova Scotians. Feel the pain when that happens, for sure. I know I personally feel that pain in a very big way, and I know that the people working in those emergency departments take that very personally. It has a huge impact on them as well. We have tremendous people working in our emergency departments. They go to work every single day, day and night, to support Nova Scotians, to be there for Nova Scotians. Nobody looks away from a tragic outcome from like that, Madam Speaker. But that does not change the fact that there is incredible strides being made to improve what happens in our healthcare system overall. And I'm very proud of the work the team is doing, but we feel terrible pain when those tragedies happen.
The Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, and it seems again today, the Premier is dismissing the issue of increasing deaths in our emergency rooms. Yesterday, he said that the very nature of the department is that not everyone can be saved and that the proportion of people dying is remaining steady. It's not, and I'll table that. He also took the opportunity to plug a new app that is not going to help someone in critical condition waiting in an emergency room hallway. While the Premier's announcing apps, people are dying.
When is he going to treat this like the serious issue that it is?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nova Scotians elected us to fix health care, and we are very focused on that. There are high volumes in our emergency departments. We know that for sure. We know there are incredible innovations that are coming to help divert people away from emergency departments. The app is part of that, Madam Speaker. There are many moving parts. Diverting people away from the emergency department helps those in the emergency department by controlling the volumes a little bit. So if there are people that are turning to emergency departments for things that there are other places they could go and be better served, like the pharmacy clinics, like the mobile clinics, like the virtual clinic, that's a good thing when we can divert people away. And the importance of the app, and I hope the member would recognize this at some point. If we can divert people away from the emergency department, that helps our emergency departments. It's all tied together, Madam Speaker, and we're doing incredible innovations working with healthcare professionals.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Yesterday, the Premier said the issue is that people were coming in at a high triage level. Today, it's people who are coming in because they didn't go to the pharmacy clinic. All we are asking is to acknowledge that this is a problem and to understand what we're going to do about it. A hospital staff person explained one man died recently after waiting 5 hours in an ambulance hallway. It was 5 hours and 40 minutes because they didn't realize he needed a blood transfusion for 5 hours because of all the dysfunction in the emergency department. More people died in the first 9 months this year than in the entire record-breaking year previous. Staff in ERs are going above and beyond, but they need this government to do more. Will the Premier please acknowledge that this is a problem and tell us how he's going to fix it?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And when there's a negative outcome, it is a problem, and it is painful for people. There will be people that pass away in emergency departments. It is the very nature of an emergency department that the sickest show up there. There will be situations where people pass in emergency departments, and it is hard on those people working in the departments. It is certainly hard on governments. We take that. I'll be happy to walk the member through all of the various innovations that we've made to improve healthcare. If I thought they would have a receptive audience, I'd be happy to invest that time. Time and time again, we talk about what's happening, but time and time again, we see that member stand up in this chamber and be negative about teachers, saying they make their kids put their hands up, be negative about those working in triage, questioning their ability to triage people. I trust the people delivering services to Nova Scotians.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We see on display again the Premier's tactics. When he's asked a question he can't answer, he blames and he deflects. We're asking a serious question about a potential impact to every single senior in this province, their income, and their inability to put food on the table, pay for their medication, and make their mortgage payments or rent payments. And the Premier gets up and grandstands about other issues. My question to the Premier, he actually has an opportunity to play a leadership role this weekend with all of his Premier friends being here, including Premier Danielle Smith. Will he ensure that the Canada Pension Plan issue is on the agenda, front and center, so that his premiers can make a stand and protect those seniors who require these pensions to live every day?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I have no doubt, as the Premier's already answered that question and indicated that all Premiers will have a say in what the agenda is for that meeting. And we will all be interested to see how that meeting goes. But I will assure the member that this issue is also being dealt with at the Finance Minister's table today at lunchtime, and we will certainly be putting forward Nova Scotia's position, which is one that we believe in the Canada Pension Plan. It's part of the national fabric of our country, and we believe it's the place for all provinces and territories to stay.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
The other thing the Premier does when he can't answer a question is deflect to another minister. I'm sorry, but the Deputy Premier is not sitting at the Council of the Federation this weekend with other premiers. He's not at the table with Premier Danielle Smith. And we have had an answer from the Premier. He's not going to push to have this issue on the table. I don't even think the Premier knows what the impact is actually going to be on seniors in this province. My question to the Premier, because he's the only one sitting at the table with Premier Danielle Smith, will he stand up for Nova Scotians' interests and tell Premier Danielle Smith to stand down on this dangerous and devastating proposal?
I I recognize the Honourable Minister for Finance.
Madam Speaker, these problems are not always solved by people trying to jump in front of cameras and trying to get headlines. Oftentimes, cooler heads will prevail, sensibilities will prevail, and we want to make sure that in our efforts, we're helping the country stay together and come together around something so important to Canadians and Nova Scotians as the Canada Pension Plan.
The Leader of the Official Opposition on a new question.
Madam Speaker, this issue is solved with leadership and standing up in the interests of our seniors in this province. That's how it's going to be solved. This is another issue the Premier has tried to sweep under the rug. He won't even get in his place and answer a simple question. He's the chair. That's not true? That's not true? That's not true? Madam Speaker, that's not true. It is true. I'm asking the Premier. He's the chair of the Council of the Federation. We are calling on him as an opposition party to have the CPP issue on the agenda this weekend with his fellow premiers. Will he commit today to the House to ensure that that happens?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, the issues on the national table today at the with a virtual meeting. We have a meeting called by the federal minister, Minister Freeland. She's called the meeting. The topic of discussion is the Canada Pension Plan. I think we should wait to see how discussions go today and to see what comes out of that meeting. It'll be a very important meeting. We will put Nova Scotia's position forward. And let's start with that, Madam Speaker, because there's a lot of provinces have been spending a lot of time behind the scenes discussing this and discussing positions and where things might go. Let's give it a chance to see what comes out of today's meeting.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, I want to compare the government's response to the carbon tax to this one. Tons of focus on resources, on blaming the opposition party who don't hold a seat with the federal government. Attack ads spent, a lot of time spent blaming the opposition party for the government's own failure. And when it comes to this issue, where the Premier is in a leadership role amongst the Federation, he's the chair of the Council of the Federation, he can't even stand up and say he's going to get this issue on the agenda of the Council this weekend when he's hosting the meeting. My question to the Premier and nobody else, will he at least commit to this House in his spot to put this issue on the agenda of the Council of the Federation this weekend while he's hosting all the premiers across the country here?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Finance.
Madam Speaker, very important issue, and I think Tom Mulcair made a note about our Premier's efforts on the carbon tax, methodical efforts that we saw last week make a difference for Nova Scotians who use heating oil. The carbon tax is now off heating oil in this province. Now, Madam Speaker, the federal government hasn't gone far enough. We would like the carbon tax eliminated. Because we don't believe it gives options for people to move away from fossil fuels, because it doesn't. And it just makes it more expensive for people already living with higher interest rates and inflation. So I hope that we will continue to be methodical to get the carbon.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
You gotta love this government. They blame everybody else. They blame. I love it too, actually, because here's what becomes more obvious every single week. They love taking credit for other people's work, like the minister just did, and blaming everybody else for their failures. It's an absolute incredible thing. You can never lose when you've got no net and you're playing tennis that way. Yay! You guys are great. Put that in your next video. My question to the Premier. We've got an opportunity.
Order. The Leader of the Official Opposition has the floor.
We've got an opportunity this weekend to deal with an issue of grave importance that's bigger than the tax system. This is about seniors' pensions. Will the Premier stand in his place and commit to putting this issue on the agenda?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Finance.
Madam Speaker, I know the member opposite would love to be at that table, but he's not. Nova Scotians have placed their confidence in our Premier to be at that table. Probably because he has a lot of common sense when it comes to the issue of the carbon tax. And I have no doubt he will have a lot of common sense when it comes to the issue of the Canada Pension Plan.
I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition on his final question.
Well, here's the fact. If it was me in that chair, I wouldn't be deflecting on this issue that could impact every single senior in Nova Scotia. I wouldn't be trying to distract with smoke and mirrors. Maybe not, but I'm at least going to bring it up right now and ask because it's important. Our seniors depend on their pensions. Many are barely able to make ends meet in this province right now with costs of everything going up. And the Premier smiles in his place, doesn't even stand up and answer a question. The Minister deflects and talks about other issues. We've got seniors that are scared right now. They want to know that their Premier, whoever it is going to be there for them when they need him. Will the Premier stand in his place and tell the people of this province that he will ensure that the CPP issue is on the agenda for the Council of the Federation this weekend?
Just before we begin, I just want to remind members that you are not to indicate what other members are doing. If they're blowing a bubble, if they're scratching their head, if they're laughing. Okay, so let's just remember that. Okay, we have the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I don't see how we're deflecting this issue. We have a meeting with the Minister of Finance today. I have no doubt that premiers are going to be watching what happens in that meeting. I actually know for a fact that a lot of premiers have been talking to their finance ministers, ensuring that their finance ministers are putting their province's case forward on the Canada Pension Plan. So there's no deflecting. It's happening today at lunchtime. I'll be speaking to the media afterwards. I have no doubt the premiers will be watching all of it, and they'll be continuing on discussions when they meet later this weekend.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development. The members of CUPE Local 54 include developmental interventionists who work with thousands of Nova Scotian families every year, and inclusion coaches who provide coaching services to ECEs at early years programs across the province. These specialists were not included in the recent ECE wage increase, and as a result are now earning less than many of the ECEs whom they mentor. Will the minister commit to paying these workers what they deserve?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So our Nova Scotia Early Childhood Development Intervention Services plays a very important role province-wide in providing specialized services to families. And we and families and our educational leaders and staff greatly value the incredible and important work that they do. These are workers who are unionized, as the member opposite mentioned, and as we have done since we've taken office, we very much respect the collective bargaining process and the role that the unions play in establishing wages for these important workers. And so we continue to ascribe to that respect. We continue to respect that relationship and continue to work with the unions in resolving any questions around wages.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
I find that rich, Madam Speaker, considering how many times this government has gone outside the bargaining process to pay other sectors. And we can list them later. This government is risking families, children, and ECEs losing access to the important services provided by CUPE 5054 employees. In the absence of a fair pay, many are facing the hard decision to leave this organization in search of appropriate wages. It's been a year since they asked for funding to increase their wages, and they have heard nothing from the government in response. Why would this minister rather let thousands of children and families go without these programs than pay these workers a fair wage?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So the member opposite is absolutely right. These are incredibly important workers who support our vulnerable students who are and do incredible work in our educational system. And so we do absolutely value that work. I would also remind the member opposite, though, that we respect the bargaining process. We respect these workers and these unions. We have done so much already to improve pay and compensation for this sector, who has been neglected for decades. So we've invested in our ECEs in childcare, 14 to 46% raises for those folks. We have bargained with and come to agreements with other employees and unions in our educational sector, and we'll continue to do that for these important workers as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For the last 10 years, DNR has been assessing communities for fire risk, and the recent fire hazard reports found multiple Nova Scotia communities at extreme risk for fire, and I'll table that. 5 of those assessments are within HRM, and 3 of those are within the Prospect area, Hatchet Lake, Kelly Point, and Shag End. The province is working to develop a fire risk map, which will allow them to focus on education materials in those communities, but that's going to take some time. The assessments also flag structural issues that only governments can address, like emergency access, and there's no timeline for change built into the reports. What is the Department of Natural Resources doing to ensure we are actively working with HRM to address the recommendations in the report and that residents are aware of what they can do to keep them safe?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank the member opposite for this important question. And just a quick recognition to the 300 plus firefighters that we have in our Department of Natural Resources, all the first responders, agencies, and support units that supported us through this this past year, and certainly our thoughts with the families and communities that were impacted. As the member knows, the Fire Smart program is a very important fire prevention mechanism within our department with the wildland fire interface with urban areas. There certainly are many inspections that go on. Once the Fire Smart program does get initiated through community or municipal ask, the report does go into the community groups or the local municipalities, and the action does take place on there. But certainly I recognize the fact that we certainly still need to have a three-way conversation to ensure the program does carry on.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberlea Prospect.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the answer. And so shortly after the large fire that happened in the Tantallon area, a fire was sparked on the Prospect Road. And I want to ask the question because we were lucky that there was air support in the air, and we were able to knock the fire down quickly in Prospect Road. So I want to thank those firefighters for being able to do that. After that fire in Tantallon, 2 emergency access points were created very quickly in Hammonds Plains. So I'm asking the question, will DNR work proactively to install more emergency exits in areas like Prospect, but the other areas of extreme risk of fire as well? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank the member opposite for the question, and it's not necessarily DNR that puts these egress points in. It's communication from the local municipality, local community groups that put their wishes into the local municipalities and road building processes. I can inform the members of the whole House that there are ongoing conversations about different communities throughout all of Nova Scotia where these egress needs to be. Certainly, we're doing our part 100%. I know that my colleague at the Public Works, they're also doing their part to ensure that every community that's looking for egress is certainly get it. And I will also say since June, there's been 15 home assessments done, 10 community assessments done, and over half a dozen Fire Smart presentations done by our department. We'll certainly carry on this fire prevention program 100%.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West joining us virtually. Go ahead, please.
Madam Speaker, the students at our schools in Clayton Park West are bursting at the seams. We have school support workers working in utility closets. We have student classes that have no windows. In 2021, thanks to our Liberal government with the help from the feds, Park West School received 12 modular classrooms to accommodate this growth. Then, in June of this year, 1 additional portable was brought back. Just 3 months later, they had to add 2 more portables to accommodate growth. My question is to the Minister of Education. How many more portables will we need before we see shovels in the ground for our new school at Park West?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So we know that Nova Scotia's population is growing. That is an exciting thing, and it brings with it challenges, though. And that means that we have an increasing enrollment in schools. I am so very proud of this government's capital plan, which incorporates elements that deal with short-term, midterm, and long-term issues that haven't been addressed in years to make sure that we have school facilities that meet the needs not only of our communities today, but going forward. So what does that capital plan look like, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, we have invested $1 billion in ensuring that we have schools. We, for the first time, have a short-term plan that addresses immediate needs, which include regular, ongoing additions of modulars in communities across the province, and I look forward to speaking more in the next 45 seconds.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West on her second question.
Madam Speaker, the school was promised 8 years ago. This is an old thing that she should have had it ready by now. Anyway, Madam Speaker, last spring, HRM agreed to sell the land for the school to the province. Since then, we know studies have been conducted on the land to see if it was suitable for the school. We were told that study was completed last month and that it would be submitted to HRCE. Madam Speaker, I hope the current relationship between the province and HRM is not going to delay it further. My question to the Minister of Public Works, can she update us on the negotiation with HRM and when an announcement can be made?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question. I have to say, if this project would have been started 8 years ago, we'd be flushing the toilets today. But it wasn't. It was shoved aside. Site selection was approved by the municipality in February to transfer the lands over, and we're working through the progress, and I can't wait for the minister and I to be there and open the doors on that new school.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Madam Speaker, on the weekend there was another serious medical emergency in Annapolis. Reminded residents of how serious ambulance wait times are and just how much pressure our paramedics are under. A senior citizen fell while playing golf at a local course. She blew out her knee and fractured her wrist. Fellow golfers called 911. They were told not to move her due to injuries. She laid in the mud, she laid in her own blood for 3 hours and waited for an ambulance to arrive. Several constituents reached out to my office about this incident. One constituent referred to this as a terrible situation. Another concluded his email by saying, all of us that were at this incident were reminded how dire things in healthcare are, and I'll table that correspondence. My question to the Minister of Health, what is this government doing to reduce ambulance wait times in Annapolis?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member for the question. And certainly, I hadn't heard that story before now, and I certainly, will look into that if the member gives me the details. So I will say that it's really important. We talked about a system status plan yesterday, and yesterday, although the opposition has complained about the and criticized the work that happened at the HI, I was able to go there yesterday. So the capacity that's been built in the HI matters to the entire system, which is how status plan works. So we are working very hard with our partners in acute care, looking at capacity in emergency rooms, making sure that we're reducing offload times. We're working with our paramedic colleagues, making sure that we have the staffing that they need. We're looking at their equipment as well. So there's a number of things that are happening throughout the system.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
To be fair, a system plan and talking about Halifax isn't going to help a resident laying for 3 hours in her own blood in Annapolis. So, the Minister of Health and Wellness has previously indicated that the reduction in open hours at the emergency department at Soldiers is due to physician staffing challenge, and that the goal to return the department back to 24/7 service is on their agenda. However, I see very little action and progress on this goal. Unfortunately, I've received very little site-specific information on this, only broad statements around efforts to recruit more physicians in Annapolis. My question to the Minister of Health and Wellness, can you provide specific details on what's being done to enhance capacity at Soldiers Emergency? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in fact, what happens in HI does matter to the folks all across this province because we pull for coverage all the time. We are a system and we need to take a system response. The work that's happening in seniors and long-term care, there'll be 47 beds at Old Villa Acadian opening as to increase capacity. There is a number of things that are happening across this province. Every single initiative we take makes a difference to the entire system. We can no longer do piecemeal, rob Peter to pay Paul like was happened in the former government. This is what it takes to transform healthcare. We are investing records amount of money. We are speaking every day to healthcare workers. We are making appreciable change in the system, and I can assure all Nova Scotians we will not stop.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. Last week, after changing the rent supplement program to no longer allow a statutory declaration in place of a lease, the minister told reporters that, quote, it's got to be quite rare that someone doesn't have a lease, and I can table that. In fact, Madam Speaker, it's not. For example, data from the CBRM shows that 6% of rental agreements don't have lease agreements and 28% don't have leases in rooming houses. And I can table that. So given this information, will the minister reverse this policy change and allow statutory declarations in place of leases?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for the question. So what in fact has happened is that before we made our change, it was just routine. There was the option of one, lease, provide a lease or provide a statutory declaration. We've changed the policy so that we require a lease, but if there is not a lease available, we will accept a statutory declaration if there are other corroborating documents along with that. So we're not slamming the door on that, but we're saying it's not just a routine A or B, one or the other. There needs to be more corroborating information with that statutory declaration.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, this is new news and has not been shared, I think, with constituency offices or the public. This change, the change that I just talked about, comes on the heels of a slew of changes to the program that will make it harder for people to qualify. But the government is being opaque about the details of the changes. The minister last week said maybe a power bill could be used in place of a lease. Today he's saying a statutory declaration with corroborating documents. But my office wasn't given any of this information or options. And legal aid staff lawyer Nora McIntosh was given a $900 fee estimate when she tried to simply access the policies that the department uses for the rent supplement program. And I can table that. Why is the government so secretive about how to access this already restricted program?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So what I can say is that we have one of the most successful and most accessible rent sup programs in the country, and I've said this before in the House when I meet with my other federal counterparts. One of the questions of provincial counterparts they often ask the federal minister is, can we use that money for something else, because they're not fully subscribed in their rent sup program. We're more than fully subscribed. We're 4 times over. We've got a $52 million program, which 42 million approximately is provincial money in what was meant to be a cost-shared program. I've raised that issue with the federal minister of Housing and Infrastructure. So we need the feds to step up more in that. That's clear. We're working hard on this program. We're proud of the program we have.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Madam Speaker, recently the County of Annapolis wrote to the Minister of Health to cut hospital parking fees from our area and across the province. They have requested for government to seriously consider removing all parking fees from publicly funded hospitals immediately to show your true compassion for hundreds of thousands of low-income Nova Scotians who shouldn't have to decide if they seek medical treatment for fear of not being able to pay for parking. We need to remove this preventable barrier today. I've also tabled a bill requesting as such. My question to the Minister of Health, will the minister listen to the asks of Annapolis County and cut parking fees for our hospitals?
I recognize recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly we know that across the province there are parking fees in a variety of different places. These these generate funds, absolutely. But I also know that every single hospital has an opportunity if people need any assistance with that parking. There are chits that are available. So certainly we work with people. Also, we have long-term parking fees in a number of areas where if there are people who are in hospital for long periods of time and family members and loved ones need to visit on a regular basis, we can look at parking fees. So I would encourage people, if they're in that situation, there's a business office. I know they're very compassionate and kind, and I know that they would work with people to consider their individual circumstances.
Just a reminder to members as well that you are not to mention that you've introduced bills or talk about your bills other than when they are called to be discussed or debated. I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
People need to drive to hospitals because there isn't a lot of public transport access in rural Nova Scotia, and they can't get an ambulance often in Annapolis as well. By reducing fees, it would help the people in my riding who are dependent on driving to the hospital for their appointments or the ER, even though it's seldomly open. There are 18 hospitals in the province without parking fees. Why can't Middleton and Annapolis be one of those?
The Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly, as I said, that we know that parking fees do generate income for particular hospitals. But to the member's point about people in rural Nova Scotia that have to drive, I think maybe if he spoke to his counterparts and reduced the Liberal carbon tax, maybe that would help people get to the hospital better.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West joining us virtually. Go ahead, please. Order. Order. Just a reminder to the member who's joining us virtually to please turn on your speaker. And you may start again. Go ahead, please.
So sorry about that. Madam Speaker, the residents of Clayton Park West are eager about the opening of the new Bayers Lake Urgent Care Centre. However, my petition is still growing in numbers for the province to operate the facility 24 hours a day. We have now over 2,200 signatures and growing. And the Premier just said today that we need to divert patients away from emergency downtown. And all the equipment is there for this new centre to operate 24 hours a day. My question is to the Minister of Health. Can she commit to looking at 24-hour urgent care at the new state-of-the-art centre?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. So certainly we are very excited about that project, and I know it was started under the previous government, so we are very excited, looking forward to the opening of that facility. We are currently going to remain with the current model that we have. We want to get that up and running, staff it to its capacity, make sure that we're utilizing all the resources there, and down the road, as we continue to understand the utilization of that facility and those services, we will look at what's the opportunity, but I cannot commit to that today, no.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
I thank the Minister for the answer, and we are very happy that the current government is following through on our government's commitment in 2017 to build this centre, and I really am looking forward to visiting it on November 20th. My question to the Minister, is the outpatient centre going to be fully staffed, or are there any vacancies they are still trying to fill?
I recognize the Honourable Member for Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for the question. So certainly recruitment has been underway. I don't have those numbers in front of me in terms of the vacancies. Certainly there is a churn within Nova Scotia Health in terms of people moving throughout the system. So I expect that there will be vacancies initially, but we're going to do the very best we can to staff to those. And I think it'll be it's a new dynamic place to work, and I think there'll be a number of people who are really wanting to go and work there. So I don't expect that there will be significant vacancies at the time of opening.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question today is for the Premier. When Alison Holtoff passed away tragically in our hospital, her husband came to me the very next day my office was open and asked for help. He wanted answers. Was the eMERGE staffed properly? Why was there still a makeshift eMERGE at Cumberland? My office reached out to the Minister of Health's office to ask for a meeting with Allison's husband, and we were told no. The next day, I put the request in writing. Still, the answer was no. My question to the Premier is why did I receive an email from the Justice Department threatening me legal action if I did not take down a Facebook post with the letter request to the Minister of Health to meet with Allison's husband?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Justice.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker, and through you to the member. If I recall correctly, it wasn't as much threatening to take down the post as it was to advise the member that there could potentially be some issues if they disclosed any information. And it was more of a warning letter, I think, than it was anything else, to ensure that the member didn't do anything to get themselves into any issues.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The email was sent to me at midnight on Friday night, and it was absolutely a threat. A FOIPOP request requesting information on this communication resulted in a 37-page redacted document citing solicitor-client privilege that this communication had happened through the Premier's office. A woman died waiting for medical care in our hospital, and that was the government's response to this man who was asking questions on behalf of his children and the entire community. I'm sorry, it's very emotional.
Question.
Can the Premier please explain his actions of his own office, the Premier's office, and his Minister of Health's office and Minister of Justice? And can he please give some answers to Allison Holthoff's husband as to why this happened?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for the question. So I think it really is important that when we enter into conversations in the public realm, that we are very sure that we have consent and we don't disclose any personal health information. And I don't think that if people are advocating for folks that the public realm is where we should be doing that. I am happy to speak to family members. I have done that in a number of occasions. When MLAs come to
order. As mentioned, this is an important question, and we would like to hear the answer for this. So maybe just give the Minister of Health time to answer. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
When MLAs come to me directly, I am with consent, I'm very happy to sit and speak with families. I have no problem with that. But we have a responsibility, one, as a healthcare system, and two, as a government, to make sure that we do not disclose any information that we are not very, very sure is in the best interest of that family in a public domain. And so anytime there is someone who requires assistance, I am happy to offer that, but I will not play that out in a public environment.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Agriculture. Farmers Markets of Nova Scotia's Nourishing Communities program supports local economies. It allows families to shop locally for food and goods from farmers markets at no cost. In the words of one Nourishing Communities participant, please keep this program and expand it. This program helps ensure I have enough fresh, unprocessed food and I'm able to afford my prescription medications, and I'll table that. This program has a proven success record in helping Nova Scotians facing food insecurity. Will the Minister commit to properly funding the Nourishing Communities program so people can have access to healthy local foods?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. The government has increased the funding for this program. It started at $350,000 and it was increased to $422,000. And we've maintained that increase over the last year and into this year. Fiscal year 2021 to 22, $350,000 core funding, plus an extra $72,400 in additional support for a total of $422,000. We maintained that in 22-23, and we've committed to maintaining it in the 23-24. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
In 23-24, actually, because the federal funding fell away, the province refused to make up the difference. And while we wait for that program to be reestablished, we continue to wait for the food and beverage strategy, and we have to make do with gimmicks like Nova Scotia Loyal, which Nova Scotia farmer Ted Hutton called silly, completely stupid, and offensive, and I'll table that. Despite rising rates of food insecurity and inflation this year, the government decided to allow the funding for the Nourishing Communities program to be cut. This is the time to be investing in programs like Nourishing Communities, not cutting them in lieu of wrapped NS Loyal trucks that help no one. Will the minister tell us when he is going to table the food and beverage strategy so we can move forward and fund important programs like Nourishing Communities?
I recognize the honourable minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would agree with the member opposite that the government did decide to cut this program. The federal government cut it to the tune of $70,000. We have maintained our funding, Madam Speaker, through the years and have actually increased it. In regards to the food and beverage strategy, yes, we will have an update soon on that. We'll have an update on the timing soon. We received almost 2,000 responses. We thank Nova Scotians for their help in developing this very important strategy that will contribute to food security in the province. We take it very seriously, and we want to take the time, Madam Speaker, to get it right.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to respond to the comments of the Minister of Health. I want to make sure that it's on the record, and her office knows this, that a consent was sent, signed by Gunther Halthoff on the very first day that we made a request on his behalf for him to have a meeting with the Minister of Health. And that request was denied. A consent was sent. Fact is, the family should have received answers, and the Premier was on the record with the media telling the province that this man would receive answers, and he has still, to this day, not received any answers as to why his wife died after waiting 8 hours in the emergency department. Can the Premier please explain why his office was even involved in this, and why there was communication between the Premier's office and the Minister of Justice to me, asking me to take down a Facebook post related to this step?
I recognize the honourable minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as the member knows, as a former registered nurse, there absolutely are processes in place for us to work with families. Those processes are followed in every case when a request is taken through the appropriate channels, either my office or Nova Scotia Health. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cumberland North. Oh, sorry. Order, please. The time allotted for questions put by members to ministers has expired. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I make a quick introduction, please?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Madame la Présidente, j'aimerais souhaiter la bienvenue aux élèves de 9e année de l'École secondaire Mosaïque de Dartmouth North. Ces étudiants, enseignés par Bailey Ross, who used to be a page here, suivent le cours de citoyenneté qui vise à promouvoir la citoyenneté active, à l'éducation civique, à enseigner et à explorer la gouvernance de nos institution. I would like to welcome the grade 9 students from École Secondaire Mosaic in Dartmouth North. These students, who are taught by Bailey Ross, who used to be a page here, are taking the citizenship course, which is designed to promote active citizenship, civics, and to teach and explore the governance of our institutions. A special shout out, Madam Speaker, to Emma Myatt, who's the stepdaughter of the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change, the member for Dartmouth East. Hello, Emma. Saw you up there somewhere. So these students have just begun their final project that will permit them to create their own political parties. They will establish their own party names, select an ideology, create a platform in conjunction with the political values they associate to their party. Today, I think we've offered them an excellent example of partisanship, Madam Speaker. It all sounds pretty great. We're probably looking at some future MLAs, deputies, MPs. So let's give them a warm welcome. Thank you.
Welcome. I hope you're enjoying your visit here to the Nova Scotia House of Assembly. I look forward to chatting with you shortly. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would like, on a point of order, the Minister of Health to retract her comments. I am not a former registered nurse. I am a registered nurse to this day. Thank you, Madam Chair.
That's not a point of order.
Well,
it's just, it's not a point of order, though. You can certainly take time outside the chamber to, it's not a point of order. Sorry. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Madam Chair, I just want to make sure that if something is said in this chamber that is not accurate, that it is corrected. Why is that funny? Why is that funny?
Point of order is for breaches of the rules, allowing someone to know about your personal information. You know, there's a lot of things that are said in the chamber that are incorrect or not. You know, so it's just a difference, but certainly you could have the conversation outside the chamber to update the minister on your professional history. Thank you. All right, we will now move on to government business. So I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that you now rise and the House resolve itself into the House. You're looking at me like I did something wrong. I move that you do now rise and the House resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole House on Bills.
We will now take a short recess and move into Committee of the Whole House on Bills. Thank you.
Order. Order, please. The Committee of the Whole House on Bills will come to order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Chair. Would you please call Bill number 337, the Electricity Act, an act to amend?
Bill 337, the Electricity Act. I recognize the clerk.
Bill 337 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Law Amendments on October 24th, 2023, without amendments, and contains 2 clauses.
Clause 1. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'll just be very brief on Bill 337. It's very important for us to reach our clean energy 2030 clean power plan, and these were changes that were requested by the stakeholders that are involved with these 2 quick changes. One change is just a quick update in language. And just enforces what's already exists. And the other one is related to the battery systems and enables us to possibly get batteries on the system faster. So the first change would be about a sleeve purchase, which has an independent power producer, the customer, which in a sense, just for an example, could be the green hydrogen production facility, and the conduit that would be Nova Scotia Power. So you produce power through the conduit of Nova Scotia Power, the end customer gets utilization out of it, just for an example. And the second one is a change that was made in the spring for private companies for a pathway to battery storage on our grid system. This change just allows Nova Scotia Power to take part in that as they've requested, and enables me, myself as minister, to communicate with that. And at the end of the day, there's really no changes that are going to take place until approval in cabinet does happen. As I have said, this is very important for our clean 2030 clean power plan. Very 2 minor changes, and certainly conversations with the stakeholder. They really need to see this change take place as soon as possible, so we can move forward with the renewable energy plans and secure a greener future for all Nova Scotians. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Kimberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's a pleasure to rise to speak a little bit on Committee of the Whole on this important piece of legislation, which in general our caucus is in support of. But we have talked to some stakeholders about the issue of battery storage and existing renewable energy companies that have wind installments across the province, and they're eager to be part of the plan. And on Clause 1, specific to Clause 1, there was questions around whether or not it will enable existing PPAs to be amended so that existing renewable generation can be retrofitted for wind development. So co-locating essentially battery storage alongside wind development, a kind of a hybrid system. And this should be a central part of the strategy moving forward, given the proximity to renewable energy, given that it will improve reliability of intermittent renewable sources like wind, given that with the plan there's expected to be another 1,000 megawatts of wind generation as well as solar. And so the reliability really is critical as we move away from base load energy at our coal-fired generation plants, and ensuring that we have a good network of battery storage as the renewable plan that came out, which we support, has apparently has 300 megawatts of dispatchable generators that will help with reliability and resiliency on the grid, and then the 300 megawatts that is being proposed for innovative battery development being underway. And we know that Nova Scotia Power has talked about 150 megawatts being owned by Nova Scotia Power, and the other 150 megawatts being proposed as not being owned by Nova Scotia Power and going out to a tender, which theoretically could provide a lower cost option for battery storage, but we want to make sure that this bill allows the co-locating of storage, because it actually can lower cost by in the range of 10 to 30% versus standalone greenfield projects of battery storage. And so that's why I think it's really important that we enable the existing sites that already have wind generation in place across the province. Particularly, they happen to be in rural communities where jobs are needed, and with new wind going into rural communities from the 370 megawatts of wind that is already in the process of being out for tender and awarded. Once those projects are built out, it's optimal time to start to develop the battery storage around those. It also is, I understand, to be faster to deploy this type of technology when it's co-located next to renewable energy sites, and this has been the experience throughout the United States, and I know there are discussions happening in Western and Central Canada to that regard to ensure that we are finding the lowest cost way to deploy battery storage, which is a critical piece, especially as we're moving forward with a plan that relies a lot more on intermittent sources, that we have reliable, dependable, but also low cost battery storage and other storage opportunities for energy. So the Clean Power Plan, again, for 2030 does provide some new direction for energy storage in the province and battery storage, although it has, at least internally, which I would know, been part of the plan to phase out of coal. Certainly we looked at trying to get batteries in place by 2024, and it is a critical piece. But there's no mention in the plan for hybrid solutions. And it doesn't provide a strategy for non-Nova Scotia Power lead storage projects, so that IPPs, which the minister referenced, so that they can actually accelerate their investments in projects. And we know that existing companies want to add storage to their existing wind projects. And so that's why I wanted to speak specific to Clause 1, because that's what the questions are around, if it actually enables existing PPAs to be amended so that the existable renewable generation facilities can be retrofitted. Really, the major issue with battery storage, alongside, of course, the technology progressing, which we know has progressed significantly year by year, if not month by month, is the issue of monetizing it for investment in the province. We know that batteries prices have fallen by 95%. But also we know that there is no capacity or ancillary services market like you have in deregulated jurisdictions across North America. It's much easier to quantify and attract investment in these jurisdictions unless we have a mechanism to pay companies for the services that a battery can provide to our utility, to Nova Scotia Power. So I'm advocating for costs of ancillary services to be quantified by Nova Scotia Power, and then the tenders held to see if others can provide those services at competitive rates through a long-term contract to the utility. And I think this is really important. All aspects to the Clean Energy Plan are important to ratepayers. So we all want to green the grid finally in this House. There was times earlier on in my career where that definitely wasn't so. But I think now we're all in agreement that we need to move towards renewables, and maybe that's because of the cost factor. Certainly I was advocating for a direction towards renewables early on because I saw the costs come down, and it's just the right thing to do to reduce our reliance on coal and the carbon costs associated and the external costs associated with it, the costs on our healthcare system, and so on down the line. And with respect to the costs in the Renewable Energy Plan, it does mention that the speed of development in Nova Scotia will depend on significant federal funding. And that's also a critical piece when we're looking with respect to Clause 1 and trying to find ways to quantify battery storage as we look for investment to reach the 300 megawatts in the plan. We really need to attract that federal funding. And that was always part of the plan. And I would submit there's never been a more optimal time to attract federal funding right now. With the the goals set out by the Trudeau government. Clearly, they want to green the grid. They have put substantial money on the table when it comes to efficiency programs, but now talking about potentially helping with our transmission, which our caucus has been advocating for, whether that's the intertie or other ways to link to other provinces to not only access hydro from other provinces, but to improve reliability and resiliency in our grid and actually allow us to expand out renewable energy and to expand out new technologies when it comes to battery storage. And so we do know of a Smart Renewables Fund that is an existing program. I would hope that there is discussions, as I know there was prior to this government, to attract significant tens of millions of dollars of funding to offset the cost. And I know that in the plan it says that they are reviewing applications for 300 megawatts, again, of innovative early battery development projects across multiple sites. So while we're looking at those projects, I hope the federal government is right there to watch how they're going to be quantified and that the output from those systems are maximized and then it's able to be deployed quickly. And so trying to get these batteries in place and online by 2024 is no small task. And the need to look at working with stakeholders, and if they're saying that we can get them online 1 to 2 years faster by looking at co-locating batteries next to existing renewable energy sites, I think we should be ensuring that Clause 1 clearly sets out the way that their investment will be able to do that and that they are able to acquire long-term contracts with Nova Scotia Power. And again, we're talking about 10 to 30% lower cost, is my understanding, versus the standalone sites where proponents would have battery storage in a greenfield site and they're selling back to the grid. And so it is a critical piece of this and really a critical piece of the whole plan, because with the plan not having any new non-emitting baseload power like a hydro or nuclear, absent the discussion of attracting, tying into nuclear from New Brunswick, because there's so much wind and solar in the plan, we're talking about 1,300 megawatts. We really do need the batteries together with the fast-acting generators, because the other parts of the plan that speak to hydrogen really aren't proven to be online before 2030. And reliability of the grid is absolutely paramount. There are multiple factors that have to go into this plan, and of course ratepayers being one I mentioned, and greening the grid, but ensuring the lights don't go off, and whether people don't like coal or they like coal, it has served a purpose of baseload energy in this province. And even in this plan, it's that we need to have standby fossil fuels, at least in the near and medium term, in case there are issues with intermittent energy sources. And so the battery storage component, energy storage in general, really is a key piece to having some confidence as we start to retire coal-fired generation plants that are already overdue from being decommissioned, that we get on this and that we find the lowest cost storage across our communities. And I would submit that a lot of the opportunities are right in front of us at existing wind sites. When we think about even the challenges of wind development companies citing new regions to actually put new projects in place, we've definitely heard of some communities that are still opposed to wind generation in their communities through some of the consultation that has happened in other parts of the province. And so that could actually serve to delay more. When we think of the 1,000 megawatts of wind that is going to be developed across the province, and some of the communities that are opposed, not knowing that that will all be able to be built as fast as solutions where there's existing sites to put battery storage, I think is an important piece to this. And so There's questions around the maritime link and accessing the predictable energy from maritime link, which makes us even more important. My understanding is that's why we still haven't closed at least one coal plant in the last 2.5 years plus, and so we're still waiting on that predictable power to be able to access our system as a non-emitting base load. But that's why battery storage is also an important piece, and that we need to ensure that we're finding that low-cost option. We know wind is the lowest, cheapest form of energy in the province. It's 5 cents a kilowatt hour. The government should be moving forward with these tenders, in my view, right away. I'm being told from industry that it is a tight timeline to get these contracts out and to be able to get all these projects online by 2030, and that makes sense because the tender process started in 2021, and we still don't have 1 megawatt of incremental new wind out on our energy grid. And so I think that all these things have to be looked at together when we look at solar and community solar. Opportunities that came out of some of the announcements that we made in places like Antigonish, Berwick, some of these fortunate municipalities that have their own utility that are able to offset costs for their own ratepayers are no-brainers. So what about storage solutions around some of those sites and how they're going to be able to maximize some of that revenue base? With wind and solar, especially given that those municipalities have their own utility and benefit. And also, although people are opposed to renewable energy in their communities sometimes, the NIMBYs, I don't think it's really well understood the benefits of having wind and battery storage alongside those sites for the investments in the communities and the property tax that it provides to municipalities. And so these investments are really, really important. And I think central to the strategy is to make sure that these companies that are looking at low-cost solutions, that they're able to provide a service and find a way to monetize that service. And so far, it's not clear how non-Nova Scotia Power projects are going to actually come online, and that their investments in these projects can begin now. And this is important because Nova Scotia Power's effective control over our energy grid and the ownership of the transmission. Given that Nova Scotia Power, when they build more capital, they hit that net return on investment of 9%, that internal rate of return, which is why we've always advocated for, since 2013, when one of the first bills we brought in was to end the monopoly that Nova Scotia Power had in our province. And sure, many customers still don't have choice, but it provided a pathway through renewables to retail to ensure that when some renewables come online, with the foresight that renewable energy would actually be coming down in price and actually eclipse and go below the price for fossil fuels, that Nova Scotia Power wouldn't necessarily own all that. Of course, they want to own as much as they can to benefit shareholders, and there's nothing wrong with that as their objective as a corporate entity. But the government has to make sure that they have competition in any way that they can, even though we are a regulated market. And so, yes, an internal rate of return is important for a regulated market with a utility to attract investment. But tendering out the wind was, I think, the first big step in providing 10% of our electricity system not owned by Nova Scotia Power. And not permitting Nova Scotia Power to be included in the tendering process was actually a key piece as well, given that they have some obvious advantages to being able to bid on a tender owning infrastructure nearby. And so I think that's important too, to ensure that any tendering process with batteries is separate from Nova Scotia Power, and that the 150 megawatts being proposed by the government to not be owned by Nova Scotia Power doesn't include them, and that we find ways to connect them into the grid and monetize the investment that can happen in these communities. I think there's lots of opportunities at even the existing coal-fired generation plants that are predominantly in Cape Breton and Pictou area, and I think there's probably work that can happen right away on that. Again, I have questions around maritime linking. How come we're not getting the appropriate power that we need to decommission one of our plants? But there are different ways that we can create renewable energy at these sites, and so it's about location, and these green boilers that I'm hearing about are able to look at reducing the coal output and increasing the output from renewable energies. And so this is new technology that's being proposed, and I think it's really important that we're exploring all these opportunities and moving forward with battery storage, but in a way that's competitive, and looking at ways that we can access other renewable energies and not just so reliant on Nova Scotia Power, so reliant on even what's happening in New Brunswick around the nuclear energy that is being proposed at the small modular reactor site there in Point Lepreau. That may be a key piece, but I'm not convinced that the intertie will be built and online by the dates that are being proposed in our clean energy plan. My understanding is it will take significant years to actually build one of these reactors from energy experts, and if that is really required, then we may have delays. We still have the approval process to go through to create that upgraded intertie to access the renewable energy, and that's going to take some time to make sure that all those processes go through, and whatever the government can do to reduce that barrier and the duplication of regulatory processes between Nova Scotia and New Brunswick, I think is going to be critical. My understanding is the EA was just registered for the connection just a week ago, and I wonder what other processes are in place and federal processes are in place to that will push that timeline. And so we know that the intertie was important since 2020 and before, and we need to make sure that we're building that intertie, that we're looking at ways that battery storage is monetized. And so again, we're talking about trying to protect ratepayers in the long run, and all this new capital will end up somewhere. It'll end up on rates unless there's public money that offsets that. There's no question about that. And so we know renewable energy is cheaper, but there's going to be needed investment in transmission, needed investment in the actual site itself, and tendering is going to be the way that we reduce costs all around. However, we need to make sure that we're really trying to maximize the competition in whatever we do with this. And so we are being told that there's a way to lower costs versus the standalone sites. And so that's why it's specific to Clause 1 on this bill, that we make sure that we are attracting the lowest cost electricity resources available in Nova Scotia. And rates have gone up 7%. Within the next 3 months, we'll see another 7% increase, and that's largely to do with the fuel surcharges and commodity pricing. So we've been attached to commodity pricing in Nova Scotia for far too long. That's all stripes that are complicit in that in the House, and obviously we saw the huge upswing with coal prices, and I think it's smart to move forward with our domestic sources first before building huge transmission into Quebec, not having certainty about that power, and given that power itself is over 100 megawatts when we have cheap wind available. But the whole plan really relies on ensuring we have battery storage and improved transmission to facilitate growing our renewable energy in a predictable, reliable, cost-effective way that isn't necessarily owned by Nova Scotia Power. And so I think it's super important that we continue to invest in these technologies, especially given the local work here on battery storage and at Dalhousie through Jeff Don and the lab there, and the technology that has been looked at through long battery storage, and companies like Novonix that have done some inspiring work around vehicle battery storage and the opportunities around our EVs and how EVs have the battery storage that plug into our homes, and the potential to share that storage back and forth and actually push electricity back into the grid. This has been talked about for decades now, the so-called smart grid. So Nova Scotia can be a leader in many ways, but the key really is to do it at the most reduced cost as possible, given that we have the transmission to build, and the resiliency of the grid really helps to make sure that we're reducing costs as much as possible. So load management and vehicle-to-grid concepts are part of it, and my understanding is there is some work underway to ensure that we are electrifying transportation, and I did bring a bill forward to help push that along, because it's been, I would say it would be a stretch to say we're anywhere close to being a leader in that regard in our country, with Central Canada and out west having significant more EVs. Our incentive came in 2021 for both new and used EVs, but part of the issue here is supply. And so the other issue, I think, is the actual charging stations. So some of the things I proposed were having charging stations subsidized at public tourist attractions, having a subsidy for workplaces if companies wanted to install charging stations, a goal to have our school buses on electricity by 2030. This is something PEI has done to start to take the diesel buses offline, and goals around vehicles that the Nova Scotia government owns can be moved towards electricity, and that does relate to how we store electricity, because the more we electrify our vehicles, the more we can actually send electricity and connect everything through. So I think another part, though, that was missed is the avoidance of using electricity altogether. So demand side, and having that flexibility to look at how we can reduce our consumption, especially given that when we're talking about electrifying our transportation system and our growing population, we're talking about at least double. Nova Scotia Power, I believe, thinks that we'll need double the electricity in our province. I've talked to some jurisdictions where they're talking about triple or even quadruple the amount of electricity. And so a lot of jurisdictions, instead of talking about phase out, are talking about all of the above, including fossil fuels, because of just the extreme demand that electricity will have with the growth in electrifying transportation. So batteries are connected with that, but we need to ensure that we're looking at our own consumption in our households and in government buildings, and giving programs public money to offset the costs of bills that are going to go up as a result of the investment, and new transmission as a result of the investment in closing the actual costs because of the amortization being reduced on our coal plants. Another thing the federal government should be helping us subsidize. There are a number of programs that the federal government have in place right now to offset costs for ratepayers, and I hope that the discussion is underway, and I hope for announcements soon on how much of a percentage the federal government is willing to spend on our battery storage, on projects that with regard to solar, with regard to wind, and with regard to the transmission and really everything that has to do with that just transition. The workers at the coal plants, they need to be looked after. We have hundreds of them. I know many of them will retire by the time 2030 hits, but we need to have support to ensure that there is educational programs, ways to offset their loss of income, potentially benefits, just as our government did when the closure of Northern Pulp was imminent, and creating a fund that would help with that, and creating programs like the forestry program at NSCC, which I think is a really important way to train people. We didn't have any program in Nova Scotia to train forestry, and with everything happening in that industry and the opportunities around energy around forestry, I think there's even a connection with wood energy and ensuring that we have storage of that output in our buildings. And we have district heating system opportunities like they do in other countries. Some countries have ways that they can connect with not only wood energy, but even energy from waste. And storage, especially in this bill, is a really key piece to all of those types of energy outputs. Is how do we have battery storage online in a cost-effective way? And that's what Clause 1 is all about, is ensuring that we have access to independent-owned, currently owned wind projects connected to battery storage. And so we really just need to find ways that if new companies come in and they want to do waste energy, for example, so Sustain in Chester, working on using mixed waste, which is difficult to extract the caloric value of, to turn into an end product. Are they able to have storage of batteries around their site? Or with wood energy with respect to some of the wood chip projects on public buildings? Is there a way to harness any of the energy that's created at any of those sites? So that's the discussion around this, and I think it's really important that whenever we're passing bills to help the stakeholders, which I understand this bill is really clarifying and ensuring that there is a market for certain advocates of it, whether it's hydrogen, which the minister mentioned, or Nova Scotia Power itself, that we're including other proponents that are already here that will potentially be bidding on new energy projects like wind, given that that's the cheapest form of energy, and that they can incorporate in their business model when they're bidding on these things, that they're able to figure out the economics of adding battery storage and being a competitive bid on the tenders that will be being proposed. And so this should be central, and it'll help us integrate our wind and reliability and maximize the output of these sites that we have already currently. I think it's quite obvious, given what I mentioned on infrastructure and how we can leverage existing infrastructure, that would be something that the government would be interested in, especially because of the 10 to 30% lower cost and because of the 1 to 2 years faster deployment. And we all know that there is escalating costs with materials, especially things like battery storage and the critical minerals that are involved in some of these things that are needing to be built. I think the sooner the later that these things are put online, we can save costs. And so if we have companies that are coming to the government, which I know they are, same companies that went to government are coming to us asking for some certainty around how they'll be involved. And we can point to jurisdictions across the United States on this, especially with geopolitics of critical minerals and knowing that a lot of them come from different jurisdictions, and what's happening internationally and restricting of, say, graphite is one example, where China has 70% of the market of graphite, and just the process of mining materials and the regulatory timelines to mine those materials for batteries, it's really important that the private sector gets going on these investments. And so we are supportive. Of course, we're supportive of moving forward, but our caucus is advocating for hybrid solutions first. Let the tender figure out the lowest cost for we're really talking about 150 megawatts to get to the point on clause 1. There's 300 megawatts of energy storage that we're talking about. Nova Scotia Power has said that they will have 150 megawatts of that. Curious as to where that math came from. The plan itself doesn't mention the breakdown. I've just heard that that's where that's coming from, is Nova Scotia Power. Maybe there's some reliability components to why they need to own that much. But it is important that there is as much competition as possible to ensure that we are able to find that lowest cost for ratepayers. Anything we do as we reduce our reliance on fossil fuels will have some kind of a cost. So it's about minimizing that cost and ensuring that we have the best technology to store that energy at sites across the province. And so we know there's existing sites up in Cumberland County and in Pictou County that are apparently ready to go, and they can do hundreds of megawatts of battery storage right now. So, and it is clause 1 that my understanding is, from a legal perspective, enables existing PPAs to be amended so that this is where existing renewable generation facilities need to have that certainty that they can be retrofitted and be part of this as well, so that it's not just looking at new sites. There's some challenges with new sites beyond cost. We have to find the very limited land to put these things. And I talked about the NIMBY component to really any project. I think we've all seen that. But if we have very limited land across the province and ambitious goals from the government to protect 20% of land by 2030, and given they've only protected less than 1% in 2 years, they had a long way to go to protect another 6-7% land. We're talking about 50,000 hectares per percentage protected that presumably won't allow battery storage on wilderness areas or nature reserves or provincial parks. Maybe they will, but that's, I guess, a question in terms of land use. Will battery storage end up on farmers' fields that could be used for crops and other types of development? There's a housing crisis. Will it take up land that developments are being proposed for housing, Mr. Chair? So that's the biggest challenge I think we have. Is I think we can solve a lot of that by looking at where existing sites are. We can cut down the process and the timeline. We can look at lower cost. We can avoid looking at new sites across the province because of the challenges of tied up land, competing with other interests like mining, like I mentioned, competing with forestry land, which also uses a lot of crown. We know that the wind development companies weren't allowed during a certain part of the Green Choice program to use any crown land. So they're focused on private land. And even the Mi'kmaq had some issues with that because essentially it's treaty land. And so that's a question for clause 1. And when we're developing the battery storage out in, is it just private land, or are they going to be able to use crown land? What are the partnerships like with Mi'kmaq communities? How do they benefit? Is there an opportunity to turn some of these brown sites and some of these past industrial sites into battery storage, and what opportunities are there for First Nations communities to benefit from them? Potentially some of our 50 historic African Nova Scotian communities, what lens is being put on that for some of this investment that is going to be substantial if we're talking about 300 megawatts of wind, or 300 megawatts of battery storage. But we do have to make sure that this isn't the only piece of the puzzle. And I hope that the line to New Brunswick that manages renewables and boosts reliability is simultaneously being pushed, because it's not expected to be online until 2028. The new line and extension can be completed by 2029. We're talking very close to the deadline of 2030. And I have my doubts on whether or not that will be in place at the time that is being proposed, given that it's been at the IRP since 2020 and known about since the early 2000s as being a critical piece to opening up opportunities for more renewable energy and ensuring that we have the batteries in place that will be able to work at an optimal level at sites across the province. So again, at clause 1, we need to make sure that we're maximizing the opportunity and asking for costs of these ancillary services to be quantified. The tender process, I think, is the best way to do that. And I don't know when the tender timeline, when that will be. I think a lot of these things, should have happened already. So we're definitely supportive of the direction here. But I think that this bill could have been brought to the floor 2 years ago in their first session. And the certainty around battery storage and the investment needed being communicated with some of the proponents that are talking to government right now. And I say that because we know, as part of the phase-out plan, which the Department of Energy always agreed with Nova Scotia Power, was that we need battery storage. On the plus side, the costs have come down since then. But I think right now, in an inflationary environment, that it is absolutely critical that we get some tenders out now for wind, for battery storage, for hybrid solutions, green choice, even maybe waste to energy, because I do find it perplexing that we're still burying garbage in this day and age. It's a North American thing because we have so much land around us, and places like Europe just don't have that. So they're able to utilize a lot of their waste, and the residual 1 or 2% ends up being buried under roads. So the waste to energy opportunities, I think, are there as well, instead of the methane that's being burned off, which is actually more potent, by the way, by far than carbon emissions. And so I know there's some challenges around emissions when we're talking about incineration. But specific to the clause 1, I think we should be looking at all opportunities with respect to energy storage in the province and maximizing our renewable energies, whether that's from wind, which is the primary focus. Probably will be really all of the connections, if I think we do it right, because it's 5 cents a kilowatt hour, and I believe solar is maybe 20 cents a kilowatt hour now. And but we should really look at all the renewable energy options, and they need some predictability in order for the plan to come to fruition, in order for us to meet our deadlines for some of the coal retiring. No problem meeting the 80% renewable energy target. We'll be at 70-something% by the time the wind tender already underway will be there. And I think, and that's assuming the Maritime Link portion is actually included there as well, but there's a big if there, being multiple years late. So 300 to 400 megawatts of batteries by 2030. There is an additional renewable integration investments for reliability underway. And we're talking about significant energy that that shouldn't be all on new sites across the province. We have an opportunity for co-location before we start to look at other more expensive options. And I think that that's really important. Maximizing the output of our existing renewables is what I'm getting at. A lot of the technology in these batteries, they're not only helping electricity systems, but they're helping manage our renewables. And then they provide important grid services. And so there's a reason why we need this in our strategy. There's a reason why we need to prevent the instances where some of the former coal plants will be used to burn oil. That's the backup in case emergencies are needed. Well, emergencies are happening in Nova Scotia on an annual basis, even more. You know, we've had, by definition, 3 declared emergencies in this province within the last year. And that has to do with weather. We had a polar vortex. These types of scenarios are going to become common. And if we don't have a reliable grid, and if we're too reliant on coal and oil and things like that, that's the balance, reliability. And so maybe we need even more battery storage, but the 300 to 400 megawatts is a good start. It just matters who's going to be the proponents and what's the pathway to actually monetize that ancillary service that they're providing. We need to manage peak management and demand response, which I mentioned, and reduce. The plan says they're going to reduce 150 megawatts of peak and peak growth. And that's a critical piece. Actually, the cheapest form of energy beyond wind is actually reducing. Energy efficiency is the cheapest way to reduce your emissions. And so any plan for new battery storage, which is great, needs to have a plan that provides more support to reduce emissions across the board, to reduce our energy output as we continue to grow our province, population growth. And that's why Clause 1 is important to get right. When we're talking about 14% increase of power bills in this province, just in 2 years. Nova Scotians can't take much more than that over the next few years. So with Clause 1, we need to make sure that we have existing renewable generation facilities having the opportunity to be retrofitted so that they can offer in the tender potentially a lower cost for Nova Scotian ratepayers. That's the point of my very brief speech that I'm giving. It's important that they're able to actually propose the technology to tie in quickly, and it's important that they're already proving in different jurisdictions that it's much faster to deploy, not even including the regulatory process. I'm not sure what consultation has taken place so far with battery storage across the province and communities. I'm not sure if there has been ample consultation in the communities where it's the most optimal place to site battery storage. Has there been strategic mapping of where battery storage can be used most effectively? What I'm saying is some of these areas are quite evident. It's where the exact same places where the wind mapping has been used by companies to find places to bid on wind. Why? Because there's already sites there using wind and the ability for hybrid solutions. That's where we need to go with this. It's a good bill, and for all intents and purposes, it helps the industry, helps it along. But a major issue with battery storage is there's no capacity or ancillary services market in the province right now. We are a regulated market. So right now there's only certainty for Nova Scotia Power. So it's really important when we start to hold tenders that we open it up to make sure that they can provide services at competitive rates and that we're able to ensure they can have a long-term contract with the utility. There is lots of programs, and I pointed to be specific, the Smart Renewables Fund, federally, is eligible for battery storage. That could cut down on costs significantly. So with respect to Clause 1, if we're able to ensure that we have that predictability in the market, because we are a regulated market, it would be nice to know what federal funds are available before the tender process. And I say that because I saw announcements after the wind tenders were already approved that federal funding was announced to offset some of that work. And I found that interesting. Why would the federal government why would they give money to proponents after they were already tendered out? But in fact, they were approved before. They were just delayed announcements on some of those projects. But it would be good to know what predictable funding we have, whether it's federal or provincial. I would submit federal, given they have a plan to reduce emissions, and we now have a plan that complements what the federal government wants to do. I think it's upwards of 20–30%, memory serves me correct. So we have an opportunity to reduce costs by 30% by federal contribution. We have an opportunity to reduce costs by 30%. If we allow these IPPs to accelerate their investments by allowing co-location for these sites, and we'll have lower costs by allowing the actual construction of these sites to happen more quickly, 1 to 2 years. That's been the experience in the United States, where 50% of battery storage sites are hybrid solutions. And I actually think the government will be receptive to what I'm saying. I just don't know why it wasn't clarified before the bill came to the House. Given these are substantial companies that want to invest substantially in Nova Scotia, and that we want to find the lowest cost solution for Nova Scotians. We need to maximize the output of these sites. We need to leverage the existing infrastructure we have in the province. Infrastructure has a cost, especially needing to tie into Nova Scotia Power. And every dollar that they spend, including the intertie, which I talked about, every dollar they spend on their own battery storage will be capital. Capital that ends up giving a return on investment to shareholders. And that's really important here, is ensuring that when we tender battery storage, that hybrid solutions are a big part of it. It's really important when the intertie is built, which we need for resiliency and to to unlock more renewable energy. With smart grid management, we need batteries, we need electrification, we need load management, we need it all. And so that's why renewable energy can be maximized. And I think that's what the plan really is speaking to, is it's rather than having a base load locked in price of hydro, which is preferred to coal, or gas, which is commodity pricing going up and down. Even better than hydro is domestic wind, cheapest form you can get, domestic solar, combining those with battery storage, combining those with backup generation. But the whole plan only works if we actually have strong, low-cost options in the battery storage market. New Brunswick may have power available from its small modular nuclear reactors. We don't know that. It's been reported that 2029 it will be when they have that. Again, when I hear 2029, I feel like that's a convenient year to give, given the deadline of 2030 looming for getting off of coal. And I know we have the promise for offshore wind. And what does that conversation look like with communities across the province? And how does that relate to Clause 1 and our energy storage opportunities, bringing in more and having hydrogen potentially available? And the department would even admit that these are potential. These are all potential. Even though they're part of the plan, the strategic plan to get off coal by 2030, there is no certainty in offshore wind, in hydrogen, in access to small modular nuclear reactors. I'd say battery storage has better predictability for long duration battery technology. I'd say geothermal has some more confidence. Bioenergy, all these things will become increasingly better in terms of the economics for Nova Scotians. Hard to beat wind, though. Hard to beat wind. 5.3 cents a kilowatt hour in the last tender. So it's time to get moving with the next tender, given the timeline of the last 2 years. My understanding is they will need a tender out every single year to get to the 1,000 megawatts new incremental wind. And that's if everything goes well with communities. And I know of some that are diametrically opposed to having wind. There's things that can be worked on with communities. I certainly have worked with a community in my own area that had some opposition to wind, and I can tell you after the turbines have gone up, absent one complaint because of a light, I haven't heard any complaints since on that project. And because wind is such an attractive option from a cost perspective, the battery storage goes hand in hand with wind, and where we're citing these locations. We have limited options for land, with 3/4 of the land being private, and who owns them, and competing interests with forestry, with mining, with the demand on creating new housing developments, with the need for infrastructure across the board, whether it's new road networks, whether it's hospitals. And Clause 1 needs to enable existing PPAs to be amended so that we can have existing renewable generation facilities being retrofitted at 30% less cost, 1 to 2 years quicker, and avoid some of the uncertainty around community opposition.
Good job. You take her on, buddy. Here comes the...
So to be clear, our caucus is absolutely in support of moving forward with battery storage and the bill. Just thought I'd speak for a couple minutes on Clause 1 to put some points out there and really ensure that we're advocating for hybrid solutions. Just a couple words. And I think the government will be receptive. I don't think it's the first time they've heard the argument about ensuring that there is a process for our existing operators of wind. And I think we all share the same goals for a reliable, resilient grid that maximizes our opportunities around renewable energy at the lowest cost, that protects ratepayers, that moves forward in the transition, that helps workers that are working at our coal plants now, and that maximizes jobs throughout the communities across our province. I still got a little more time, don't I? What's that? And so, with respect to Clause 1, we need to give predictability with this nascent industry to our proponents. And what better time to do that in the legislature when we're passing a bill that I know emanated from Nova Scotia Power, I believe, and ensuring that they had a pathway for this. And so I think maybe the minister will have an opportunity, or somebody in the committee of the whole, or in third reading, that they'll be able to ensure that we have predictability for some of these companies that are prepared to invest. They want to invest now. They have the cheapest option to do that, and that's through the hybrid solutions. So with those few words, I hope that I was able to provide some helpful commentary to the government on Clause 1.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if that last hour didn't get you fired up, nothing will. I'm telling you. That was an exciting hour of information coming from that member. So I think what we should actually do is we should tape it and use it for pre-games. Get the football team, the hockey team all fired up, ready to go, right? I want to thank the member for standing up and speaking on this. There's a lot of interesting things in there, and there's a lot of interesting things to say about electricity and green energy. And you know, I've done some research on this, and I've spoken to lots of individuals and stakeholders, and I don't think. You know, I think we want to think that we can snap our fingers and green the economy, and I think if we could, we would. But it's not as simple as that. There's a lot that go into this. There's a lot of complexities that go into it, and greening an economy and greening an electrical system in Quebec is quite different than it is in Nova Scotia, as the minister would know. And you know, we have a population that's 50-50 here, 50% rural and 50% urban, and that in itself has some challenges. There's some challenges around e-vehicles, for example, the usage of e-vehicles. And the ability for rural Nova Scotians and people on the outskirts of downtown cores to be able to really use these vehicles. You know, I have two vehicles. One is a Kia minivan. For those that say that MLAs drive fancy cars, there you go. Kia minivan, 2018, filled with kids' stains and food. And then we have a 2014 Honda Civic, both paid for, which is great. Madam Chair, I'm too cheap to go out and get a new vehicle, but we thought about it. We did think about it, myself and my wife, my partner. We thought about going out and getting a new vehicle, and one of the things that we wanted to do was look at electric vehicles. And I spoke to a few dealerships about it, and I spoke to a few individuals about it, and they said, you know, what are your needs? And we talked about having a family and transporting my children back and forth, whether it's my son on Saturdays to jiu-jitsu, my daughters to gymnastics, to basketball, to soccer. There's all kinds of different activities that your kids are in if you're lucky, and but also going back and forth to their grandparents that live in Dartmouth, and just we are on the road a lot, and yes, I understand that we're urban and there's lots of different availabilities when it comes to transit, but let's be honest here, having a family of 5, it's not easy to get on a bus and have it to go places and be on time. So that's a different topic in itself, Madam Chair, the reliability or unreliability of our public transit at times, right? And how efficient it is. And I think this all ties into it because we want to talk about greening the economy and obviously the impact that it has on our climate, whether it's vehicles on the road or the fuel we burn. But the truth is that human beings need options, and they need reliable options. And I would say that, if you have to wait, if it takes you from my house to downtown Halifax, I think I've said this before a few times, if there's no traffic, you're looking at about 15 to 20 minutes. If there's traffic in the morning, you hit the rotary, you're probably looking at about 45 minutes to an hour, sometimes a little more depending on the ability of the drivers around you, I guess, and if there's no accidents or delays. But if you're looking at the public transit system, you're looking at sometimes up to 2 hours, 2.5 hours. Like I talk to people that work in the downtown core that are getting up at 6, they're on the bus at 6 o'clock in the morning, right? So I think I went down a little bit of rabbit hole there, but to me, it is, if we really truly want to look at greening the economy and the impact that our vehicles and other things have on the economy or on the environment, then we actually have to look at truly affordable and real options. And I do think, in Nova Scotia in particular, I do think that's why there was so much pushback on the carbon tax, right? I think, I do kind of think that people would be a little bit more acceptable of it if there was actual real affordable options. If it wasn't taking money out of their pockets in a time when they couldn't afford to have money out of their pockets. But let's talk about an area, say, Madam Chair, like New Ross, for example. Is there public transit? Does it run every half an hour? Are you able to get to Halifax back and forth? Are you able to get to different parts of the community? If you have children, you need to go to the grocery store and back, or if you're a senior, is there reliable transit? And a lot of times there isn't, right? In the vast majority of Nova Scotia, there isn't. And so that's why I think there was a pushback, a large pushback, and I think rightfully so, in the carbon tax, because the investments that we need to move forward on some of these stuff, quite frankly, hasn't been done. It hasn't been done. And so when it comes to greening the economy, and in this particular case, I've heard members talk about batteries, for example, and storage. I don't know if anyone here has ever tried to buy storage for, if you're lucky enough to have solar panels in Nova Scotia, residential solar panels. Have you tried to buy storage? You just do a quick Google search and you're looking at a minimum of 20,000 American for storage. I was one of the lucky people that jumped on early on solar panels, and I was able to get a very good rebate when the rebate was really, I think it was 50-50 at the time. The cost of storage, electrical storage, would be more than my entire solar system that I have. And we have one of the largest. We were lucky because the shape and the slope of the house and the way it faced, we were able to get the maximum amount of solar panels. And I'm lucky. I know that I'm one of the lucky ones that we were able to do that. But the truth is that there still is not a lot of affordability. And I started by talking about purchasing a vehicle. Have you tried to purchase an electric, if you can find one, but have you tried, has anyone in this room actually went out to purchase a brand new electric vehicle, it is a lot of money. In my case, I need a bigger vehicle. Like we do the minivans. I always said when I was younger I'd never get a minivan, but I love my minivan. We have 3 children, and they're growing, obviously, 10, 8, and 7. They need their space and they need the room. And now we have a dog, Sadie, who's part of the family. And so as we like to go everywhere together. And so we need a bit of a bigger vehicle to fit everyone in. We were looking at $90,000 and up for a vehicle. We're not talking about a Porsche. We're not talking about, you know, a sports car, Maserati, a Lamborghini. I mean, if you get a Lamborghini for 90 grand, good for you. But we're looking at an electric family vehicle. And it's just not affordable. It's not affordable. And even if you could afford it, I'm the type of person, Madam Chair, who, when it's time to put your winter tires on, you do it yourself. You jack the car up, you put your winter tires on. You need to change your brake pads and your rotors, you do it yourself. You take your tire off, you change brake pads, you change your rotors, right? You need to replace your batteries. I can do a lot of the small to, not medium stuff, but, you know, with the help of some people, I can do some of the other stuff. But for all electric vehicles, your warranty's shot the moment you do anything. And so I think we have to look at some of these things and say, is it realistic, first of all, from a cost standpoint, but from a sustainability standpoint? Are we able to, should these vehicles, if you purchase them, should your warranty be voided? Should you have to pay? I mean, I don't know about you, but how many people here like going to the dealer to get vehicle work done? I'll give you an example. The fuel pump, a high-pressure fuel pump went on my van at a dealer just for, and I don't know if anyone's ever replaced a high-pressure fuel pump, but it's literally unscrewing it, unattaching it, screwing it out, screwing it back in, and attaching it. It takes about 5 minutes to do. That's what it takes, right? At the dealership, the part was just under $2,000. At a mechanic that we go to, the same part was $700. That wasn't with labor. That was just for the part. So if we're looking at having vehicles where we're essentially mandated to go to dealerships and go to places where it's a monopoly and we're not going to be able to afford these things, it's just not going to be sustainable. I also do think that there has to be a conversation with Nova Scotia Power. We do know in the past, well, I'll give you an example. I had several residents call me, several people call me before the last supposed big storm that never hit, thank goodness. And they wanted to, there's different types of storages that you can do. And one of them is the generator, obviously. And they wanted to hook up a generator to their house for storage, so that when and have it hardwired into the house. And it's not cheap, but these individuals, you know, I think it was $3,000 or $4,000 for the generator, and then a couple $100 to get a tradesperson in to do it if you could find one. And they were calling me and they were saying, we can't get this done because Nova Scotia Power has to come out and inspect the site to see if it's okay for you to do this. And they were telling them that you're looking at 6 to 8 months to a year for an inspection because they were so backed up, they didn't have enough people. You know, to me, that's a little bit annoying because this is a company, and we don't have to just use Nova Scotia Power, we can use any company. It annoys me when I go into a business and the service is atrocious because of lack of people, because of lack of individuals working there, especially when it's a company that makes money hand over fist. So they're not losing money, they're making record profits, and then they're turning around and saying, we don't have the human resources to be able to essentially fulfill a government's mandate around power. Like this isn't just a slap to Nova Scotians that we can't get these things done. It is a slap to every premier that's ever stood in the chamber or was currently in the chamber, that they're being told that we know you want to do these things, but we just don't have the human resources to do it faster because we're not paying our employees enough or we won't hire enough employees, even though we're making hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars every year. And I do know the Minister of Natural Resources isn't one to back down. We've seen him fired up a few times in the legislature here. I would say that what is the shrinking violet? Is that the term? I don't think he's a shrinking violet in a negotiation room with Nova Scotia Power. But I think if we want to move forward on some of this stuff, private sector is going to need a kick in the pants, right? And they're going to have to be told by government that we need the infrastructure in place. In order to get that infrastructure in place, we need the inspectors, which you're in charge of. You should be hiring, and you should be paying, and you're not going to delay our mandate on these things because you don't want to hire or you haven't hired enough people. No, I'm saying private business. Oh, Oh, different minister? Okay. Whoever the minister. Okay, I don't want to blame the Minister of Natural Resources. I tend to blame the Minister of Natural Resources for everything, so the roads aren't paved, I blame him. Big shoulders, that's right. But Madam Chair, it is an important topic because I think if we look right now, because of the state of the economy worldwide, I think everybody's struggling. Inflation's high, obviously. I think sometimes because of that, we tend to want to get away from a long-term vision if it's going to cost us money, in particular if it's going to cost the government money. You know, we can be honest here in this chamber and everywhere, and I tell people this all the time, there's a lot of pressure, no matter who's sitting in that chair, there is a lot of pressure on that person. And we have healthcare systems there's pressure on the healthcare system worldwide, and that's, you know, obviously is a concern to us, but our concern as leaders and the concern of the minister and the concern of the premier is the healthcare system in Nova Scotia. So you're investing large amount of sums of money into the healthcare system, and at the same time, you've got to invest large amount of money in the housing system, and at the same time, you've got to invest large amount of sums in the education system, and it goes on and on and on and on. So I think we have to start looking at ways that it's not just the tax dollars that and the taxpayers that have to bear the burden all the time. And everything can't be a #1 priority. I mean, unfortunately, I know everybody wants everything, whatever it is at the moment, to be the top priority, but it can't be. We need people with short, medium, and long-term vision. Yes, I know that you want X amount of dollars invested over here, or X amount of, or you want certain legislation or this or that done over on this side, but we really have to, we still have to stay on track on certain things too. We can't get distracted and chase, you know, the tennis balls all over the place, right? Which is sometimes how my brain works. So yeah, I think when it comes to greening the grid and more renewable green energy, I think it's going to be expensive, and I think we have to have real conversations. You know, I met with a group of people who said, Madam Chair, that they want the grid completely green and renewable by 2030 with no new mining, and they want it, our natural resources left in the ground. And I said to them, how do you expect to do that? And they said, science. I said, well, if science could do it, they would have done it. The truth is that in order to get to this point that we all want to get at, there's going to be a lot of resource extraction that has to happen. And that's the short-term impact. And I think a lot of people are going to get upset over it. I think a lot of people are going to be mad. They don't want mining. They don't want these type of things. I met with the mining industry. We had these conversations, and the numbers, I don't have them off the top of my head, Madam Chair, but everybody should have a conversation, no matter what side of the aisle you're on, with the mining industry. And yes, I know that they are there to advocate for one side of the story, but they have, you know, raw, hard data on what needs to come out of the ground and how quickly it needs to come out of the ground, and how quickly permits need to go out the door if we want to produce the type of vehicles that people want to produce, if we want to produce the lithium-ion batteries. Like, these things don't come, they don't magically appear. It's going to take a big conversation about how to extract responsibly and expediently. And I don't think we've ever had that conversation, because I know a lot of people, when it comes to the conversation around mineral resource extraction, there is a percentage of the population that just don't want it. And I always think it's funny, because everybody has a cell phone. Most people have a vehicle. Most people have things that are petroleum-based or have minerals in them, or, you know, there was a cost to the earth to produce those things. I know the member from Timberley did speak a little bit about nuclear, but I mean, obviously, I can't remember. I'm sure there's some political historians here who may remember the election where it was all about nuclear, and there was a threat of building a nuclear reactor, and I don't know if it was the PC government that used it to win, or if the Liberal government used that threat to win, but that was the big thing of the day. It was, they're going to build a nuclear reactor in Nova Scotia, and all hell's going to break loose. And a government won an election because of that scare. And we all see the movies, we all see the documentaries, we've all read the books and the papers and stuff like that. But I think we have to have a real discussion about it. I found it interesting, Madam Chair. I really started going down the rabbit hole on, let me just see here. It was on TerraPower. And I actually, which is, some people like them, some people dislike them, whatever, but it's one of those companies that's funded by Bill Gates. And one of the things that they talk about is these smaller reactors that produce a lot less waste and that are quick to be built. And I remember I brought that forward about 5 or 6 years ago, and I said to one of the ministers of the day, and said, you know, like, maybe it's a bit of a pipe dream, but I like chasing and seeing what's out there and seeing what we can pull in. right? Just because Nova Scotian is small geographically and has a smaller population doesn't mean that we can't get out there and think outside the box and try to grab things and try to do things and be the first. And I said, I remember I watched a documentary and they said, oh, they were ready to roll out on these smaller nuclear reactors that produce very little to no waste. And in fact, I think at the time, one of the things that ran on was some of the waste that these older plants had produced. And I said, I think at the end of the documentary, they said, the plug was pulled on them in the United States and in China and with places they wanted to do it, and they were looking for somewhere. And I said, why don't we just reach out to them? Would that be insane? Just reach out to them as a government and say, hey, why don't we just have a conversation? Maybe they don't answer. Maybe they do answer. Maybe it leads to nothing. Maybe it leads to something. But I don't think that we should ever close a door. And that would help with storage. You know, that would help with production. And I do think that we just have to stop doing things the way we've always done things in this province. I feel like the same way. You know, when I first got elected, I was trying to work on a piece of legislation. It's just it was shortly after I got elected. It was actually, Madam Chair, it was to get, so funny enough, everybody loves Chase the Ace, right? Great for the community. And at the time, it was actually illegal to do Chase the Ace, even though everyone was doing it. And so one of the departments was going to come down hard on it and stop Chase the Ace. And I reached out to the minister and I said, dumbest thing ever. Really dumb. People are raising hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars to build community centers, to keep fire halls open, to do all these things that you would have to pay for if it wasn't there, if you take that away. And then they were like, well, we're not going to do that. We're going to tax it. We're going to put a big tax on it. I think it was a 50% tax. And I just, you know, I talked to one of the individuals that was looking at some of this stuff, and I said, why? And they said, because that's the way it's always been done. And I said, who cares? You don't look, what is it, a gift horse in the mouth. You don't. Took some convincing. Legislation, regulations were changed. We did I remember we went to Spryfield Boulderama. We announced it there. We're going to keep Chase the Ace open, and you won't have to tax it. So someone once told me that it just moves. They always say the government's a big container ship, and it moves 1% this way, 1% that way. And I don't believe that. I think it moves that way because we or individuals didn't have the willpower to move it more than that way. It's tough to disrupt the status quo. But sometimes you have to do it. And I think on these type of bills, when it comes to energy, I think we need leadership, ministers, and premiers that are going to shake it up, that are going to look at things differently. I think we have to have the ability to produce our own energy as residents of Nova Scotia in an affordable way. And right now, it's not affordable. It was affordable when we had the federal/provincial and I think municipal all came together and had that program. It was affordable when people were getting a 50% reduction in their solar panels. But as as the program became extremely popular, the money dwindled, and then in order to continue to have more and more people use it, the percentage or the allowance that you were given towards your solar panels became smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. And you know, we talk about, I think past governments have talked about breaking the monopoly and all this stuff. We are always going to have a power company. We're always going to have power producers. But I think the way we do this stuff is we enable. We enable Nova Scotians. We enable people to produce their own power and not have to seek permission from a power company to do it. That's, you know, is that strange? Isn't that strange? It's like asking your wife if you could see someone else, right? The answer is no. The answer is no. like, why would you go to the place or the people that stand the most to lose and say, hey, can we produce our own power? And how quickly we need you to expedite that. We need you to make this fast. Get as many people as possible on solar panels. Is it no wonder that the process is so slow? I've heard from people that have applied for solar panels, and it's taken 2 to 3 years for installation. What other product has anyone in this room owned that takes 2 to 3 years? If, Madam Chair, if tomorrow I wanted to build a shed in my backyard and I hired the member for Truro to come build it, and he said, no problem, I'll see you in 3 years. Pound sand, buddy, I'll go get someone else. Right? If I hired Tommy what's that? Yeah. If I hired another member to come pave my driveway, don't have my driveway paved, but if I wanted the member for Dartmouth East to come pave my driveway, and he said, I'll see you in 3 years, 2 years. No. So I think that we have to, I think one of the things we can do is we have to hold and continue to hold our partners and stakeholders accountable. And we've heard some strong language from that side, but I would argue there's more to be done, a lot more to be done. And we have to find a way to make things affordable. And I'll tell you, like, all jokes aside, I do think that battery storage and power storage is extremely important on a large commercial and from a provincial standpoint, but also from a residential standpoint, because I can tell you, where I live, we lose power constantly. Constantly. I'm pretty sure the wind that's produced by me and my children walking to the bus stop in the morning knocks out someone's power. It is atrocious. And so, what happens when you lose power? I'll tell you what happens when you lose power. Every time you lose power, no matter who's in opposition, a bill comes forward. And you know what that bill is? Because I think they did it, we did it, they did it. A bill to reimburse spoiled food. Without a doubt, somebody brings that forward, and it gets rejected. But it does put a burden on people, a cost burden on people. So I think these things, they have to be more affordable. They just have to. And I'm sorry, but anyone that is, you know, slamming their fist on the table for electrification in its current state and its current costs to individual, I think you need to look within. Because I don't know many people that can afford a $90,000 vehicle, $40,000 solar panels, and $30,000 batteries. It's $100,000. Probably bare minimum. And then the infrastructure, you know? I'd love to, you know, I spend a lot of time actually in the Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing. I spend a lot of time in his communities, in his riding, because we have in-laws in there. And I don't think there's much electrical charging infrastructures along the way, along that highway. I really don't. And I got 3 beautiful, semi-well-behaved children. They're, after all, 50% me, so. But imagine driving somewhere and having to stop for hours to charge your vehicle somewhere with 3 children in the car. It's not easy. So we do need to have the ability to charge, but also fast chargers, and there has to be much better infrastructure. And the other thing that's not talked about when it comes to this stuff, Madam Chair, so you get electric vehicle, right? 99% of the time, where are you going to charge it? At home, right? Well, power rates go up. The cost of power goes up. It's expensive. You know, that's an added cost too. And I don't know the cost difference between that and fuel. And I don't know, I'm not going to stand here and say I know the efficiency of gas-powered versus electric. But what I will say is none of this stuff comes without a cost. And we do know that power rates will continue to go up. No matter who sits over there, no matter how many promises people make, we do know it. And that is a fact. Under every single party, power rates have gone up. Some more than others, some less than others. But that shouldn't matter. It's still going up. It's still more money out of people's pockets. So that's a cost. And quite frankly, people are sick of costs. Every time we turn around, Madam Chair, there's more and more and more money being taken out of our pockets. We were just talking about, earlier I was talking to some of my colleagues about political spectrum and where we kind of land on these things. And I think my mind has shifted and changed quite a lot over the years. And quite frankly, I just don't care about parties. I don't. Because I've heard the same from all of you. I've heard the same. What I care about is action. I don't want words anymore. I don't want reports anymore. I want someone and some people who have a vision who are not afraid to fulfill that vision. And we know that you're going to have to break some eggs, unfortunately, to get there. We know that some people are going to be upset. We know that some people are going to be mad if you have to pull minerals out of the ground. We know that people are going to be mad if a coal mine closes down. We know all this stuff. But I think to be a leader, the leader of this province, you have to be strong and you have to be unafraid. And I've seen individuals crumble in the face of a little bit or a lot of opposition. And I'll tell you all that now that you're in government, you haven't faced any type of opposition. You have not. Some of the members over there can tell you what a protest looks like, right? They can tell you. Because they stood on that doorstep with a megaphone and whipped the crowd into a frenzy. Right? And for what? For what? Everybody's had a chance to lead. So I do want to kind of get back to this and say that we're going to need leadership on this. We're going to need a minister who is unafraid to go head-to-head. We're going to need a premier that's unafraid to go head-to-head. We're going to need people behind the scene that are unafraid to go head-to-head and that are going to put Nova Scotians first on this stuff. It's going to take investment, and it's going to ruffle some feathers, but we have to do it. We have to do it. And I will say that, we have to stop talking about reports and year-long consultation on this, that, and the other thing. There's been more reports from all sides. I mean, one of these days, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start from when I really started following provincial politics, which is about 2010, is when I, for some reason, got involved and started listening to provincial politics. And what I want to do is get every report from then to now and just table it, just stack it up, right? And what we should do, Madam Chair, is we should have on this side here the reports that were actually followed through. And then, right? So, out there. And then the reports that died on a desk somewhere. And I bet you it's pretty one-sided, right? So, I do appreciate, like I will, and I'm not trying to single out anyone in particular, the Minister of Environment. I know that there's some consultation going on in his department. I know that the Minister of Housing, there's some consultation going on in his department, and a few others, health for sure. But I think it's time to, we know what we need to do, right? I think we do. I think it's time to just to roll up our sleeves and get to work and get it done. And that, Madam Chair, it helps everybody. And I think it restores faith. And I think that's what people are looking for right now. You talk to the vast majority of people, whether it's about energy, healthcare, housing, any of these other things. What they say to me is, just get it done. Just get it done. Enough. Pass the bills, spend the money, get the resources, get it done. There for sure is going to be times where we don't agree. I think we're all mature enough to get past that. But I do think, we have to start thinking outside the box. And then we have to sometimes admit when things aren't just working. I don't know how many times since the beginning of maybe, this shows you how terrible I am at geography or at history and stuff like that. My son, who's 10 years old, if I looked over to Oliver and said, who discovered the St. Lawrence, he would tell me immediately. Or who was the first one to ever go to the Bay of Fundy, he would tell me immediately. So would Tommy T. But I'll tell you, we hear about the Bay of Fundy nonstop. We hear about all this stuff. Is it really doable? I don't know. And I like the idea of these massive projects that are going to produce some sustainability and things like that. They talked about from Quebec and the Loop and some of these ones that have failed. But I think when it comes to this stuff that we just have to start small and big. We have to start looking at smaller ideas and where we can empower our citizens. The greatest resource we have isn't our fish, it isn't our blueberries, it isn't our lobster, it's our people. We have a well-educated and well-experienced population. And if we took some time to really allow them to do and produce some ideas, I think we'd go a long way. And I'll give you an example of something that's really frustrating to me. So my foster dad was an engineer, retired now. He's one of those people that, you ever watch those shows where someone's always tinkering and building things? Constantly building things, right? Took a little Mazda Miata and he put a V8 in it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He literally built a rail dragster car from scratch, engine and all, and drives it out in Greenwood, I think it is there. 75 years old, driving dragster, right? Like, just, if he sees it, he'll build it. That's how he is. So one day, this was years and years and years ago, he calls me up and he said, "You want to help me on a project?" And I said, "Listen, the best thing I could do is probably hold whatever you're doing, right? Like, I don't have that, my brain doesn't work that way." So he said, "Come on down." He said, "I want to show you what I'm doing." And he got this old piece of tower that he built, or sorry, that he bought. So this is what he does. He goes around, he finds things, he buys it, and then he builds it into something and either sells it, you know. Anyways, I said, "What are you doing with that?" And he said, "I'm going to build a windmill that's going to power my house." And this was probably 15 years ago. And I said, "Well, I'm sure you'll do it, but good luck," right? So helped him out, start to build it. That tower wasn't even complete. He propped the tower up. He had it in the ground. He hadn't wired it to the house. He hadn't had the generator, all the other stuff, all the technical stuff I have no clue about. Nova Scotia Power was at the door. "What is that?" "Well, it's a windmill." "Well, what are you doing with it?" I'm going to produce power for my house." "Can't do it." "What do you mean I can't do it? It's my land. It's not like he's got a massive piece of property, so it's not like he has people around him. And you don't own the air. No permit. You have to have permission from us. Next thing you know, the city shows up, says, "You don't take it down, you're being fined, and we'll fine you every single day until it's gone." Why? Right? These are people, some people, I'm sure it's not a large percentage of the population, but again, these are people that are going out there and they're using their own ingenuity and they're using their own smarts and their know-how to do things. And they're being told no, right? Being told no. Why do I have to ask Nova Scotia Power for a generator in my house? Right? If you're worried about it being hooked up properly, you're not installing it. I have an electrician coming in to install it. I have the experts coming in to install it. So yeah, like it is frustrating to me to see these kind of things. I think that I like the expression vinegar and whatever. I like that sometimes when I see it from the minister of natural resources when it comes to this stuff. Like I do think that we can't allow ourselves to be continued to be walked over, but also we can't allow ourselves to be led by the no. And what I mean by that is, no, you can't do that. No, Nova Scotia's never done that before. No, no one else has done that before. No, you can't be the first. We can't be led by that, because I think we've been led by that for too long. I think people are afraid sometimes to reach out and do things differently. And that's why I hope that this is just the beginning of a whole assortment of ideas on what comes next. What comes next? We do know that the carbon tax has been frozen for several years while people get on heat pumps, I think it is, and they've got the heat pump program for low-income individuals. Forgive me for not knowing, but I don't know how that works for multi-residential units that you're renting. A lot of times when it comes to multi-residential units, which a lot of people live in, they're left out of these programs, right? And because they're left out of these programs, they bear the price of all of this. They bear the price of high power rates. And as a government that has put healthcare on the forefront, it's all intertwined. It's all together. And I think we need to start looking at it that way. When you can't properly heat your house, when you can't properly eat, when you don't have a shelter above your head, when electricity rates are so high that it's taking from everything else, that's a healthcare issue. It really is. And you know, I've heard from some sides and some people that they want to go back to privatization. Well, I don't know what the cost of that is, and I'm sure the minister does, and I'm sure it's massive. Or sorry, public. Sorry, not privatization. Public utility. They want it to go back to a public utility. Pardon me? Well, I didn't say either one of you said it. But people have said that they would like to go back to a public utility. But the truth is that we saw, ask Donnie Cameron, ask the former Conservative parties of the 70s and the 80s, and the Liberal parties, what a public utility looks like, right? The problem is with that is then what you get into is nobody wants to increase rates because you don't want to disadvantage people. The costs go up. You run massive deficits. People are being hired that weren't or shouldn't have been in the positions they were in. And then it's just a big cluster, right? I just think that we need to have a freedom here. We need to have the freedom to be able to produce and store. And maybe that means working with our federal partners, whether it's the current government or if there's going to be a new government. Who knows? Funnier things have happened in a federal election. But whoever the next one is, I think that we should actually have that conversation. I think we as voters and we as residents should be saying to the people that knock on our door during the federal election and during the provincial election and the municipal election, what are you going to do? What are you going to do to partner with each other to make sure that this stuff is more affordable? I've said it before and I'll say it again. There's nothing left to give for people. There's a lot of Nova Scotians. Met a young man the other day, and I've known him for quite some time, and I said to him, how you doing? Just on the corner, it was yesterday. I hadn't seen him in a while, actually. I knew him from our associations with Phoenix House. And he said, I'm on the street again. I'm on the street again, living in a tent. Right? So we need to figure out how to keep money in people's pockets. And part of that is controlling the greed and controlling the inflation and fighting, no matter which party we are, fighting to make sure that people can actually sustain and live and thrive. It's not just about getting by day to day. Because getting by day to day stresses you out. It stresses you out. Getting by day to day means if you're lucky enough to have a vehicle and you get a hole in your exhaust, you can't replace it. Or a lot of people have to go to one of those credit union, the check places. And not the credit union, sorry. One of those, I don't know what they're called. I used them a lot when I was younger. And then you get in these terrible, almost death spirals of interest and money. And then, we deal so much as MLAs, and I dare say that most people in this legislature probably do, with power bills. It's nonstop. And so I'm almost done. I know I was only going to speak for a few short minutes, but thank you. Thank you for your patience, Madam Speaker, by the way. I would say this is only today. Okay, good. Good to know. I think it's because I haven't been around all week. Everybody missed me. But we do have to have a conversation about this stuff, and we have to have an open and frank conversation on affordability of the power rates, affordability of renewable energy, affordability of energy storage, and the jobs that come along with it. Right? And government can't do this alone. I think too often with our issues and our problems, we look at government and we say, spend the money, get it done, let's go. And yes, there's a lot they can do. And there's a lot of encouragement they can do. And I think that's what needs to happen, is that we need to encourage private sector, in particular power utilities, to step up and do what's right. Because I don't think, the truth is, Madam Chair, is that I don't think we're ever going to have competition. I don't think in the way that people think. Do you think that a multi-billion-dollar power company is going to come in here and set up tomorrow and compete with Nova Scotia Power, and then, it's going to be like Coke versus Pepsi? You can say, you know what, I don't like Nova Scotia Power, I'm going with, Scotia Loop Power, right? So that's not going to happen. And anyone that thinks that's going to happen, well, you need to get that out of your head. What's going to happen is that it's going to have to be a detailed plan on how to do this. And I think the minister, I'm sure this is stuff that keeps him up at night, and I don't mean that to be funny. I do think this is probably one of those issues where they realize how important it is, and they have the staff and the capability to do this stuff. But I do think that it starts with the people of Nova Scotia and empowering them to produce at affordable costs. And we see with, I think November 14th is the day that the loan, or the forgivable loans, I don't know if I've been telling people they're forgivable, so if they're not, I apologize, for the backyard suites. Maybe they're not forgivable, but a lot of Nova Scotians now think they're forgivable. That government has stepped up and said, this is a way that we can help with housing, because there's no magic wand. And I think that this is something, this model is something that we can use to say to residents. We see that we know the federal government is now stepping up on the heat pumps, which will make a massive difference in people's power bills. And we maybe work with the feds or the municipality to come up with another solar and storage to top it up. A lot of people have promised to, do away with Nova Scotia Power or have different options. This is the way I think to do it. This is the way I think we do it. We start with Nova Scotians, and we work our way up. But at the same time, we don't take our eye off. If some of these big projects are actually really really doable, right? We need to figure out if, like I think it was not too long ago where the Premier came out and said that the loop wasn't feasible anymore, right? We can't, and I think the Minister said that too, it wasn't feasible, right? Okay, the loop.
Direct comments to the chair.
Right. So, sorry, Madam Chair. So, in that case, what do? Do you throw good money after bad, after good, after bad, after good, after bad, to chase a headline to say we're doing this? Or do you pull the plug and you say, instead of investing 10, 15, 20, 30 billion dollars, whatever it is, we're going to do other things, and we're going to find other ways. And I think that's what, it's unfortunate that that project ballooned so much that it just became unattainable for Nova Scotians. And I wonder if there's been a jurisdictional scan of not just provinces, but states, territories, countries and continents, to find out galaxies, planets, yeah, to find out what has actually worked and what doesn't work. Because I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel here, but I do think, Madam Chair, that this is an important issue. It's one that's not going away. I will say that anytime I've approached the ministers on this, they've been forthcoming and have given me reliable information, so I do appreciate that. And I would just say on behalf of all Nova Scotians, just continue to fight and do what's right for them, because, next to our mortgage and our food bill, I would argue that our power bill is probably just as high, if not higher, or a rent bill, I should say, too. So thank you, Madam Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to rise and speak for a few moments on the bill to amend the Electricity Act tabled this session. I join my honourable colleagues in sharing some comments and concerns about these amendments and, in general, the Electricity Act. Madam Speaker, the bottom line is we need more power on our grid. I am concerned that wind and solar will not bring enough reliable energy generation to our province to meet our needs, growing needs, Madam Chair. I am concerned that the battery technology is not enough, not advanced enough to meet the needs of our Nova Scotia's climate change goals, which include getting off of coal and producing 80% of electricity from renewables by 2030. The province expects to meet 88% renewable energy before that deadline. These amendments to the Electricity Act make no mention of tidal power, geothermal energy, yet we have so much potential for both in Nova Scotia, especially in Cumberland County. We have so much untapped energy in this province that does not seem to be a priority, at least it's not being brought forward by this bill. As Nova Scotians move towards electric vehicles, and mandated by the federal government, Nova Scotians are using more and more electricity to power our vehicles. Nova Scotians need a more reliable grid. Just this week, I met with a growing business building more homes, and there is a need to improve infrastructure in Pugwash to support these growing demands on the grid. We need a grid that can support more electric vehicles and also electric vehicle charging infrastructure. This is important not just for Nova Scotians, but also the tourists that we welcome every year. Madam Chair, often tourists are going to travel to Cape Breton, but only have a few spots to charge their electric vehicles, either in Monastery or Stellarton. There's often a lineup, leaving drivers delayed, and we need more chargers and infrastructure. Electric vehicles are also expensive, Madam Chair. The federal government currently provides a rebate on electric vehicles for $5,000, and in Nova Scotia, we rebate $3,000 for a total of $8,000. Yet in New Brunswick, the rebate is $5,000, and the provincial government for a total of $10,000. It's the same in PEI. So why are we not matching other provincial governments' incentives for new electric vehicles here in Nova Scotia? Rebates are also not available on private sale of used electric vehicles. Only dealerships can apply for this rebate. This often leads to getting less for their electric vehicle on resale. Many electric vehicle driving Nova Scotians have charging infrastructure in their home. However, what about the people that live in apartments and have to park on the street? Madam Chair, we need more electric vehicle infrastructure now. Furthermore, our grid is dirty. This makes it a little hypocritical to drive an electric vehicle powered by coal. However, studies do show that even with the amount of coal we burn, it is generally better to drive electric vehicles despite the emissions from coal and the mining processes. Madam Chair, Nova Scotians want to invest in solar, wind, and other renewable energy. Many Nova Scotians are starting to put solar on their homes. And as we go forward, our government should be looking for more ways to support Nova Scotians into making these investments. Unfortunately, we have serious issues of affordability here. Electric vehicles are great. In fact, last week I had the chance to test drive one, a Tesla, at the Next Ride event. They travel the province offering test drives to people for free, and they're just a wealth of knowledge, and certainly encourage any other MLA that has an opportunity to do a test drive with the Next Ride event to do so. And I really appreciated having that opportunity. However, the cheapest electric vehicle available in Nova Scotia is nearly $40,000, with most being in the range of $45,000 to $60,000. Even with a rebate, this is still a targeted market for people who can't afford new vehicles. There are many people in my constituency of Cumberland North that have never owned a new vehicle. How do I tell them that this is a good idea and that this is the direction that they should go to when it's simply not affordable for them? As the global market moves towards increases on electrification, including heat pumps, electric vehicles, electric vehicle chargers, and other electric technology, you are now seeing electric robotic lawnmowers in some places like the airport. We need to ensure we have a grid to support these measures. We need to make sure we are investing in the grid to hit goals 5, 10, 15, and 20 years from now. We need people to want to invest in solar on their homes, and we need to ensure we have proper power storage. We need battery storage to assist the grid. And I certainly hope the government is engaging in the battery companies that already exist right here in Nova Scotia, like our very own Surrett Battery in Cumberland County. One other thing Nova Scotians need to look for is for legalizing the process of vehicle to grid power. Some electric vehicles and regular hybrids have the ability to act as a generator to power homes during power outages. Technology is continuing to grow. Work is being done to allow for these vehicles to provide power during peak hours and charge on off-peak hours. This would provide savings to consumers on their power bill while providing relief to the grid. To summarize, Madam Chair, we need more charging, we need better infrastructure, and we need better rebates for electric vehicles, and we need more access to affordable infrastructure. And with these few comments, I will take my seat. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to register a few comments in support of this bill and this objective. I know Nova Scotia is certainly a province that takes a lot of pride in the potential for renewables, and this seems like a great step in that direction. We know that given the infrastructure layout and the I'll say capabilities of our friends at Nova Scotia Power, there's certainly a requirement to establish partnership formal partnerships with Nova Scotia Power if we are to diversify, I'll say, the way that we establish the options for energy production in the province, and we have little choice but to rely on them because of their ownership of the electricity grid. So establishing a framework or a legal relationship, I'll say, through legislation seems like a productive use of our time here in the legislature, and I want to commend the minister responsible for advancing this objective. And hopefully we're in a spot down the road where the different options that are available through because we know that, I guess there doesn't, and I defer to some of the comments made today, that there's still more questions to be answered about the, I guess, the capability of our base load energy production in terms of, you know, what diversification is taking place now. Like we have, we seem to have a focus on wind, and you know, there is, we know it's cheaper, but it's an energy source that doesn't you know, doesn't necessarily happen all the time. So it's important that as we establish partnerships with entities like Nova Scotia Power, as laid out here, that we have we keep in mind that we need to make sure that if some of these renewable sources that we're trying to tap into that are not constant, that can't be relied on all of the time, that we have the opportunity for energy storage, which is certainly part of the objective here. And you know, the opportunities for the sector and for the government through enabling legislation like this, it has a direct impact on, you know, in particular our rural economy. You know, there are places throughout the province, you know, you see the maps out there, the wind layout where the wind tunnels or the wind energy is available in the province, and many of those places, you know, are outside of HRM, and it, you know, it creates opportunities for those local communities, those micro economies outside of the HRM to, you know, to step into projects like these, to, you know, for job creation, you know, great opportunities for trades to hone their skills and pursue a career, which is you know, something that is part of why we want to support arrangements like the one that's laid out in this bill. We need to ensure that as we move forward with the different renewable options that may be tied to next steps beyond the creation of this legislation, that we have protections in place that are that are protective of Nova Scotia ratepayers. Because ultimately, you know, as we move forward and as options become available for different types of electricity energy generation, you know, there's going to be a cost to that, and the cost we need to try to ensure is minimally impactful, or at least predictably impactful on I was looking at the member for Bedford Basin to correct me here, but minimally impactful on ratepayers, because that's our goal. I mean, we have a job to set the stage so that we protect the environment, and at the same time we have a parallel goal of trying to protect ratepayers from sharp spikes in their power bills, which as a government we managed to moderate through, you know, interactions with Nova Scotia Power, through negotiations, and we had for many years under our tenure predictable rates for Nova Scotia ratepayers. And you know, I hope that as we start to progress through the energy agenda, that this is a big part of what helps guide us, right? So so you've got an opportunity to create a relationship with Nova Scotia Power that defines an opportunity for smaller companies or companies in general to establish a relationship with Nova Scotia Power because of that ownership of the grid. And so it's fair and reasonable that we take this measure and require or enable, I should say, the opportunity for that to take place. And it's also important from a what else do I got here? It's also important that, you know, we make sure that the treatment of these new companies or these prospective partnerships, there's a promotion of a system in Nova Scotia that is competitive and is open to business, and there are equal opportunities for energy providers of all sorts, and all, you know, not limited to Nova Scotia companies. We want to be known as a province that is open for business in that respect, and I believe that, you know, you look around the province at the different parts of the sector, wind, solar, tidal. You know, Nova Scotia does have a solid reputation of being an open for business place, and to make sure that we have more opportunities for companies to come in and set up shop, as outlined in legislation such as this. You know, we got to be able to promote that. So part of what we can do beyond advancing this particular bill is continue to promote the province as a place that's open for business, and there's lots of different, you know, parts of the economy that can benefit from, that attitude of being open for business, but this particular bill certainly lays out that entrenches that idea that, though we don't necessarily own the infrastructure, we have created a legal opportunity for businesses to come in and do that work and invest in our province and invest in the people of our province, create good jobs, and continue to be remarked as an open for business province, one that wants to be intentional about renewable energy creation. Because we have that objective, that goal to get off of coal by 2030. And so this type of move by the government is an important one, so that we have a broader number of options to help us advance towards that goal. Because it's no small challenge. I mean, we have a world and a province that is certainly reliant on carbon fuels, and in Nova Scotia, definitely coal plays a major part of our electricity or our energy generation capacity. And so when you see moves like this through this bill, Bill 337, it speaks to the intention of opening those doors with the goal of getting off coal by 2030, which, as I said, is no small objective. What else do I got here? Yeah, a system where more options are available out there through an enabled ecosystem like we're discussing here today, should, down the road create a scenario where competition requires different entities to do better and do more and try to be competitively priced for retailers, for people that want to be hooked up to the grid, and in turn for ratepayers individually. And as we grow our I'll say our renewable footprint here in the province, perhaps we'll start to get a little more attention with respect to, things like electric vehicles, and we'll have a greater capability of, setting up different paths for people to travel with using electric vehicles. If we have a system that's in place that's enabled by this, in part by this bill, where we've got energy harnessed throughout the province, battery or energy storage throughout the province that enables more of a complete network of spots to, I don't know if that's exactly how it works, honestly, but the more places out there where we have a reliable energy source that could be established for the purposes of, maybe a landing pad for someone to charge an electric vehicle, where it's difficult to do so now. And as we come on board with more with more of these opportunities, perhaps we'll get access to more electric vehicles. It's no secret that it is difficult to get an electric vehicle these days. There's long waits. So, if we can make moves like what we're trying to do in this bill to show leadership on the energy file and the renewable energy file, I think that will have an impact down the road on our reputation more broadly, and entities like vehicle manufacturers that produce a limited number of vehicles in a given period of time. They only send so many out. So maybe there's an opportunity for folks to look at themselves and say, well, look at Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia is making these moves to diversify their renewable capacity, and we want to send some more electric vehicles out there. So it is this stuff, this bill, this move does have.
I notice that it's starting to get a little chatty here, and I would like anyone speaking on the bill to stay on the bill. Thank you. And please give respect to the person who's speaking. I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plain, Lucasville.
Thank you. And I think moves like this through the chair is a good way to just demonstrate that we're trying to be intentional as a province about our diversifying our complement of renewable energy sources. We lay out a way for energy storage to take place in this bill, and we enable an avenue for energy producers to partner with Nova Scotia Power to set up shop and invest in our province. So again, I think we're supportive of this bill, and I just wanted to add a couple of remarks because energy greening the energy sector is a generational thing. It's important for youth in particular continually raise the environment and greening the economy and having these types of initiatives as a priority for them. I mean, it's no secret. Protecting our environment is something that's important to young people, and certainly it's important to everybody. But I would suggest that it is more profoundly acknowledged amongst our younger populations, and if moves like this through the establishment of Bill 337, if they help us to demonstrate to our young people that a green economy is a priority for Nova Scotia, if longer term we can leave something behind that provides future opportunities for businesses to come in and do this work, then it's certainly a good thing from my perspective. And I'm just going to register those few remarks, and thanks for the opportunity, Madam Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and great to speak here today just a little bit on this very important bill. So just wanted to touch on need for battery storage, of course, when we're dealing with an intermittent energy source like wind. Of course, the wind doesn't blow all the time, so we need battery storage. And I think that is certainly something that we should be aware of, we should be thinking about as we move forward, greening of the grid and hopefully moving toward a net zero future. And there is no doubt that there is a great deal of uncertainty and risk when we're talking about renewable energy projects, particularly ones at scale. I was just reading the other day about 2 major projects, offshore wind projects off the coast of New Jersey, the southern coast of New Jersey, that have been canceled due to rising interest rates and cost uncertainty and regulatory uncertainty. And, you know, that's a blow, and we don't want to see that kind of uncertainty and loss happen here in Nova Scotia, because we do have great potential for renewable energy, as we know, of course, with wind, with solar, with tidal, which is, you know, kind of the great prize that we haven't been able to tap just yet. And as the member for Timberley Prospect was talking a little bit earlier about small modular reactors and nuclear energy as well, which New Brunswick is on the path towards, and I think Nova Scotia should be looking at sincerely as well. If you go to Ontario, for example, for decades, nuclear energy has been a huge component of electricity generation in the province of Ontario. In France, the vast majority, close to 100%, I believe, of their electricity is generated through nuclear power. So I think when we're talking about how do we get to a net zero carbon neutral energy mix, which is where I think there is agreement among all 3 parties that we want to move to, and a general agreement globally, it can't be one size fits all. We don't have, for example, the hydro resource that Quebec and Newfoundland and Labrador has, which is a blessing for them, and they can provide electricity not just for their own residents, but as an export, and that's great, but we don't have that luck of the draw, as it were, and so we don't get to tap into those resources, particularly with the news that we are not going to be pursuing the Atlantic Loop project, and that project is essentially dead from the perspective of Nova Scotia, which is a real loss, because tapping into that immense potential of hydropower through Quebec and Labrador is really something that would have been helpful for us to get off coal by 2030, which, as we know, is a legislated goal which the minister and the premier and others have said the government will achieve. Certainly, we hope they will achieve that. Without the loop, there are serious questions about the feasibility of that, and only time will tell. But we certainly will be monitoring that to make sure that steps are taken, because any project of this type, when we're talking about renewable energy and changing the energy mix, is expensive and takes years, not months, years, and in some cases decades to move from one to the other. There are also questions here about where battery or storage sites will be. Does the legislation allow for these sites to be co-located next to wind farms, for example? I think the legislation is unclear on that point. Perhaps the minister could clarify that. Perhaps in regulations that question could be resolved, because from a question of economies of scale and economics, you would want to have a battery storage site located next to your turbine. That just makes sense. That would be the most efficient and cost-effective way to do that. And I hope that this legislation and regulations that are developed once it's passed will allow for that. One of the outstanding questions here, and I think maybe the most important question that is kind of hanging over this piece of legislation, and just the transition, the green energy transition in general, is what are the implications for ratepayers? What does it mean for the million Nova Scotians who have to pay for energy every couple of months? And we know right now that there is a 14% increase in power rates. that is taking effect here in Nova Scotia over the next 2 years. 7% a year. And I know the minister has talked this week, I think, if it was this week, about 1.6%. But that was non-fuel costs, and we know that fuel costs are a really significant proportion of power rates. And so the fact of the matter is, despite legislation, despite a lot of rhetoric about keeping power rates in check and saving Nova Scotians money, the fact of the matter is that over the next 2 years, power rates in Nova Scotia will go up by 14%. 7% a year, and over the course of a year, that absolutely will mean hundreds and hundreds of dollars out of the pockets of Nova Scotians at a time when household budgets are squeezed more than they have been in many, many years. So we have real concerns, and I think there are real questions about what does this legislation mean from a ratepayer perspective? What does it mean from a ratepayer perspective? And I again would ask and hope that the minister could give us some clarity on what will happen in Nova Scotia over the next handful of years now that the Atlantic Loop is off the table. How does that gap get filled? And I haven't seen a clear answer to that question, because we know that the Atlantic Loop would have filled that gap, would have given us reliable, clean, renewable energy from Newfoundland and Labrador and Quebec. But that is not happening anymore. And so that chunk of energy usage that we would have liked to have seen come from that project now needs to be, in my view, divided up into a few different options. Obviously, wind is going to be a significant component of that, and any wind project at scale, which of course is what we want, will require a significant and real investment in battery storage, and to make sure that the energy that we are generating, the 100% of the energy that we generate, we want to retain as close to 100% of that as possible, so that when we get into the winter months and energy usage spikes, we have energy there to warm our homes and our offices and our buildings. And ideally, we want that energy source to come from a renewable source, whether that be wind, hydro, tidal, and like I mentioned, the potential that I think we should be at least thinking about and really discussing as a province in a bigger way, which is nuclear and small modular reactors, which New Brunswick, as I've mentioned, is interested in, and I think has a decades-long track record in Canada and in many other countries of clean energy, net zero, with a very, 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 very long timeline of generations. So I hope as the minister and this government continue to work towards our significant goals in renewable energy towards 2030, which again is only 6 years away now, and when you're looking at the timeline of these projects, you're really getting up against the feasibility of getting a project from conception to operation within 6 years. You're starting to push the envelope a bit. And so over the next 12 to 18 to 24 months of the mandate of this government, I certainly hope that we will see significant advancement and significant new projects coming online in the wind space in particular. And as I said at the outset of my remarks, there are major headwinds, no pun intended, but there are major headwinds right now in the region as it relates to wind energy. as I said at the beginning, a company, a Danish company, wrote off $4 billion on 2 projects in New Jersey. That's a lot of money to walk away from. So to be willing to walk away from a $4 billion investment in a project means that there are major roadblocks standing in the way of getting a project up and running in a reasonable time frame. And those headwinds could be higher interest rates. They probably are higher interest rates. They could be labor. They could be cost of materials. They could be regulatory uncertainty. They could be opposition from government. It could be opposition from local communities. Whatever it is, there is always going to be a significant amount of opposition to a major energy project, whether it's a fossil fuel operation or a renewable operation. Whatever it is, when you're talking about an industrial level project, there's always going to be a lot of uncertainty and a lot of risk baked into those projects. And so this piece of legislation, I believe, has a lot of merit. It makes sense for the province to be thinking about, as we generate renewable energy, how do we store it? How do we make sure that we are retaining as close to 100% of that renewable energy as we can? And what is the necessary mix of energy sources that we will need over the next 6 years and beyond to fill the gap that, unfortunately, has been left by the end of the Atlantic Loop for Nova Scotia. So I hope the minister and the government over the next couple of years will be able to not just tell us that it's going to work out, but really show us the action and the map and the progress to really get us to that point that we all agree we need to get to by 2030 and beyond. So with those comments, Madam Chair, I will take my seat. Thank you.
Seeing no other speakers, shall clause 1.
Really good try.
There has been a request for a recorded vote. The host will go to recess until the whips are satisfied. order. There was a request for a recorded vote on Clause 1. I now recognize the clerk.
Brad Johns.
Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Kim Maslin.
Yes.
Tim Houston. Alan McMaster. Twyla Gross.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
John Lohr.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Kent Smith.
Yes.
Dave Ritzy.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Brian Comer.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
Yes.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Pat Dunn.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
Larry Harrison. John White.
Yes.
John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Keith Bain. Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
Carla McFarlane. Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Nolan Young.
Yes.
Steve Craig.
Yes.
Patricia Arab.
Yes.
Keith Irving.
Yes.
Brenda McGuire. Derek Mombercat. Zach Churchill. Kelly Regan.
Yes.
Ian Rankin.
Oui.
Susan LeBlanc.
Yes.
Claudia Chender.
Yes.
Kendra Coombs. Susie Hansen. Gary Burrell.
Yes.
Lisa LaChance. Rafa Di Costanzo.
Yes.
Tony Ince. Laura Lee Nickel.
Yes.
Ben Jessam.
Yes.
Braden Clark.
Yes.
Ali Duale.
Yes.
Carmen Kerr. Ronnie LeBlanc. Fred Tilley. Elizabeth Smith McCrossin. The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 38, nays 0.
Shall the remaining clauses carry?
Recorded vote.
My apologies, Clause 1 is carried, but there has been a request for a recorded vote. We shall take a recess until ring the bells until the whips are satisfied.
First the cab drivers.
So I ran into my mom's room. Her dad was still at work or something. Or volunteering at ball field or something. Woke mom up and the man stared in the window. Mom was like, "Is he gone?" Like, yeah. I was like, "Okay then." Are you doing anything you shouldn't have been doing?
Order. There was a request for a recorded vote on the remaining clauses. I now recognize the clerk.
Brad Johns.
Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Kim Maslin.
Yes.
Tim Houston. Alan McMaster. Twyla Gross.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
John Lohr.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Kent Smith.
Yes.
Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Brian Comer.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
We.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Pat Dunn.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
Larry Harrison.
Yes.
John White.
Yes.
John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Keith Bain. Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
Carla McFarlane. Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Nolan Young.
We.
Steve Craig.
Yes.
Patricia Arab.
Yes.
Keith Irving. Brendan McGuire. Derek Mombercat. Zach Churchill. Kelly Regan.
Yes.
Ian Rankin.
We.
Susan LeBlanc.
Yes.
Claudia Chender. Kendra Coombs. Susie Hansen. Gary Burrell.
Yes.
Lisa LaChance. Rafa Di Costanzo.
Yes.
Tony Ince. Laura Lee Nickel.
Yes.
Ben Jessam.
Yes.
Braden Clark.
Yes.
Ali Duale.
Yes.
Carmen Kerr. Ronnie LeBlanc. Fred Tilley. Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
Yes.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 38, nays 0.
The remaining clause is carried. Shall the title carry? I recognize the honorable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and a few comments on the title of the important bill that we're discussing this evening and our endeavor to continue to green our energy grid and move towards more storage on the energy system in Nova Scotia. I think it's important, again, relative to my comments on the first clause of the bill, is to look at how we see our standard form of power purchase agreements operating in our province and the procurement process around that. And I think it's important to ensure that we're analyzing how we continue to procure more both renewable energy and the storage around it. And again, I spoke about what was revealed by Nova Scotia Power recently, is that they will own 150 megawatts of energy of the battery storage system.
I ask that the honorable member speak to the title of the bill, an act to amend Chapter 25 of the Acts of 2004, the Electricity Act. I recognize the honorable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and appreciate the guidance on what the title is. It's quite a long title. I don't know it off by heart, but certainly I am interested in how we speak to bills and how they're titled and how they're brought forward in the legislature. And so I think it's appropriate that we discuss the title and ensure that stakeholders that have brought forward concerns are aware of what is being amended in this legislature. And in terms of the Electricity Act, there could be more appropriate titles if we're specific to battery storage, then why isn't battery storage specific in the Bill 337, which is simply named an act to amend the Electricity Act, which seems to be quite broad in the way that it's being brought forward. And really what we're talking about this evening is, by the Minister's own admission, about battery storage. So I would contend that on the title itself, perhaps it could be more aptly named the Battery Storage Act, or something that is more specific to what the amendments actually are. And so it's important because that title really, when you talk about amending the Electricity Act, could talk about all kinds of sources of power. It could talk about the historic use of coal in our province. That still is over 50% of our electricity system. It could talk about natural gas, which is a much smaller percentage of our energy grid. It could talk about wind. Could talk about solar, could talk about all these things, but I do believe that it is quite broad, and we should be more specific on the title, especially when it comes to something so important as the nascent industry of energy storage, and the importance of energy storage going forward in our province as we move away from different sources of electricity as it relates to amending an Electricity Act. And an apt description would probably be more specific. And I could come up with probably many examples, but it's important because energy storage really does relate in its most basic opportunities to reduce our reliance on coal is related to our development of wind projects, especially onshore wind projects. And so an act to amend the Electricity Act could have said respecting energy storage, like a lot of the acts that we've brought forward, which do specifically say what the act does intend to do. There are many wind projects across the province that could take advantage if people understood what the act was actually called in the title, and could have a hybrid approach, as I advocated before, how we could have energy storage set up by these wind areas, like in Pubnico Point and Digby Wind, South Canoe and Amherst, and Dalhousie Mountain, and Glendew, and Sable and Canso, and Bearhead, Maryvale, and Ellerhouse. These are substantial wind projects that could benefit from having the type of investments that I think the bill is, with the title, trying to achieve by attracting the type of investment in battery storage. So that's the challenge I have with the title, and of course we will be supporting the bill, make no mistake, but the power purchase agreements are important to understand that they should be amended, and the procurement process needs to support the provision of ancillary services to ensure that the companies that are going to benefit from increased battery storage on our energy system are aware by the very title of the bill, and that they're able to understand whether or not they are part of the process, and that they can co-locate renewable battery storage on the sites of some of them that I've just mentioned. Could be Terrence Bay, could be some of the other areas that have wind developments, especially given the low cost and given that we have multiple megawatts of energy already on the system, and that we could save costs for Nova Scotia ratepayers, and given that we can speed up the process. There's nothing in the title that speaks to how this will save ratepayers. There's nothing in the title that speaks to how we will be able to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions from an environmental perspective. There's nothing in the title that will ensure that everyone knows that we will be able to attract investment into the province with this very important industry. And so I think what we need to make sure is that when we're bringing new bills to the legislature, that the title is clearly evident in what the bill is trying to achieve. And now we have a huge opportunity in front of us, and it's important that if we are going to bring more battery storage, which the bill is intending to do, onto the system, that we understand that it is intrinsically linked with the opportunities around wind storage as per the energy plan of 2030 that the government brought forward just a month ago. Now, currently we have 600 megawatts of installed wind capacity and off-peak loads of less than 700 megawatts during the summer months. We have an additional 370 megawatts from a tender in 2021 and a proposed 1,000 megawatts coming on over the next number of years from the renewable energy plan as sought out from the government. This is an opportunity. This is a critical opportunity, obviously, to associate our battery storage alongside the cheapest form of renewable energy, cheapest form of any energy. But the fact that we have that clearly set out means that if we're going to propose legislation, that we could have a title that speaks specific to the opportunities around storage and wind as they relate to one another. There was a recent study conducted by Nova Scotia Power and Nova Scotia Power Stability Study for Renewable Integration that found that a combination of high wind output, light load, and limited thermal generation could introduce system reliability challenges. And I say that because the storage component to all of these variable sources, be it wind or solar, is very critical to have some kind of emergency backup, but also instant forms of energy being accessible through storage. And that's why the bill is seeking to try to achieve that. But again, in the title, we need to be clear about what we're trying to achieve. And so as long as we are having our thermal units operating at minimal load levels, we also need to be clear that
Order. I ask that all members turn their phones off. I recognize the honourable member of Timberley Prospect to speak on the title.
So again, the Electricity Act amended, I think should have, a clause to be specific of what we're trying to achieve here, which I think is from the minister's comments earlier today at this committee, is that we're opening up opportunities for specific stakeholders that want access to battery storage. And so that's why it's critical that we're able to speak to the title and be clear about the title to industry, that we will be allowing co-location, that we will be allowing hybrid solutions, and that we will be protecting ratepayers by doing so. And my understanding, which I've said earlier, is that we will save ratepayers 30% of the cost, that we will be able to deploy batteries up to 2 years faster, and that this is proven throughout the United States as being the way to go. We should also be clear in the title that this is not just for Nova Scotia Power in our regulated electricity area, that we have opportunities for companies. And many people think that we have a monopoly still, but that ended effectively in 2013 when we brought in the bill renewables to retail in our province. And the more that we have an opportunity to tender out renewable energy in our province without Nova Scotia Power owning that infrastructure, the more that monopoly will be reduced in its power. And I think when people hear the title of Electricity Act, that they may automatically assume that there's nothing for them that it is a bill specific to Nova Scotia Power and the way that they're regulated, but in fact, this bill is speaking to opportunities outside of Nova Scotia Power, or at least from what I understand in the plan, at least 50%, given the assumption that there will be 300 megawatts to 400 megawatts of battery storage in total, and that Nova Scotia Power will only own 150 megawatts. And so the title, really, if people do believe, and the government tries to make it seem that the monopoly wasn't ended, and in fact, it actually was ended. And in fact, there is opportunities for companies outside of Nova Scotia Power to provide energy solutions for Nova Scotians. And so the government really is not naming the title correctly by saying that it is an amendment just to the Electricity Act, unless they are prepared to admit to the House of Nova Scotians that the monopoly has ended. And I haven't heard that yet. I've heard criticism that the monopoly has not ended. Now, while it's true, there are many customers, including most of us probably, that we don't have a choice in who we purchase our power from at a residential level. Regionally, more and more places in the province do have access to energy that are outside of Nova Scotia Power. And that was the vision, because renewable energy, we knew, would reduce in price over time. And we knew that by ending that monopoly in the future, whether there was tariffs or other things to pay for to access the owned energy grid by Nova Scotia Power, that there was an opportunity for Nova Scotians to buy electricity that would not have to do with Nova Scotia Power. There's opportunities here with energy storage. And that's why the title should clearly state what opportunities are for people following debate in the legislature. What is the benefit for the average Nova Scotian to bring on energy systems, renewable energy, and battery storage? What would be the right title? The problem is, with the title as it is, stakeholders are wondering if the hybrid type of solutions that I have proposed in the first clause are going to be possible at all. A decision could be made to not allow these type of systems, but if that's the case, the bill should reflect that. The bill title should reflect that. And we know that, given experience elsewhere as discussed, the hybrid projects are of additional value and should be considered in any procurement that goes forward when it comes to the battery storage, which is the intent of the bill, which I don't see in the title. And because the title is so vague, we're really at a loss of where stakeholders go. Is this for new greenfield sites? Where do they find these sites? I said earlier, this government has protected less than 1% of land in the 2 years, but they intend to protect 20%. An incremental 6% more in the next number of years. The same timeline, 2030, that we're supposed to be greening our energy system. So for the members' benefit, every 1% is 50,000 hectares. We're talking about 300,000 hectares that this government intends to protect. I don't think they're going to do that. I don't think they had any intention to do that. But just say that they were actually going to fulfill that promise. Where is all this battery storage going to go? Where's the 1,000 megawatts of wind going to go by 2030? Where is it all going to go if they're not co-located, is my main argument. And so to bring a bill with the title of amending the Electricity Act does not scratch the surface on the complexity of the issue that's in front of this government, whether they have good intentions or not. They're big on targets, plans, but not on action. We know that there's contention with wind projects in communities. The not in my backyard concept is definitely known within these types of projects and others. And I don't know how much consultation has gone into the battery storage. So when you name the title of the Electricity Act, how much notice are you actually given to Nova Scotians that there will be more battery storage sites across the province? If you're amending the Electricity Act, and I think there's a reason why there's notice given in newspapers and things like that as mandated for private members' bills, so that the public can have their say at committee and that there's specific time given, same as when there's environmental assessments, 30-day notice period for public submissions. But when a bill is brought forward to the legislature and it's simply amending the Electricity Act, would have been more aptly named, if it is about just energy storage, an act to amend the Electricity Act respecting energy storage. But that's not what the title is. And so I think the title in this bill is critically important. I don't think anyone disagrees that energy storage is part of the solution, especially since the last number of years it has gone down in price about 95%. And technology has certainly gone a long way, led by people like Jeff Don at Dalhousie, the innovations, the only institution in North America that has an agreement with Tesla to operate these long-term batteries. That's so important to this bill and to this title, and even into the title, there could have been some more acknowledgement to the nascent industry that we have here, and what's going on with Novonix and electrification of our transportation system and how that relates to a smarter grid and the demand side, the load management side. And to simply bring an amendment to the Electricity Act could mean anything. It could mean that they're opening up hydraulic fracturing like they used to advocate when they were in opposition. Now, I know that it's not, but I'm saying when the title, and that's my purpose of speaking to the title, is so vague, we want to make sure that all Nova Scotians are aware of what is being proposed at the legislature and what is being amended. And there are relatively few clauses in the bill itself, 2 clauses. So it seems to me that the content of the bill is more to the point, and then they left the title of the bill so vague that it leaves to question why is it that title to begin with. And it's important to talk about that because Nova Scotians deserve to know what it's actually enabling. Given that power rates have gone up in the last 2 years, we're going to see another 7% increase on power bills in January, something they haven't seen in a long time since the NDP were in power. And I have some questions which I've already asked on what the impact of this bill will be in terms of costs. New batteries is going to cost. If they're not co-located at existing wind energy projects, that will increase rates again. So the title of the bill could be an act to increase power rates in this province without knowing the answers, or it could be an act to prevent increases to power. But we don't know. We just have an act to amend the Electricity Act, not respecting energy storage, not respecting any specific stakeholders that were mentioned. We have been approached by stakeholders asking where they fit into this bill. So that's a concern. We've been asked about the opportunities around providing a strategy for non-Nova Scotia Power-led storage projects so that the purchase of power agreements can accelerate their investments in their own projects. So where do they fit in when they see that there is an amendment to the Electricity Act? The fact of the matter is, companies that have wind projects today want to add value to their existing wind projects. And we need to maximize the output that we have at these sites to maximize the resiliency and reliability of our grid. And that's what battery storage is trying to do. I think that's what this bill is trying to do, but somehow the title just doesn't match the intent. There is a way. There is a way through federal investment that we can bring more storage of energy into our system. There are existing programs called the Smart Renewable Fund. Hundreds of millions of dollars in that fund. Could have called the act to get the attention of Ottawa, the Smart Renewable Fund Act, and say, look how much we align with the type of capital you have in that fund. We're going to name and act the Smart Renewables Fund and bring storage into Nova Scotia, energy storage. Then you have unquestionable alliance with the directives of what Environment and Climate Change Canada is trying to achieve. But somehow I haven't heard anything about federal funds going towards the battery storage initiative and the 300 to 400 megawatts that are important in the energy plan, the greening the grid plan by 2030. There is substantial money on the table. And if the federal government changes at some point, that's gone. I think the members opposite know their federal cousins will, at minimum, slow down the transition to fight climate change. I think they know that. And at worst, they would completely stall that. So we are looking at amending the Electricity Act, which has happened many times, dare I say, in this House. I think it's important that it's described in the way that it's intended to be. We need to enable our existing proven capital investments outside Nova Scotia Power to upgrade their existing capital instead of building standalone new battery storage places. That can happen at the same time. Let the procurement and let the market figure that out. You could title the bill an act to amend electricity respecting the lowest cost transition of either renewables or energy storage. There are many different ways to title the act. But in this case, if someone was coming into the legislature and saying what's on the order paper and they see that they're amending the Electricity Act, I think the average person would question, okay, what does that mean? What are all the amendments? And I think it's important that if we are going to build a substantial amount. We're talking about hundreds of megawatts of new battery storage, that's clear in the title. We all know about NIMBYs and what's the more extreme example? Banana? Build absolutely nothing anywhere. So we know there will be challenges as no matter what you build across the province, no matter how much it benefits ratepayers, which it could. But if the title just says amend the Electricity Act, then we're really taking away, or we're fueling the potential of NIMBYism and a reluctance to endorse technology that has made it down quite a ways that really will be, I believe, not very impactful to community, not adversely impactful to communities. And so, similarly to wind, maybe there were challenges in the title when wind development was brought to the legislature. I can tell you in areas like Terrence Bay, there was some people did not want the large wind developments in Terrence Bay. And it was based on a lot of what you hear. And potential for property values to decrease, I think, was the main source of consternation. So we may hear that if the title stands as it is with battery storage and the same type of concerns being raised. Now, I can tell you, I do not hear complaints about wind development. I don't know about other members opposite, but certainly there are communities that don't want wind development. And if we're not careful about the titles of the legislation that we're bringing forward, then maybe that can be misconstrued. Maybe people don't understand that wind was not a bad thing for our province. Maybe they think amending the Electricity Act is going in the opposite direction, that there'll be more fossil fuels. Maybe they think we'll open more coal plants. Really, there's nothing in the title that speaks to renewable energy or battery storage at all. And the lack of clarity around providing revenue for ancillary services like battery energy systems, I think, is part of the issue in this, and there are stakeholders that are concerned. So wind is the cheapest form of energy, something that I've been saying for a long time before coal skyrocketed during the pandemic. And that's why it is important to start tendering the 1,000 megawatts of wind right now. But it is also important to look at battery storage as a dual track. It is important to back up the variable sources. And if we're titling bills and amending the Electricity Act, then it should be clear what we're trying to achieve in terms of, is it more renewable energy? Is it more battery storage? Is it a combination? Are existing companies allowed to bid? What's Nova Scotia Power going to own? What's going to tender? Does solar have a role? Are we still doing Green Choice program? Is community solar still an option? What about the utilities owned by the municipalities area? Do they have an opportunity for battery storage? Or are we just amending a provincial Electricity Act? Those are my questions. You know, it's very difficult without the title being clear on the direction. Kind of like the plan itself and the reliance on other sources of energy, like hydrogen, like offshore wind, like access to New Brunswick, nuclear. All of these things aren't mentioned in the bill. or the title. I think the title is speaking to renewable energy, but with the title being left as it is, who knows? And in the electricity plan, everything seems to be ready by 2029. How convenient. And maybe there should have been something in the title that said, an act to amend the Electricity Act to ensure that we are off coal by 2030? Or that we will meet something by 2030? What's the objective? Is the objective to just amend bills, sit in the legislature till midnight?
On Fridays.
On Friday night? There was an original plan to have battery online by 2024. We are 3 months away from 2024. I would have expected a bill before November of 2023 if this is an act to facilitate the investment in battery storage before 2 months. And so maybe that's why the title isn't explicit in what it's trying to achieve. Maybe that's an admission that the bill should have been brought forward 2 years ago to actually enable this type of investment that we are told stakeholders, which by the way means Nova Scotia Power, want. So with the title the way it is, it's very difficult to support that piece. We will vote in support of the bill because I think it does move the needle on battery storage. But I think I would have more enthusiastically supported the bill if it was 2 years ago and if it had a better title.
Yeah.
The title, if we're being frank about what it's trying to achieve, should say something about energy storage. Like, what other motive is it? So 150 megawatts will be owned by Nova Scotia Power. That's one stakeholder we know wanted this bill. We have other stakeholders that don't seem to be mentioned that say there's no capacity for a market like this right now because there's no way to know how you're going to be paid for services like battery storage, because the battery storage as a service, as an ancillary service, will be taken by NSPI. This is a regulated market. If it was not regulated, it would be much easier. And maybe the title would be more appropriate in an unregulated market, but we are a regulated market. Again, is this bill just for Nova Scotia Power? It doesn't say an amendment for the Electricity Act that respects all companies besides Nova Scotia Power. You might as well call it the bill for Nova Scotia Power. And if we're going to tender, we need to make sure that the companies that have put so much investment into Nova Scotia, that have proven the lowest cost energy, that they are aware that they are included. So when the bill is engrossed, eventually, that the title might be more appropriate to send signals to industry that there is investment opportunity here and that they're not prevented from bidding or needing to secure land in other areas to bid on a project. Again, this is a relatively new industry, and it's an important piece. And that's why the title is so important. I think of private members' bills that have come forward in the House where the Legislative Council may amend a certain labor bill or a certain act. But if you're really trying to speak to your stakeholders and speak to the general public and look at the name of the bill, the title, sometimes it's important to ensure that that title does that. Some of the most important bills, Ruby's Law, I think, is one. There's others. Very clearly speak to something that has happened in Nova Scotia, and it's not as bureaucratic as simply amending an act that has been around for decades in the province. I think there was one called Cayley's Law, maybe the leader of the party opposite, I think it was the premier that brought that forward. There was a number of pieces of legislation where people knew pretty quickly what they were. And so the title of this bill, I think, does not describe what the bill is. And that's why I think it's important that we look at the title closely and speak to it, debate it a little bit, and speak to opportunities there are in our industry as a very critical piece. We can't bring in 1,000 more megawatts of wind without a reliability source, like battery storage. And we're going to need a lot of it. The 300 to 400 megawatts might just be the start. And so we need to attract investment across North America or beyond. And they need to understand that we are open for business. And it matters what the title of the bill is when we're signaling that to the private sector. That we have an approach to renewable energy that is not confined to trying to find what limited land we have in Nova Scotia. We don't have much Crown land, and the government locked the Crown land down during the Green Choice process, despite concerns being raised by proponents and Mi'kmaq communities who consider the land being treaty land. Maybe that'll be opened up at a further date. We have limited access to land, both public and private, because of forestry interests. And the co-location of batteries is absolutely critical. So I would have had something in the Act title that ensured that companies could have a proposal being brought forward to co-locate energy storage with either existing or new renewable energy capacity. Whether that's the wind turbines, whether that's solar, whether that could be waste to energy, which is an opportunity, whether that could be biomass, high efficient biomass, I should say, heating public buildings, whether there is opportunities to store that, district heating opportunities. There is a way for our province to go to net zero, and storage is part of it. But amending the Electricity Act in its title by itself will not do that. I think we could be more creative and more interesting in the way we bring things to the legislature and ensure that the people that are into this industry know that they're included. And the way we protect ratepayers is by having as competitive as a landscape as we can, given that we are in a regulated market. And we know Nova Scotia Power still delivers probably around 90% of the energy in the province. That will go down as more renewable energy comes on board. And with this bill, I think the intent is that some of the owned battery storage won't be under the auspices of Nova Scotia Power. that means the monopoly will be further reduced. When the government tenders 1,000 megawatts of wind, I think they'll be thanking the past government for ensuring that that is not owned by Nova Scotia Power. And I think that the title in itself doesn't speak to the magnitude of the opportunity that's sitting right in front of us. And battery storage certainly is a huge opportunity. I think more is known about what companies can do, especially large companies, be it through Green Choice or their own energy systems, whether it's Michelin or other large companies. They can find a way to use battery storage to benefit their own energy needs. But there's nothing here that actually quantifies how new battery storage will be quantified and how it will be monetized. And Nova Scotia Power will need to pay the proponents. And so maybe that's why the title is just an act to amend the Electricity Act. I don't know. If it was added to the title to encourage energy storage, that would be probably a better approach in this regard. But we need to get moving. We are overdue on 3 coal plants. 3 should have been shut down. I know 1 should be shut down from the power that we apparently are getting, but maybe it's not predictable enough from the NDP Maritime Link project that was supposed to be a solution. We should have battery storage in production now so that we can close another one down. We should be converting as much as we can right now, especially because coal is so expensive. So there's so many names to the title I can think of. The Coal is Expensive Act. And, you know, finally all 3 parties, I think, agreed to that. I do remember a time where the Conservative Party was very reluctant to endorse. Actually, the Progressive Conservative, at the time, the leader was questioning us on that policy. And I was always for it because of the social costs around burning coal and the fact that we could save over 100 lives a year when it comes to reducing sulfur emissions and other emissions and reduce asthma episodes in our province. The social costs around coal, the healthcare costs, not to mention the carbon costs associated with coal. And we know that that will continue to escalate as one of the highest intensity carbon fuels that there is on the planet. And if this government was serious about this act being part of that reduction, then that could be more explicit in the title. And so the solution really is to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, reduce our reliance, electrify transportation, and reduce energy demand. And I think probably in the last year is probably the first time I've seen general agreement of that in the House. And I think it's because of costs. And I've always made the cost argument. And I do remember the Premier saying no to me that it's not the case. And I remember actually in the debate talking about the jobs around the renewable energy sector and wind, the fact that the tender that they're now completing will create 4,000 jobs in rural communities. And his response is he's talking about jobs now and the perfect, what was it, the paycheck guarantee and that you'll get the best paycheck on day 1. We see nothing of that. But luckily, there are smart enough people in the Department of Environment and Natural Resources and Renewables, I think, that have made the case to this new government that economically it is the best course to take forward. Now, I don't know if they were involved in the title of the bill, but I think some of the people I speak to that I think a lot of, that they probably would have came up with a more creative name for our just transition, our phase out. By the way, I haven't heard of anything lately of the just transition and the need to protect our workers in these traditional sectors that are operating at our coal-fired generation plants in Trenton and Lingan. I actually haven't heard of any opportunities that there are in the last couple of years available right before us from the federal government. I haven't seen any formal application for the substantial funds that are available. And the title is a perfect opportunity to align with those principles that are in the federal budget, the throne speech, all the documents that speak to the commitment to transition away from sources like coal and to support battery storage. And so the title should really speak to the need to attract those investments. Nova Scotia Power itself was advocating for a number in the billions, whether it's for the full Atlantic Loop or just the intertie that we know that the government is now supporting, to offset the amortization that will be sped up from 2040 down to 2030. Haven't heard anything about that. Haven't heard anything about further federal support to allow access in through New Brunswick and the twinning of the very important intertie. That intertie actually unlocks more renewable energy and facilitates more battery storage. So maybe the title of the bill could be something that speaks more to the need to speed up the intertie project, the need to have more renewable energy, the need to have energy storage, the need to do it all. We are going to double our energy needs in the next little while, if not more. And so energy storage is just one component. We need to reduce our demand. We need to electrify. And we need to make sure that when we're looking at titles of bills, that they speak to all of those needs. We have two clauses in this bill that center around energy storage. This is an industry that we need to make sure is supported and that we're able to find the lowest cost deployment. I think we've submitted that that lowest cost could be around the sites that generally exist. Those sites were mapped out based on good wind potential, proximity to energy needs, proximity to Nova Scotia Power's owned transmission. And the more that that occurs, the less that is needed to invest in further capital upgrades. Again, Nova Scotia Power's investments on those upgrades and new transmission carry with it a 9% internal rate of return borne by the ratepayers, which is why it's important that in the title, we're clear that there is no further profitability with our utility. And I don't think the title really is clear on that component. When we have all these opportunities in front of us, we need independent power producers being a key part of the transition and how we can leverage their existing infrastructure and how we can leverage the competitive landscape of the sector that's growing. And credit to the government in terms of the solar industry. They have certainly made some positive changes. The net metering issue was promptly taken care of by the minister, and I think that was well received. Solar is still more expensive than wind, but there could be some synergies within the solar energy to especially at a certain scale, solar gardens, to have battery storage as part of that. Because battery storage really is the only way that we can provide that reliability when we're proposing so much variable sources. And the amendment to the Electricity Act is proposed to be about energy storage, but energy storage only works when you have storage nearby, especially from a renewable source. Otherwise, we're continuing to rely on the fossil fuels that we've been reliant on for so long. And so I think it's important that when we're looking at title, that we're clear on what we're trying to achieve with the legislation and the amendments. And we know stakeholders are not clear that they will get paid for any incremental services that they provide from battery storage perspective. And that's why I'm pushing to have the costs of these services quantified by Nova Scotia Power. And then we hold the tenders to see.
Order. I just find that there's a lot of background noise, and I ask members to respect the honourable member who has the floor. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, what we're trying to achieve here is if there is more battery storage on our grid, which is critical, that we need certainty on finding a way for long-term contracts for these companies to have hybrid solutions and have those long-term contracts with Nova Scotia Power. That's how we had the lowest price in the history of our province with the wind tender, because they were long-term, predictable contracts. And so the title is very important in this regard, because those ancillary services right now are not, there's no market. We have a regulated market that Nova Scotia Power has to cooperate with. And obviously, Nova Scotia Power has cooperated in terms of the bill that's brought forward to the House. I think they actually triggered it as being a clarifying language need for the deployment of battery storage. So we're not opposed to that. We're advocating for the companies that are looking forward to an opportunity to invest in Nova Scotia, looking forward to leveraging the existing infrastructure that they have. And so I think the government would probably be receptive to that. I know that they've already been approached. I'm surprised it's not in the bill, to be honest. I'm surprised that it's not clear in the title and in the content and in the clauses. I'm surprised we don't have commitment on paper from the federal government to offset what these costs will be for ratepayers. I'm surprised there's no clarity on where the formula came from for who's going to own what. And there's no clarity in the title that spells that out either, in terms of Nova Scotia Power owning some, in terms of what goes to tender, when that's going to happen. Is the wind tender going out first? Is the battery storage going out after? Are they going out together? Are we waiting for the Green Choice program? There's a lot of moving parts. And there's lots of opportunities in a myriad of different energy sources: geothermal, hydrogen, offshore wind, district energy, through wastewater, through wood, through lots of different technologies that can be harnessed. And maybe all of those industries are watching and seeing, wow, we have the amendment to the Electricity Act. We might be involved. But if they're just looking at the title, maybe they're going to figure out pretty quickly that it's actually just about energy storage, which is why we could look at the title as being an act to amend the Electricity Act respecting energy storage. Hybrid projects have a huge value in this regard. We can save 30% of our costs with new battery storage being attached to existing wind. And there was a recommendation from the Power Advisory Group, which the Department of Natural Resources and Renewables hired themselves to look at. And they said in this report, a recommendation that alternatively a decision could be made to not allow hybrid projects to participate. Given the experience elsewhere, as discussed, further in a jurisdictional scan, Power Advisory believes that hybrid projects are likely to offer an additional value and should be considered, and I'll table that. So we have 600 megawatts of wind and off-peak, 700 megawatts in the summer. And that is a huge amount of wind and a huge amount of interest from private developers that want to develop and want to be part of this process. We have 370 megawatts of more wind coming along from the tender that I announced in 2021. We have another 1,000 megawatts that this government is committed to. That's the cheapest form of energy in our province. Let's harness that wind. Let's make the most of leveraging our existing assets. Let's not take up more land with battery storage when it will be more expensive. Let's ensure that this bill is the best it can be and that the title is the best it can be. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park to speak for an hour on the title.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will not be speaking for an hour to the title. I am not nearly as good of an orator as my colleague from Timberley Prospect, nor am I an expert, a subject matter expert as he is. But in looking at the Electricity Act, an act to amend Chapter 25 of the Acts of 2004, I actually thought this is a great time to talk about, in general, why legislation is so inaccessible to the average person. So here we have a title that doesn't encompass what actually is being done in this bill itself. So we've heard from the minister, we've heard from a number of people, again, who have far more knowledge than I do on this, that this is about battery storage. Yet nowhere in the title does it reflect what is actually going to do. So if I may, when I first started in politics, I was a messenger up in the galleries, and it was like the legislators, when they were speaking in other language. And it took me a very long time to acclimate myself to that language. And I realized quickly that the depth of a bill is legalese, so there isn't a lot of leeway in how a bill is created or what a bill says. That's done very precisely by the lawyers. But the title itself doesn't necessarily need to have that specific or general title. It can actually be anything, and it could be at the discretion of whomever the minister is. So I often ask myself, why aren't titles more accurate to what is actually happening? It's a great way to get messaging out to the general public who don't know what we are doing in here and don't necessarily know the ins and outs of a piece of legislation. And quite frankly, we live in a time now that it is about those, quick headlines, getting your message out there as quickly as possible, knowing what you're doing, and a title to a bill can do that so easily. It's a great way to get messaging out there. So again, we're talking about one of the examples that my colleague from Timberley Prospect came up with was an act to amend regarding battery storage, which initially, or essentially, when we're talking about this, that's what this bill does. But even if we go back to 2004, when this, I believe it's this chapter, or if not the act itself, came into play, the idea of electricity, the idea of energy was very different back then. We didn't talk about renewables in the same way that we do now. We didn't And when people still to this day hear electricity, they think Nova Scotia Power. And as my colleague pointed out, this bill, what this bill does, actually opens up the grid to others outside of Nova Scotia Power. So it's a great opportunity to not only allow the general public to know what this bill is about, but also to go to those providers, those companies, those stakeholders, and say, this actually is beneficial to you. I think it's a missed opportunity. I go back to the speaking a different language when I first came into the legislature, and I don't know, I'm sure some of the new members feel that way too. We get up and those who are experienced are able to orate and able to discuss the complexities of a piece of legislation. And really, we're left to look at the title and say, what exactly is it about? A lot of the time, it doesn't actually answer that question for us. And this is one of those times where it's the Electricity Act. Okay, so is that a Nova Scotia Power Act? Is that just talking about electrical energy? Does that encompass any sort of renewable energy? Again, if I'm just looking at the title itself, I'm left really not knowing what the piece of legislation is. And so then when I look further, I'm left with a lot of legalese that doesn't always make it necessarily clear to the average person what the bill is encompassing. In 2004, when this act originally was titled, I believe it was John Hamm who was premier at the time, and I think at that time we probably had wind power in the province. I'm not 100% sure, but most definitely when we thought electricity, when we thought about power sources, it was Nova Scotia Power. There wasn't anybody else who was happening. So possibly in 2004 we didn't need to be specific. We didn't need to have a title that encompassed a larger or broader range of stakeholders or of types of energy. But definitely that isn't the case today. You know, I was listening to my colleague speak, and it's brought to mind, you know, a rose of any other name would just smell as sweet. And I'm paraphrasing Shakespeare because I don't have anything to table. But I don't think that I think that legislation is not one of those examples. I think that even though the bulk of an act, the bulk of a bill is going to be what it is, what you name it makes a huge impact on how it's received. I was a teacher prior to this, and I know that there are a few of my colleagues who were in that profession as well. And when you try and engage young people into politics, it's very difficult to make them interested. And again, going back to this headline culture, this, you know, quick, we want the soundbite, we want that one-liner that's going to bring people in. On every bill that we introduce, we have the ability to either do that, to either pull somebody in, to clarify what the bill is about, what the context of the bill are going to be, and also to bring in a message to individuals about what is the substance within the bill itself. We can also personalize it, and I'm glad that my colleague from Timberley Prospect mentioned Ruby's Law, because that is a piece of legislation that had a very personal meaning, and the title reflected that. And so, okay, yeah, battery storage is not the same type of piece of legislation, but it is a perfect example of how we can use our position here to make politics, to make legislation more accessible to those outside of this chamber, to have people be more involved and want to know and want to look into what it is that we're doing in here, what decisions are being made by a government. This applies not just to the government, this applies to us in opposition, any private member who decides to submit a bill. What we title it matters. Sometimes in opposition, you only get you might not even get the chance. You might just have the introduction of the bill and it never makes it into a second reading. It's not picked up. So if you want to have an impact, the title of your bill is just as important as the contents of it. And so we're talking about the Electricity Act, an act to amend Chapter 25 of the Acts of 2004, okay. And already half the room's asleep. No offense to that. It's, you know, I'm not discrediting what the contents of the bill are. I'm not discrediting the work and the effort that went into making these amendments. But when you're looking at a title that is so innocuous and that is so disinteresting, it is easy to understand why people do not want to be more engaged in the political process. It's easy to understand why people look at what we do and dismiss it because they don't understand it, and we have done nothing to make it more accessible to them. I think again, and again, I'm not an expert. I'm not as well versed as the member for Timberley Prospect or the minister himself, Mr. Chair. But the point of this bill, and the point of the amendments that have been brought in to Chapter 25 of the Acts of 2004, is to actually make the grid more accessible. It is actually to benefit new stakeholders from coming in, and not necessarily break the monopoly that Nova Scotia Power has currently, but allow for more flexibility. This is a positive move from the government, but it is buried beneath a title that doesn't reflect what the actual actions of the move are. This is a perfect opportunity for anybody who is critical of the inability to have different types of energy sources and be solely dependent on the one provider. And this is a government who's actually moving on that, even though the bill title does not reflect that. And I think it's a missed opportunity. I think that not just from a knowledge piece, from an actual substance piece, the good thing that is being accomplished within this amendment, within this section of the Electricity Act, is something that is going to be beneficial in the long run to Nova Scotians. It is one more piece in having them have the ability to access different types of energy sources outside of Nova Scotia Power. But unless that's reflected in the title, how many people are going to actually go back and dig or read or wonder? And then you have a population that is just like, oh, you know, politicians don't change anything, nothing changes, everything's the same, it doesn't matter what party it is. Like, we are a part of the problem of having a disengaged public discussion on what we do in here. And I don't mean to oversimplify it. I don't think that if we have a catchy title to a bill, all of a sudden everybody's going to be engaged, but at least it will have possibly allow people to want to research a little bit further, want to learn a little bit more. Because again, if all you have is a flashy title and no substance, well, that's not good either. So when you have a bill that actually the substance of it does something to better Nova Scotians, and many people would agree with that, if you're not reflecting it within the title of that bill, nobody knows, nobody cares, and everybody moves on. And it's unfortunate. I want to go back to the actual the rules that confine what a bill looks like. So we have all of our lawyers at Ledge Council, and we have our clerks, and we have everybody who has to sign off on a piece of legislation and make sure that it is worded properly, that a bill is set up properly, that any amendments to current legislation are done properly and are legally binding based on how they are formulated within the context and the body of a bill. But again, the title does not necessarily have to follow those rules. The title does not make a piece of legislation legally binding or not. And there are many instances where a title, if it is unable to be amended, can have a subtitle that clarifies what the bill is about without touching. So that would be a perfect example. I know that my colleague from Timberley Prospect gave the example of retitling the Electricity Act and Act to amend Chapter 25 of the Acts of 24 for battery storage. But it could also be a subtitle. So you don't change the title stays as it is, but the subtitle would be in reference to battery storage throughout the province of Nova Scotia, opening up the grid. There's other subtitles that could come in. And again, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a subject matter expert, I'm not this great political debater. So if I'm wrong on that, we'll have to worry about it in third reading. But I do think that we have an opportunity here what may seem like an innocuous bill. Many of them seem on the surface like, oh, it's housekeeping. Many times opposition will accuse you of only putting bills forward, will accuse, pardon me, Mr. Chair, will accuse the government of only putting forward bills that are housekeeping that don't have any substance. And the titles reflect that. The titles reflect that narrative of having a piece of legislation that just removes a clause here and there, or changes, removes gender pronouns or gendered language, or there's lots of times where those are the case. But when you have a bill like this one, where there has been not a large change, but a substantial change for the better from those who know more than me, the title should reflect that. I also wonder why, in general, when we look at our pieces of legislation, why titles are left to be so vague. We have debate, we have to get into the meat and potatoes of it on what a bill does, what a bill says, but the title is left to be so open-ended. The title is left to be so broad, so vague, and there isn't ever really a good reason why that is. We amend things all of the time. We bring forward pieces of legislation like this one where it can be a substantial change or it could be a minuscule change. But we don't ever take the time to actually package it in a way that is forward-moving and forward-thinking. Going back to 2004, I actually would have been I would have been a messenger in 2004. And I don't think that anybody thinks that a piece of legislation that was enacted 20 years ago has the same relevance today as it would have then. I think that in 20 years, in particular with energy and with renewables, we have progressed so quickly, we look so differently than the world of 2004. That perhaps this is something that would have even been beneficial for a complete overhaul, not just a change in the title. But most definitely, as is, it's hard to be supportive of a title that doesn't really reflect what is happening, that doesn't really provide answers or provide context, or doesn't highlight the positive direction that the actual amendments within the context of the bill push forward. I know for a fact when anybody says the word electricity in Nova Scotia, the first thing people think about is Nova Scotia Power. And unfortunately, whether you like this or not, in my experience of having a conversation about that particular utility, that entity, it has a negative connotation. So when you have a bill that's called the Electricity Act, it is just going to be that's what people think of and are automatically going to have a negative connotation. Is that fair? That's not for me to decide or not. That is just my experience and my observations. And so we are left with a piece of legislation that is actually doing what a lot of people would want it to do, want to have happen, but a title that doesn't reflect those actions. So a title that is left for individuals to feel negative or to feel this is much of the same. This isn't anything that is worthwhile or forward-thinking.
I'm glad you guys all went too.
When we're speaking about outside opportunities, so going back to, again, who this bill benefits and the possibilities of including them within the title, or including the possibility of renaming this bill in a way that, even though it still stays general, it can encompass the other stakeholders who would be welcome to come into Nova Scotia now because of the changes within the bill. We should be promoting that as much as possible. And as much as there will be outreach and advertising and promotion of what the bill does by the various sectors and by the government itself. An easy way to get that message across is by making the title reflective of what those changes are. It's actually like low-hanging fruit, if you want, for lack of a better term. It's an easy way for us as a province to say, we are open for business. We are not a province that relies on only one utility for energy. We want more people to come. Our progressive conservative government in this province is opening up the grid to allow for more companies, more commerce, more people to come here. It is a win all around, which the government, Mr. Chair, will be able to take the credit for. It's a good move, and I applaud that. But the title, as it is written, does not encompass that at all. It doesn't show the momentous positive changes that are done within the scope of the bill, within the underlyings of the bill, and I think that is a missed opportunity. I feel like between the member from Dartmouth East and the member from Glace Bay, we tend to talk about our careers as teachers and working with kids, and and again, I want to go back to that because we struggle with getting our children engaged in the political process. And even those who we taught once, who might have been engaged while they were still in school and we're just their teacher, after a while they go on and there's a new crop of kids who don't know who we were or what we were and don't know us from that context, so they're not following. And so I feel like as former educators, any of us, and I apologize if I've missed any other educators, but I feel that it's our responsibility to, as we sit in this chamber, to still try and engage that population. And we know that they want a quick headline. We know that they want something like flashy and something that gets to the point. They're not living in a world of, oh, I'm going to look into the context of this. They look at the title, they look at the headline, and that's it. They're scrolling on their IG. They're scrolling through, they don't use Facebook. They're scrolling through IG and through Snapchat, going through Snapchat stories. They want the headline. And the headline here, as we sit here, is the title of a bill. That's our headline. That's our opportunity for a headline. So if we want to engage them, if we want them to actually know what we're doing and why it's important, if we want them to vote, even as simple as that, and know what they're voting for or why they want to vote, what we name things matters. What we call a bill matters. And I know that it's silly. I know that it seems like this is just, and it is, but it is. But honestly, if you're thinking about it from a big picture, since we're talking about it, let's talk about it. There is a way that we can use the title of bills in order to generate excitement over what we're doing in here. There is a way that we can use the title of bills to show the important things that we are doing to better push this province forward. And we don't take advantage of that. And we don't even sit and think about it until it's 5 o'clock on a Friday and we're talking to the title of a bill. And I'm being sincere in that. We go through the motions and we don't think about the opportunities. We don't grab the opportunities that we have. And we do. And titles to different bills, especially ones that afford positive change, are a missed opportunity when we don't take advantage of that. When you name something, the Electricity Act, an act to amend Chapter 25 of the Acts of 2004, it sends a message that whatever was done here is not important. Whatever was done here is just the status quo. It's the same old, same old. Nothing really relevant has changed. We're not pushing the province forward. It does not accurately reflect what the bill is going to accomplish. And it is a missed opportunity. And then I wonder, not to be negative, but then I wonder, is that on purpose? Do we leave things vague on purpose? And I say the collective we, because even though this piece of legislation that we're talking about is a progressive conservative government bill, but in general, we have numerous pieces of legislation that have very vague and innocuous titles and never think to change them to reflect the actual nature of what the contents of a bill actually is. But do we do that on purpose? Or is it just habit? Is it just because it's always been done that way? We hear that a lot. Oh, we're doing this because it's always been done this way. Oh, we're doing this because you did it. Or we're doing this. But again, we're missing an opportunity where we have the ability to change something as simple as the title of a bill and turn it into a very positive opportunity. Think about you all, everybody has families. Everybody has people around them. Half of them, from my experience, half of the people in my life don't know what I do, and the other half are far too involved with it. So it's always a balancing act. I actually love being with the ones that don't know what I do because it's a bit refreshing to be a step away from it at times. But it's also difficult for me to explain what we're working on day in and day out because of situations like this particular bill, where you have a title that is so vague and so innocuous that it exhausts me to try and explain the depths of it, when I would much rather prefer to just say the title and have it be self-explanatory. I think that it would do us all, we would all be very, we would all benefit if we could have that fast, that quick answer to what it is that you worked on this week. What bill did you debate today? We debated Bill 322, is that 327? What's the bill number? 337, an act to amend Chapter 25 of the Acts of 2004 Electricity Act. Half my friends are asleep right now. Don't even let me get through the title. They've fallen asleep. They do not care. I'm half asleep. We can jazz that up. What do we name it? The Breaking the Monopoly on Electricity Act. The Opening Up of the Grid in Nova Scotia Act. The Welcoming of External Stakeholders into Nova Scotia Act. The Greening of the Grid Act. Maybe that's a bit of a stretch. But either way, we have the ability to make some meaning in even the most seemingly meaningless situations. We have the ability to take what we do here and amp it up a notch. And again, I'm going to keep repeating myself because this can't be said enough times. We have an opportunity to engage younger people who are not typically interested in what is happening here. We need to speak to them in their language, and that is not legislative language. That is not currently how we speak. It's refreshing, actually, to see a number of members get up and speak plainly and speak directly to the constituents that they represent. As much as I love to hear members get up and who do it so well and speak eloquently in a very parliamentary style, I love both. But the realness of the members who get up and speak in plain language and speak directly to the community members who have elected them shows the importance of plain language. It shows the importance of why those MLAs who do that know how important it is, know who they're speaking to. They're not speaking, they might be formally speaking to you, Mr. Chair, and they might be formally speaking in the House of Assembly, but they are actually speaking to their constituents. They're speaking to the people who elected them. And so they speak plainly because they know that that is how it's going to resonate with the people who elected them, the people that they represent. And changing the name of a title into plain language does the exact same thing. We can be flip and call this the expansion of power in the Minister of Natural Resources office. I mean, we can be flip. I'm not saying that that's what it does. I'm just being flippant about it. If we want to have a good name, maybe that's what the opposition should do when it comes to bills that we table. We should be creative in our I know it's probably not parliamentary. I'll be ruled out of order. I believe in the parliamentary process. So. I'm not going to take much more of your time, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the indulgence of the House at this hour on a Friday. But I do think that we have the opportunity to take situations like the title of bills, and this title in particular, make it more user-friendly, make it sexier, if I will, make it more appealing to those who we are trying to engage, to those who we are trying to reach. There are many audiences that are lost when a bill is named so vaguely and so specifically as the Electricity Act. There are so many opportunities that are lost when we don't take advantage of these easy wins and heralding the good work that is done in here and the positive progression of legislation that gets introduced here and it gets debated and eventually passed. And without titles that reflect that, I just fear that the good work and the important content gets lost. And I do feel that it's our job to make sure that that doesn't happen. It's our job to inform, it's our job to communicate, it's our job to not only make the best decisions for our legislation and provide bills that better the province. It's also, the onus is also on us to make sure that what those pieces of legislation are and what they do are reflected in their titles. I took so many notes while my colleague was speaking. I need to make sure that I didn't miss any of my points that I wanted to make. I think that is all I have on this, on the title. I know everybody's so disappointed, but I implore the government, because they are currently the government through you, Mr. Chair. I do implore them that, if not perhaps for this particular title of this bill, but moving forward for new bills that are introduced, to try and take the opportunity that's presented to them and herald the changes, the positive changes that are being done within their pieces of legislation, and make sure that those are communicated properly to the general public through a simple act as making a title to reflect those changes. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
So I'm not going to speak as long as either of my colleagues on this particular bill, on the title of an act to amend the Electricity Act, but I do take the point of what both of them are saying. First of all, clarity would be nice, particularly, you know, as my colleague from Fairview Clayton Park pointed out, a lot of people have no idea that we're actually in here right now. They have no idea what we do here. They know there's some speechifying going on, but other than that, they don't really know. And that's part of why we do social media, and we try to share that with folks and let them know what we're up to here. But really, a lot of the people in our lives don't know what we're up to, and they don't know why we're here. So actually having bills that are explicit in what it is they do would be, I think, an improvement in helping the public to understand what it is we're doing here. It's funny, you know, Shakespeare says, "A rose by any other name would smell as sweet." And by that he means, it's Juliet who says it, and she's talking about Romeo, in Romeo and Juliet, and he overhears her. But her point is, she would still love who he is if he had a different name. In fact, she would prefer, in that speech, she talks about how she would prefer he had any other name but Romeo.
It's not Romeo, it's actually Romeo.
Yes, his last name. That's his last name. The problem is, my honourable colleague from Dartmouth North is correct. It's not the name Romeo that's the problem. It's actually the fact that he's a Montague and she's a Capulet, and they're sworn to be dire enemies. And so that's basically at the core of the problem. But in this particular case, a bill by any other name would not be as sweet. And so while this notion is wonderful for plays, I don't think it's as good for lawmaking. I think it's really good to be pretty explicit about what we're doing. And I think it's important to use plain language. What we do here is already difficult for a lot of people to understand, you know, all these bill readings and committee of whole house and routine proceedings and all of that kind of, it's, I think, mysterious to a lot of people. So if when we're titling bills, if we can actually be accurate about what it is we're doing, I think it's helpful. When I brought in a bill to deal with a certain method of contraception, I didn't want to say the Free Contraception Act. I said the Free Intrauterine Act, and I did that for a reason, because I wanted the word uterus not to be a word that everybody was afraid of. I wanted it to be commonplace. I wanted people to know this is a normal thing. About 50% of the population, roughly, has uteruses, and it would be nice if people didn't lose their minds over it. So I thought it was really important to call a uterus a uterus. And I think that when we're doing bills, that we should be specific about what it is that we're actually doing in here. As my colleague from Timberley Prospect pointed out really at length and in great detail and with great knowledge, this bill could have been called a whole lot of other things. And when we are not specific about what it is that we're doing, it's easy to slip things by. Now, I will say that some governments like to call bills what they are not, an act to strengthen something, and when in fact it isn't that at all. So we have to guard against that when we are titling our bills. But it is important, I think, to be specific about what it is we're doing and to ensure that we can, that the general public knows what we're up to here, knows what the government is up to here, because those are most of the bills that get passed in this place. And it is important that they have access to, not just simply because things are online or whatever, but they can actually understand what a bill is about. An act to amend the Electricity Act, my honourable colleagues are right. One would think that this bill had to do with Nova Scotia Power. But in fact, it's about energy storage. And why not call it that? It seems to me that that's a perfectly reasonable thing to call the bill, an act to amend the Electricity Act respecting energy storage. It's still pretty simple, but it would at least let you know what it's about. You know, we're spending a lot of time in here discussing bills, and I think a little more time taken to think about how we title them. And sometimes I think we actually give them the really boring titles because so not to arouse people, their concerns or whatever. But I really do believe that it's possible to speak plainly and still not get people up in arms. I do think that overall the bill has merits. Certainly here in Nova Scotia, the improvement in energy storage, etc. The fact that we have facility, that we have studies going on at Dalhousie into this matter is huge for this province, and I think it's a good thing that that we have that expertise here and that we're harnessing it. I will say that I was a little concerned on the weekend when I went out to Peggy's Cove and just did a little getaway for the weekend and tried to find a place to plug in my husband's electric vehicle. Nothing, nada. All the beautiful renovations. And it was not just under this current government's purview that this happened. And there was nothing. So I'm just going to leave that out there for the people who are in charge of that now, because I noticed it and I was shocked and appalled, so to speak. But back to an act to amend the Electricity Act. As I said, I'm not going to speak for long. I know there are other people who want to have their say on the title of this. I would say that an act by any other name would smell as sweet and would provide some electricity and some battery storage. I just do think that we could be a little clearer on these things so they're not so dead boring and so overly broad as to be almost meaningless, really. You should be able to look down the list of all these bills. I mean, we got pages and pages and pages of bills, and some of them are pretty specific in what they do. Youth Housing Strategy Act, that pretty much tells us what it is. And then there are other ones that are not. And they could be about just about everything. And I think some of those are a hangover from times when bills were a little more general. But perhaps we could do better in the future. And with that, I will take my seat. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Argyle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. After listening attentively to the colleagues across the floor, I felt compelled to speak ever so briefly and plainly on the title of this bill. I'd add a very important and good piece of legislation, Mr. Chair. References to different titles that could have been given to this bill, and what I'd go back to is it's a name. It's a name that everyone, each of us have a name that identifies us, and we're unique based on that name. And I'd remind members, what is a name? So I did a quick Google search, and you go on Merriam-Webster rather, and it says a name. It's a word or a phrase that constitutes the distinctive designation of a person or a thing. So I guess in this case, a thing is the piece of legislation. I've heard comments from members opposite, it should be clearer, it shouldn't be dead or boring, shouldn't be meaningless. I don't think the piece of legislation, whether it be this one or any other piece of legislation we're currently debating or perhaps holding up, should be considered meaningless because they are very important to our province. I don't want to dwell too much on the title because there's much more important elements into the bill than the title, but I go back to 2014, way before my time in this legislature, Mr. Chair, and talking about titles and how it should be clear. And the member from Halifax Fairview said that the title should be clear and clearly outlined so people on Snapchat and Instagram and Twitter, or now called X, should know exactly what we're talking about if we're talking about this piece of legislation with our friends and family. So back in 2014, Bill 44, the Victoria Hall Continuation Act. Don't know what that means. 2019, Bill number 197, Companies Act, Cooperative Associations Act, and Corporations Registration Act. Don't know what that means. 2021, Executive Council Act, Public Service Act. Don't know what that means. Member from Bedford had some different piece of legislation. Occupational Health and Safety Act, very broad, not clear. Dead and boring, apparently. The Debt Settlement Protection Act, maybe that's the one's a little bit clearer. Residential Tenancies Act, know that one very well, Mr. Chair. I could go on, but not to dwell too much, Mr. Chair. I just want to acknowledge the title of a bill is just one piece of it. There's many more other details in the bill that are the core and the foundation of the bill that actually enable government or government entities to get the work. And I just encourage members opposite to have some common sense to pass this good piece of legislation. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do believe that the title is indeed important, and the honourable member did reference perhaps situations drawing back to before his time in 2014 when the titles of bills were perhaps not as clear as they could have been. But that's why we're standing here today. Because perhaps there was if the opposition party of the day had have stood in their place and truly stood up for clarifying the title of those bills,
That's right.
then we could have indeed done a better service to sharing the work that we're doing with the public. There's a saying that I'll paraphrase, but great moments are born from great opportunities. And that's what we have here tonight. We have the opportunity to improve this bill, to improve this bill by coming up with a stronger title. And the Electricity Act does indeed leave some room for interpretation. And you know, when I first got involved in public service, I had not even taken a political science class because, you know, quite frankly, I was very uninterested. I didn't understand it. Some days I'm not sure that I still do, but the point I will make is that if our predecessors had have spent a little more time ensuring that the wording that is, you know, as simply as the stuff that we see in the newspaper that politicians communicate verbally, or something as serious and as entrenched as an act of the legislature, if the title was more specific, then perhaps there would have been more opportunities for things to grab a hold of me and for my interests to get sparked, you know, at an earlier age. And, you know, when we're discussing a subject matter such as renewable energy and ensuring that the stage is set for organizations to partner with Nova Scotia Power, who want to stand up renewable energy in our province and who want to ensure that there is batteries and storage, energy storage capability out there. That we do have the playing field well established through a piece of legislation, and duly we have the opportunity to bring younger people into the fold as well by clarifying the legislation through the title. So perhaps we call it the Battery Storage Act. Perhaps. Perhaps we call it the Renewable Opportunities for Nova Scotia Act. We could call it, you know, the Partnership for Renewables Act. we could, I mean, maybe it's not worth a hoist, but, you know, we could take this away and have a contest. Government seems to like contests these days. We could have a contest to decide what we could title the bill. We could engage the public. We could offer a $1,000 reward for a good title. I mean, this is not unprecedented. This is, you know, by recent history, a conceivably good idea. We could do that. We do it with something as serious as healthcare in the province, so we could do it indeed with something as consequential as an enabling piece of legislation to help bolster our capacity to onboard renewable producers in the province. And, you know, a demonstration like that on bringing more people in to consult and offer advice on the title would be, I think, you know, not such a bad idea. You know, we've got people that are interested all around the province in renewable energy, and I'm you know, my hometown is one of them. The Pockwalk Wind Farm in Upper Hammonds Plains. You know, that's a location that, you know, they set up a program there that not only generates, there's an entity set up there through the former COMFIT program that was able to establish a wind farm in our community, and also set up a community fund that has, you know, a portion of the proceeds that are generated from the revenues that wind farm generates go right back into the community. And so when we discuss renewable energy in any regard, and there is an opportunity to take further steps to have those sorts of impact on specific communities, we need to make sure that the titles that we are advancing, such as the one before us today, are clear and make people excited about, you know, what the future of renewable energy in our province is. And my colleague referenced, you know, that it is indeed vague. The title is, and it's frustrating because I know that the government wants to put their best foot forward here. And I think we're all very, you know, supportive of moving this agenda forward. So as I started to say in my opening, you know, like we have an opportunity here to provide the feedback as the opposition parties do, and try to make things a little bit better. Because that's our job. I mean, I have sat on the government side of the House. It was not so long ago. I do understand the perspective of trying to advance an agenda that is important for Nova Scotians, and ensuring that, you know, we have a a strong opposition that offers.
Order. And I know you're probably you're building up and the excitement and stuff. I know it's coming. But if we could respectfully stick to the title, and I'm sure it's coming. And I recognize the honourable member for Hammond's Plain, Lucasville.
And you're right, Mr. Chair, it is coming. It sometimes takes a little bit of a turn. Sometimes it goes down a couple of roads over here, but I'll bring it back, I promise. And I just want to, speak to the value that the opposition plays in the parliamentary process and advancing and improving upon titles like the one that we have. Like, I think that we've had members speak to it, pleading to appeal to the government to come up with something that's just a little more specific. And we've had a number of perhaps great ideas. We had one government member get up and say that there's more to the bill than just the title. And that is true. So maybe, the member can get up as many times as he wants. It's committee of the whole house. Like, we have any number of times to speak. That's right. The member is welcome to bring some of that content that he referenced in the bill to the title. We're not saying that, it's all bad, but I think that it's pretty well represented on this side of the house that we can dig a little deeper on this. And, a stronger title will provide us with a tool to market this to not only people from within the province, but from investors from out of province. I made some remarks earlier today in an earlier part of the debate where, Nova Scotia is very, I would, perhaps unbiased, but profound with respect to attracting people for opportunities in the renewable sector. And having a title that was more representative of, more attractive to use as a tool to market. The government is indeed makes a concerted effort to come up with slogans and titles and more faster and more better, and it's seemingly uncharacteristic that a title and a slogan would be, perhaps overlooked. And, that the government has an intention to try and boil things down so that they're easily understood and easily digested by the public and the people that they're trying to market their campaign to. And this is just, this is kind of uncharacteristic of what the government has done in previous examples before this, even with, the budget, like titling the budgets. More faster. I wonder if there is, and we talk about the importance of putting an inclusive lens on the things that we do in the legislature, and I wonder if perhaps pausing to consider further if this this title is deep enough to have that to represent that sentiment, to have that. Did we put that lens on this particular bill? Maybe the title's not exactly. That's perhaps not the best place for it, but we should make sure that at least at some point throughout this that we do consider that, as we should with all legislation. So the title, considering that's what we are debating at this point in time, is kind of our, if it hasn't been raised before, it's important to ensure that consideration is provided. And if we can do that on the title, then that's where we'll do it. Yeah. I don't really have much else to say, but I do want to say that I do believe that, reiterate that the opposition does play a role in ensuring that we maximize, and I think that the fact that we're all in agreement that this bill can move forward and do great things for the province. We did indeed, through the renewable to retail program or legislation in 2013, make a similar move to offer opportunities for energy producers outside of Nova Scotia Power to be involved in the program. So perhaps there's a tweak to this title that would reflect the fact that, like, how is this different from what took place previous? Because some would argue, and others have throughout this debate tonight, that that opportunity for other renewable producers to come on board has already taken shape to an extent. And obviously other producers, are not reaching every part of the province, and many would be involved with Nova Scotia Power. But ensuring that we have a title that clearly articulates how this is different from what was initiated in 2013 under that program. And so I think that is where I will draw the line for tonight. I want to thank the members for their attentive listening, and all of those folks listening at home. It is through the chair, it's a great opportunity to be with you here tonight and speak to the title on this bill. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I promise I will be brief, but I just wanted to respond a little bit to the comments from the member for Argyle, particularly around the importance of titles. I believe the member said title is just one piece of a bill, but it is an important one, and that got me thinking, Mr. Speaker, about some of my favorite titles in the world of pop culture. And I promise I'll be brief, and I promise I'll get back to where we're going. But I just jotted down four that came to mind over the last few minutes. Jaws, Mr. Chair. Would Jaws have been the first summer blockbuster if it had been called A Shark Wanders Around the Coast of Massachusetts from Time to Time? I would argue no. I would argue no. I only have four, Mr. Chair, I promise. Second, The Empire Strikes Back. Clearly the best Star Wars movie, and we'll leave that debate for another day. But would it have been so great if it had been called The Bad Guys Try to Do Better Than They Did Last Time? No. The Lord of the Rings. Choose any of the three. Would it have been more effective, more epic, if it had been called The Guy in Charge of the Finger Jewelry? No. Okay, good. And last but not least, E.T., the extraterrestrial, near and dear to all of our hearts, I'm sure.
Classic.
Yeah. That was good. That was good. That was good. I thank the member for that. Oh, man. Soon enough. Phone home, yeah, we could do that too. Would it have been better off if it had been called The Botanist from Another Planet Comes to Visit? I don't think so. And so I just wanted to make the point that titles are incredibly important. Titles are the difference between walking past something or picking up the book or sitting down and watching the movie. I appreciate the interjections from the other side. Excellent, well thought out, and I will take my seat. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Shall the title carry? Carried. The title's carried. Shall the bill carry? Carried. Carried. The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you please call Bill number 332, Workers' Compensation Act?
Bill 332, the Workers' Compensation Act. I recognize the clerk.
Bill 332, 332, the Workers' Compensation. Bill 332, the Workers' Compensation Act, was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Law Amendments on October 24th, 2023, without amendments, and contains 8 clauses.
Clause 1. Shall Clause 1 carry? Carried. Clause 2. Shall Clause 2 carry? Carried. Shall the title carry? Carried.
I know that's late, but I'm not
Shall... oh. With unanimous consent of the House, can we go back to Clause 2?
Yes.
Okay. Agreed. Clause 2. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, everyone, for letting me go back. So we'd like to propose the following amendment. So change CWHB NDP 1. Page 1, Clause 2, proposed subsection 10J1, delete and substitute the following subsection. 1, subject to subsection 2, a worker is entitled to compensation under this part for gradual onset or traumatic mental stress if the stress arises out of and in the course of the worker's employment. And we think this is important because it actually makes the bar and the test for mental health and mental injury equivalent to that of physical injury. And I think if we are truly moving to a point where we want to recognize mental health along with physical health in lots of different ways, this is a government committed to universal mental health, then we want to make sure that we don't perpetuate the double standard that has existed over the past few decades that separated out mental health as something very different from physical health and hasn't supported mental health as much. And there's a couple of letters here that I can share with you at this point that were tabled for Law Amendments Committee. And I'll just read through them. So from the Nova Scotia Federation of Labour, the Nova Scotia Federation of Labour is chartered by the Canadian Labour Congress. We represent over 70,000 members of affiliated unions in every area of Nova Scotia's economy. The Federation also defends the rights of those who are non-unionized, speaking out for justice and dignity for all workers in the province. For years, we have demanded change to the Workers' Compensation Act to end the discrimination against workers with psychological injuries. On September 11th, 2019, the Workers' Compensation Appeals Tribunal determined, as we have long argued, that the workers' compensation legislation excluding coverage for chronic stress was discriminatory and violated the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And I have the decision number here if anybody would like me to give it to them. In the 4 years since that decision, we have waited for government to act to ensure the workers' compensation system offered equal protection and benefits without discrimination to those affected by psychological injuries. Bill 332, which has been introduced to expand coverage to chronic or gradual onset psychological injuries, fails to entirely address the fundamental issue of discrimination. The proposed legislation perpetuates the stigma and disadvantages faced by people with psychological disability and does nothing to extend the dignity and justice to workers with psychological injuries. There are several key issues with the proposed legislation. The bill continues to be, one, the bill continues to be discriminatory. It establishes requirements for psychological injuries that do not exist for physical injuries. Two, the bill erodes existing coverage for traumatic mental stress and expands the discrimination to those suffering from post-traumatic stress and similar disorders. And three, the bill abandons workers who filed claims for legitimate psychological injuries before September 1st, 2024. The legislation, as presented, continues to be discriminatory. It establishes requirements for psychological injuries that do not apply to physical injuries. Clause 10J1 extends coverage to gradual onset or traumatic mental stress if the stress, and it's quoted, is wholly, predominantly, or predominantly caused by one or more significant work-related stressors or a cumulative series of significant work-related stressors. The requirement for an injury to be wholly or predominantly caused by a workplace incident is inconsistent with centuries-old tenets of justice in Canada. This requirement creates substantive inequality between workers with physical and mental injuries. It has long been established that the but-for test applies to causation of workers' compensation matters. If an injury or illness would not have occurred but for the workplace, a claim must be accepted. In other words, a worker's employment does not have to be the sole or even the primary cause of their injury or illness. It is sufficient if the workplace is a significant cause. Further, the thin skull rule has existed in British common law for centuries and is applied across the developed world. This rule states that a worker's personal vulnerability to injury or illness must not limit their entitlement to compensation. Just because someone is more fragile or predisposed to injury or experiences a more severe injury than typical does not impact on their entitlement for compensation. To be blunt, if you broke it, you bought it. Both the but-for and thin skull rules have been upheld by courts of appeal across the country, including the Supreme Court of Canada on innumerable occasions. To create a higher bar for psychological injuries than that which applies to physical injuries perpetuates the stigma and injustice that this bill aims to address. Requiring a psychological injury to be wholly or predominantly caused by work creates a barrier to legitimate claims that would be accepted if they were physical injuries. At a minimum, such a discriminatory clause should not be entrenched in legislation. The Workers' Compensation Board can create policies regarding coverage. These policies are subject to public consultation and allow for broad input of stakeholders. Any such limitations on coverage of psychological injury should be left to the board to consider with the input from those affected. The discriminatory requirement for injuries to have been wholly or predominantly caused by work must be eliminated. Coverage should be extended in the same way it is for physical injuries to any and all psychological injuries that arise out of and in the course of employment. The legislation erodes existing coverage for traumatic mental stress and expands the discrimination to those suffering from post-traumatic stress or similar disorders. The wholly or predominantly caused test in the bill is not limited to chronic stress claims. It applies to traumatic stress claims as well, where such a barrier does not exist in current legislation. For the reasons above, the requirement for an injury to be wholly or predominantly caused by work is inconsistent with common law and centuries-old tenets of justice. It is unacceptable for the bill to expand the discrimination against psychologically injured workers. The discriminatory requirement for injuries to have been wholly or predominantly caused by work must be eliminated. At a minimum, this test should not apply to traumatic psychological injuries. The legislation abandons workers who have legitimate work-related psychological injuries before September 1st, 2024. Clause 10J3 of the proposed legislation precludes claims that were filed and denied by the board before September 1st, 2024, unless they were appealed to the tribunal. We appreciate that claims filed after September 1st, 2024 will be considered regardless of when the injury occurred. It makes no sense, however, to penalize workers who filed claims and were denied under the former legislation. If they did not appeal, it is because they were discouraged by doing so by the existing legislation. The legislature has known since the WCAT decision on September 11, 2019, that the workers' compensation legislation regarding mental stress was discriminatory and needs to be changed. That said, we appreciate expanding coverage retroactively cannot reasonably be unlimited. At a minimum, workers who filed claims and were denied after September 11, 2019, the date the legislature became aware of the discriminatory nature of the existing legislation, should be entitled to re-adjudication of their claims, whether they filed an appeal or not. In summary, the Federation of Labor calls for an end to the discrimination against those with psychological injury. We ask that the discriminatory requirement for injuries to have been wholly or predominantly caused by work be eliminated. At a minimum, this discriminatory test should not apply to traumatic psychological injuries. Workers who filed claims and were denied after September 11th, 2019, the date the legislature became aware of the discriminatory nature of the existing legislation, be entitled to re-adjudication of their claims, whether they filed an appeal or not. In their September 11th, 2019 decision, the Workers' Compensation Appeals Tribunal clearly articulated the injustice of setting a different bar for psychological injuries versus physical injuries. Bill 332 does not address the issues of discrimination against workers who suffer psychological injuries on the job. We call on the legislature to live up to the standards of fairness and dignity in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and to ensure injured workers receive the justice they deserve. And I will table that letter. Actually, can I keep it? Yeah. And we also have a letter from the Pictou County Injured Workers Association. So, dear committee members, this was submitted to law amendments. Our organization is grateful for the opportunity to provide commentary on Bill 332 and is pleased legislation has been introduced for this issue, which continues to have devastating impacts on many Nova Scotians. The intent of the legislative amendment is applauded. However, we suggest some changes are necessary. First, the effective date of September 1st, 2024 is not appropriate. The clause, but does not include stress other than an acute reaction to a traumatic event, was determined to be an infringement of Section 15, subsection 1 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms by virtue of the Workers' Compensation Appeals Tribunal decision 2014-706-AD, dated September 11, 2019. The infringement based upon mental disability determined the cause to be unconstitutional. The clause to be unconstitutional. Any law found to be unconstitutional is rendered to be of no force or effect. However, the Workers' Compensation Board continued to apply the discriminatory stress exclusion in the adjudication of claims since September 11, 2019. Some claims were formally adjudicated by WCB with written decisions being provided, but many others were denied verbally. Only written decisions can be appealed. A small number of appeal decisions are currently in abeyance at the appeals tribunal pending the legislative change. As the impugned clause was determined to be unconstitutional on September 11th, 2019, Bill 332 should confirm that all claims since September 11th, 2019 are eligible for refiling, whether or not the WCB issued a formal decision and whether or not a written decision was appealed. And I shall return to the contents of this letter on our next amendment. So, I think reading through this, I do understand that this is a government committed to improving the mental health of Nova Scotians. I do know that you're working towards a universal mental health care system with the objective of having better mental well-being in Nova Scotia. This seems to be an oversight, and if it was a purposeful decision not to make the bar, the tests equivalent to physical injuries, I would invite the minister to stand and explain the rationale. But we think it's very important for people's rights and for workers' rights, but also to make our legislation as up-to-date as possible so that we're not in another case where more decisions are found to be contravening people's rights, and we think that we should make this amendment.
Could I confirm with the honourable member was that NDP change sheet 2? Change sheet 1? Thank you. Shall NDP change sheet 1 carry? No. The motion is defeated. Defeated. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for helping us along tonight. So we have another proposed amendment regarding the timeline. I'll read through. So it's CWHB NDP 2, page 1, clause 2, proposed subsection 10J3. Delete and substitute the following subsection. 3, where on or after September 11th, 2019, A, a worker filed a claim in respect of gradual onset or traumatic mental stress, and the claim was denied by the board, and B, the claim was either not appealed to the appeals tribunal or it was appealed and denied by the appeals tribunal, the worker may refile the claim under this section. And so, I recently was reading through a couple of these letters that came to law amendments explaining why the date should be changed. Basically, on September 11th, 2019, the legislature, the government of the time was aware that the law was not being applied equally and a change was needed. And so we feel strongly that folks who made claims since that date, particularly those who didn't receive any written response, which really precludes their capacity to appeal, have the ability to have their issue reheard. And I just wanted to read through the end of the letter from the Pictou County Injured Workers Association. Numerous amendments to the Workers' Compensation Act since the 1995-96 New Act legislation have included dates which resulted in the disentitlement of benefits to a significant number of otherwise eligible claims. These disentitlement dates are unfair and biased to injured workers. Despite the limitations and restrictions on entitlement to injured workers, employers continue to benefit from 100% immunity from civil liability, rate rebates, and stable average assessment rates. Respectfully, restricting the refiling of claims which were adjudicated by application of discriminatory and unconstitutional legislation from September 11th, 2019 onward is absurd and grossly inappropriate. The WCB does not require 1 year to plan and prepare for the adjudication of gradual onset stress claims. WCB adjudicates such claims for many years under the Federal Government Employees Compensation Act, which did not include gradual onset stress. The WCB Board of Directors approved Policy 1.3.6 in July 2005 to adjudicate such claims. The policy was rescinded in 2015 following an appeals tribunal decision, which determined that the definition of accident in the Workers' Compensation Act would be used to adjudicate the federal claims. The WCB currently adjudicates psychological injuries which arise secondary to physical injuries and from traumatic incidents. WCB has ample resources, including access to psychiatrists and psychologists qualified to provide treatment for gradual onset stress claims. In fact, the WCB's service provider directory contains 16 pages of individuals and agencies that provide psychological services. The WCB's position that 1 year is required to plan and prepare for the adjudication of gradual onset stress claims is unwarranted. Second, the intent of the Workers' Compensation Act is to entitle all injuries arising out of and in the course of employment to benefits and services from the WCB, regardless as to whether psychological harm in the workplace results from interpersonal conflict, bullying, harassment, a change in working conditions, discipline, or termination. It arises out of and in the course of employment. And then I will conclude reading there. So, clearly, I think there's been a bit of a vacuum the last 4 years as we waited for this amendment, and that's why we would like the eligibility date changed to the decision date of the court.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Thank you. Well, I'm glad to stand up and speak to the amendment. This gives me an opportunity to say my thoughts on the bill. My colleague just joined me and he says, this is the Workers' Compensation Act. There's a lot of work that needs to be done on that, so this is a good start. So we're happy to see the bill come forward. We know the mental health support is needed for all workers who are experiencing long-term mental health issues. For example, we know that there are hundreds of paramedics, for example, who are out on stress, on PTSD leave, and other healthcare workers. But it's interesting to identify that PTSD itself was only diagnosed in 1980 after the support and attention from war veterans in what they were dealing with. Healthcare workers are one example of workers who deal with trauma, stressful environments, and tragic situations. But trauma is present in many Nova Scotians, in their personal lives and in their workplace. Trauma is not something that you can just run away from or leave behind. You might think you're succeeding in suppressing it, but it'll follow you everywhere, and it will manifest in many physical ways. While this is important to protect more workers who need stress leave from sustained long-term psychological stress, we also need to ensure that they get the mental health support that they need as well, and especially to get the correct diagnosis by the right health provider. There are many barriers to get access to mental health care, and that is needed urgently. I say urgently because this bill will not be implemented until next September. So we hope there is some urgency on this file to protect workers sooner at the Workers' Compensation Board, and that the government helps in expediting that process. We need to continue to protect workers with job-protected leave when they're facing serious illness as well. So we hope the minister will seriously consider that. I attended law amendments, and we heard from many who presented, and they really were focused on the fact that Nova Scotia has the highest insurance rates in Canada with the lowest payment back. And I really hope that that will be looked at some point in time. Nova Scotia also has a high injury rate, and the length of time injured workers are off work, rates for workplace injury insurance are among the highest in Canada. So there's much work to be done, and as I said, this is a good start. I support the amendment on the floor, or anything that would will help in any way get people with the mental health that they require as urgently as they possibly can receive it. Thank you.
Shall Amendment NDP 2 carry? No. The amendment is defeated. Shall Clause 2 carry? Carried. Carried. Shall the remaining clauses 3 to 8 carry? Carried. Carried. Shall the title carry? Carried. Carried. Shall the bill carry? Carried. The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move you to now rise and report progress on these bills.
The motion is carried. Chair, Committee of the Whole House on Bills reports. I recognize the clerk.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Bills has met and considered the following bills, Bills 332 and 337 without amendments, and the Chair has been instructed to recommend these bills to the favourable consideration of the House.
Order that the bills be read again for a third time at a future date. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House do now rise to meet again on Monday, November 6th between the hours of 4 p.m. and 11:59 p.m. Government business will include Committee of the Whole House on Bills and third reading of bills on the order paper.
The motion is that we do now rise and report again on November 6th from the hours of 4 p.m. till 11:59 p.m. Will all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary minded nay. The motion is carried. We stand adjourned.